Okay, I think that's good to go. There we are. We are live here. Okay, I can definitely turn up the music a little bit now. But anywho, hello everyone. Hello, welcome to the second day of the 5th Arknights OC contest. As always, joining me are my fellow judges Boop and Mir. Hello, judges.
Hi, how's it going? How's everyone doing today?
Should be a fun time today. We'll probably keep our pace going. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll get rolling a little bit faster today. Hopefully. But all right. Well, first things first, we're just gonna do a very quick recap of yesterday's. So we have Operator Big Eye, which I believe is by Dead, who is leading right now. Gonna go back to our classic way of just whoever is in first place as of right now, but just to follow up for second place and third place for the sake of it. But we have Lasat's Hongming in second place and Ambrisk's Ivorin in third place. So we'll see if that'll change with our 8 operators today that we're gonna go through. I believe it's 8. So see if that'll change today. We'll take a break halfway through. So once we get through 4, we'll take a break. And yeah, we'll see how it goes today. So judges, any thoughts or expectations today from day 2?
I expect a perfect 36 from all of you.
Real.
I sound like my parents giving me grades in high school. But anywho, FYI guys, there will be a little bit of a change in the order. I know Kiwi requested yesterday to be bumped back a little later, so I'll be dropping Kiwi a couple back until I know they're here. Just FYI. So basically, just Kiwi will be bumped until Kiwi shows up, in which case then they'll be next. So just slight accommodation that we're working on here. But all right. Without further ado, then, shall we begin, judges?
Yeah, let's get this bread.
Let's get into it.
Alrighty. Well, here we are. With art. This operator,
Arts Poggies.
if I'm pronouncing this correctly, I believe it's Vauclair. I
Should be
believe.
Beauclair, yeah.
I'm like, the X should be silent. It's not Voxclair or something.
Or Vosclair.
Vauclair.
Vokes.
Nah, it's Vauclair, I believe. But let's see. She is a 5-star Mysticaster, 2 years of combat experience, birthplace is in Victoria. Affiliation is Alighieri, which I believe is something that we haven't. I want to say we haven't quite seen yet. I want to say that's a new one. Painfully American. Yeah, that's me. And she is a half unicorn Karanta. Ooh, half unicorn.
Ooh,
Height is 158 centimeters, and infection status is infected. She's got small crystals on her left upper arm and lower leg. Okay.
Feels bad, infected.
Arknights getting hit with the infected is just kind of like oof in general. It's like it just sucks on that end. All right, ready to go to stats unless anyone else wants to say anything. But again, we do have art this time. Odin has provided some art.
It's nice. I like it a lot.
love the colors.
Those are huge heels, though. But then again, that's the standard for Arknights.
How do you know they're an
Funnily
Arknights
enough.
operator? Big shoes. Bigly shoes.
All you have to look at, like, Caster Aya's shoes in her E2 art, and it's just like, how do you stand in those? You know?
They're like mini stilts.
Mini stilts.
Alright, yeah, let's go to stats.
Alright, what we got for stats here? Boop, take it away.
Alright, one moment. 1291 attack, 125 defense, 1468 HP. Seems a standard so far. I don't know about the res. I'm pretty sure they have 20 res, but I'm gonna just double check that right now with
I believe your best comparison would be Indigo?
it would be
Oh, wait,
Iris,
no, not
Indigo,
Indigo, yeah.
or
Harmony?
Harmony, yeah.
Mystic casters be funky like that.
Mystic casters also have like the highest base attack in the game. It's insane, which is why their attack speed is so slow.
Gotta balance somehow.
Yeah, they have 20 res. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For versus up Harmony and Iris, she has a lot less attack than Harmony, but Trust being not included in the stats wouldn't make it make sense on like why she has so much less attack.
I
Right.
believe Trust is included because there isn't a mention for how we normally handle it. So
Yeah.
it's a little bit lower, but we'll see if this gets made up later on.
The reason why I think it's not included is because none of the Mystic casters we have get res from Trust. I mean, no one gets res from Trust,
Yeah.
which is why
That's a new
I'm
one.
saying the Trust is not included, right? So it'd be 25 res and 1391 attack, which is... the less attack is like okay because you get like 5 extra res, and 5 extra res on a ranged unit can make or break them when tanking.
Mm-hmm. Got it. I do have a note from put in for later on in my just in my notes here. This is for later on. This was included in the form, so I will include that because this was mentioned beforehand. But all right. In that
Meyer does not get res from Trust.
Are we okay? So it looks like okay. So Puddin is saying that it was not. I'm looking at my form here. I am honestly not seeing anything that says that, but anywho, all right, we're gonna move on to talent potentials then. So it looks like we have relatively standard stats. Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
see it as noted there, Puddin. I
it's-
just see the stats as normal and trust bonus like without anything attached on the end of it.
The way I see it is it's slightly less attack for slightly more arts resistance.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's go on to talent potentials then. Is it bad?
Prioritizes.
Is
I'm
it,
sorry.
Is it bad that I'm looking at the talent name, but I'm like, is that a JoJo reference?
Everything is a JoJo reference if you try hard enough.
That's true.
Talent Phantom Blood prioritizes elite and boss enemies, gain 1 SP, and deals 13% damage per stored attack when attacking them. Gain 1 SP for each stored attack when defeating an enemy. So this is just a better core caster module.
Hold on. Let me also read the note that I have here. Is that Puddin is noting down that they're using the space. Let's see. They're noting that they designed Vauclair on the assumption that stored attacks provide offensive recovery, but excess attacks do not. We can revisit that later when necessary, but
I will say that stored attacks are considered each separate attacks. Because if you look at Ebenholz, let's say he has 3 charges stored, his talent procs 3 different times.
Yeah,
And you can test this out on the pottery from the Ling of Them.
But because we do have this assumption written in, I will let that slide if it like slightly differs than what's written out, because we do have a written like thing that was submitted here, so we can roll with that.
Yeah.
All right. Anywho,
Pots are also pretty standard from what I see.
pretty standard pots, but just a little bit, maybe like a little nicer, pretty nice talent we got here from what it seems like.
Yep.
Interesting. We do have a module here.
Let's go res plus 4.
Mir, would you like to take the module here?
Oh yeah, sure. 1 Nolicorns, is it Kagan Quest? 92 attack for res. At level 1, attack speed plus 30 when there are stored attacks. At level 3, there is a new talent called Ignoble Arts. When no attacks are stored, attack plus 20 but does not target enemies. While a Woven Keshig is summoned, gain 60 attack speed instead. Seeing a lot of attack speed.
Mm-hmm.
So
more
My one
potential for
question
sword
is-
attacks.
So here's the thing, I don't do modules, right? So I don't think a 5-star actually gets a second talent from their module level 3. But I would say that this is interesting compared to like just upgrading the talent one, right? I'm interested in seeing like what comes of it.
Mhm.
That's very strong for a module. I also 100% agree with that because it's adding an entire thing to the field.
Mhm.
It's pretty much changing like the core mechanic.
This is more for
Or not
my
the core mechanic, but just like extra.
this is for my personal just clarification, but it's like ASPD plus 20 but doesn't target the enemies. That just means she charges up a stored attack faster, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
The first
yeah.
attack is stored faster.
Got it. I just want to make sure that that is how that works. Just making sure. Alrighty. Yeah, that's 60 attack speed is like,
I mean, we'll have to see how it interacts with the skills first, because there's nothing about it in the talent one.
Yep.
Right.
Well, speaking of an Awoven Catcher being summoned, here we are. Here we are. Boop, would you like to take this one?
Yeah, sure. One moment. Summon stats: HP, attack, defense scale off. The base stats given by the given percentage. Numbers listed are based on E280 without any trust bonuses and such. HP 225%, attack of 50%, which would be around 600. It would be 700 rounding up. 646 defense, which is 225%. And to base, res is 30, block 3, attack speed 3 seconds, which is the same as Mystic Casters. Deal arts damage to all enemies in the surrounding tile, slowing them for 1 second. And provoking elite and boss enemies. And only block elite or boss enemies and only one enemy at a time. And provoke affected enemies set at the source of the debuff as their next routing checkpoint if it is closer than their normal checkpoint and can be reached. Rerouting their path into them. Only one provoke effect can be active on an enemy at a time, prioritizing the closer source. Effect ends if the effective enemy reaches the center of the tile the source is on, or the source is retreated or otherwise removed.
So basically it's repathing enemies.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Which I'm okay with it, but I find the block 3 redundant since it can only block one enemy in the first place.
That's true. Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, I'm looking at this, I'm like, wait a minute, so you can only block elite or boss, and only one at a time. Oh, hold on.
Cool.
I'm trying to read. Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. Only one
It's
at a
there
time,
for
block 3.
multi-block. That's fair.
So I'm here just like... Oh, I guess the block 3 would be for, yeah, like for enemies that require higher block counts. That's purely there for that. So
Which
it's like...
makes sense.
That makes sense.
So like the bully doesn't just like go adios and like run right by you just run right by him. It's like, I'ma stop you. Nah, dog. It just like keeps going. So yeah, that works then. Okay, provoke is pretty interesting though. It's like it's like a reroute. So the way I'm thinking about it, it would just be like it'd basically be like a block. Like, you know your blocks that you can put down, and like it forces them to go around in a different direction.
Yeah.
I'm expecting it works.
the roadblocks?
Yeah, it's like a virtual roadblock, I guess, would be how it works, but only for like the affected enemy, right? Or the affected enemies. Like that's what would trigger it. It'd be like you guys can only go around this way. So it's like okay.
So from what I understand, this feels very strong in the sense that, because my question is, let's say an enemy is blocked by a different operator, does that enemy just decide to fuck off and move to the tile that the summon is on because they're provoked?
From
Because that
my
would be really strong.
based on my assumption of it saying next, if they're currently blocked, they can't really move because they're already like stopped from moving via block.
Yeah.
However, if that operator gets removed, that's like currently blocking, I believe that means they would route to that debuff as their next point. But if they're like in the process, they'll turn around. But if they're currently blocked, like even enemies that are currently blocked right now, like they don't leave or do anything anyway, right? So you have to disengage the block is my assumption if they're currently blocked. So that's my assumption. Again, it's also surrounding tiles. Keep that in mind. It's not a global provoke. So it's only the tiles around.
But my current thought process is that it's also a quote-unquote unlimited in the sense that it can keep being applied to the same enemy.
Yes.
Right? And I feel as if that's very abusable.
I feel like not really, because you're only blocking one, right? So you're basically just redirecting elites and bosses to you from what I'm looking at this, and it's only in the surrounding tiles, so they would just like step away. But it's like, if you provoke like 3 of them, you're still kind of screwed, I would say, because more of them just kind of walk around, yeah.
But that's the thing, right? You're only blocking one, so you're not taking damage from all 3, assuming they're melee, right? And so 2 of them would walk into the tile, become unprovoked, and then start leaving, right?
Oh, that's
and the
true.
way I'm thinking about it is that if it's around a corner, then they'll leave that corner, go down the tile, sort of like, an L shape, right? And then they could get provoked again, and then walk back into the tile, then leave, then walk back into the tile,
That's true. So I guess like maybe a better way to put it, like a better way to have worded this, like specifically to cover that, would be to say that like, hey, the provoke just resets their route to go through the source of the debuff, but otherwise like they won't keep looping, so to speak. Like if they walk through you, they'll just keep walking through to the blue box, and they won't do like a fucking loop and walk all the way around. I guess if that makes sense.
Do you have summon stats on hand? I mean, the summon stats are right here. It's 3,003, 646, and
I think
281 and 880, right?
I
or
think
do
put
you
it
mean
in
regular
general
stats?
Yeah, in general summon stats. In general.
Oh, to compare to other summons, let me bring up Scene, because I feel like Scene is like the best way to compare this, because the her buggy cams are super tanky, just because they're just that powerful.
You have what?
Right?
Scene and Meyer, right?
Scene, Meyer. Let me check who else has like a 5-star summonable thing. Scene, Meyer. Deep Color is a 4-star, but
yeah,
she's a 4-star, right? No one else really has like a 5-star summonable thing, unless you want to include Doll Keepers on that.
To include Calcit. Man, this summon doesn't really stack up to Monster.
Yeah, because here's the thing, I was about to bring up Ling, and it's just like, no, that's unfair, right? So, compared to Scene, the buggy cam has 2,020 HP, so about 1,300 less. The attack is also 150 or so less, and this does physical damage and single target. The defense is slightly higher by 90. It has 0 res, and it has a DD cost of 5 and 1 block. Now, granted, you can have multiple of them on the field, but this one also doesn't say whether it has a DB cost or whether it's automatically deployed.
This thing is also note this thing is pretty tanky. 30 res.
And Black Knight Slumberfoot. Black Knight Slumberfoot is like, it's not tanky at all. It doesn't even do decent damage, I would say, because it's a Vanguard summon, right? It has 2,500 HP, 470 attack, 308 defense, and 20 res.
I want to say Black Knight shenanigans are more for CC, like pure CC.
Yeah.
Black Knight
should sleep.
And now, speaking of Black Knight, and imagine this: you sleep the enemy while they're on like a corner tile compared to the summon. After the sleep ends, they get provoked, walk into the tile, walk out of it, then they get sleeped again. Like, I feel like this is very, very abusable compared to every other hard CC that we have.
I would agree with that because we don't have anything that says like, you know, the pathing is like, you know, there's different things with rerouting or stuff like that. So like, I would say that yes, this provoke is kind of scary considering like there are situations where you could just kind of abuse it. I will also say, with the way maps are designed, I would say it's not that common to be able to abuse it to that extent. Because you'd have to have at least a two lane wide, right? In order to like kind of use it, or like specifically at a corner where they're going around. So it's like, on the one hand, it's not as easy to do it. On the other hand, though, it's still kind of, you know, it is pretty abusable still, though, so.
I would be very okay with this if this was one enemy being provoked rather than all enemies in range.
Yeah.
So you can't just stall out like multiple elites.
Yeah.
Maybe like the first elite in range or something would, like, there's a lot of ways to like, essentially, I'd say like prop it up a little better.
And I should probably clarify when I say that. When I say one enemy at a time. So you can still provoke multiple enemies, but it's only one of them that's quote-unquote perma-provoked type of thing.
I would say that's just doing more things with extra stats. You'd be better off just saying the first enemy in range. Just first one in range. So, yeah. It's the affecting all elite and boss enemies. Or I guess, okay, well, we don't really get like 15 boss enemies unless it's like, you know, like TN or something like, or not even TN, but it's like one of those weird boss rush shenanigans.
I can do an easy example. The Eblana event with the elite, like the elite guards or whatever, those spooky elite guards that got like buffed attack with extra flaming reeds. God, those are scary. Jesus.
One last thing on the provoke before we move on, just to answer your question, Astrid. They provoke multiple, can only tank one. Yes, but however, the problem is it's in an 8-tile range around. So like, what happens if they just walk through, get provoked, they walk back over, gets reset, keeps walking, gets provoked, walks back? That's the part that we're concerned about. They can just keep wiggling, essentially. Like, they just get stuck there regardless. That's the problem that we're concerned about right now. Like, they just basically keep walking in a loop. That's our concern. It's not the blocking part, it's that you can essentially block them without having to physically block them. That's the biggest part that we're a little worried about. Moving on to skills, though, which should also show a little bit more stuff with the Woven Keshig and where you can drop them down. Take it away.
Nightmare's Muse, a 0 initial, 7 max, offensive recovery, manual activation, and a 4-second duration. Attack range changes to 4 tiles in front, attack interval times 0.2, and each attack deals only 50% attack as arts damage. Skill 2, a true Knight's Mara Woven. 3 initial SP, 14 max, offensive recovery, manual activation, instant duration. Active summons in a Woven in Keshig to a deployable low ground tile within attack range, lasts for 25 seconds, max 3 deployed at a time, and immediately store 1 charge. Passive, while in a Woven Keshig is summoned, Vauclair attacks only elite or boss enemies, and can target enemies outside of attack range that are blocked by a Woven Keshig, but can only target enemies when 3 charges are stored. Heal can store 3 charges.
Three summons.
I was relieved when I saw the 25 seconds, and then I read everything else. So my issue with this is that it's very, like, now that I see this in full picture, feels less like a Mystic caster and more like a unit that has crowd control. Right? If you look at Ebonhol's skill 2 or Harmony's skill 2, yeah, it's crowd control, but it comes second to their damage.
like, my concern right now is that with the way the S2 works, it's running into the it's running into the thing that I'm not really a fan of with balance, where you're putting too much utility into something. Because you could get summons. Like, you're getting summons and you're getting Mysticaster damage to say, right? And then you're also getting crowd control, so you're getting like extra block count, extra everything, right? And like, that's a lot of overall utility that you're putting on an operator, which is kind of my concern with, I mean, it's one of my concerns with current Arknights. Like, it is a good bit of utility. However, I will say though, it doesn't look like there's any damage buffs. It's literally just you get to summon. But
yeah,
then that
Skami mentioned this, but
yeah.
There is no damage
Yeah.
to this Mystic Caster, and Mystic Casters without damaging skills are very, very underwhelming.
So then it kind of brings up the point of like, what's the, like, what, like, you're asking, so like, at that point it's like, it feels like you're trying to make a, like, you have Mysticaster for the sake of having the class be Mysticaster, but not staying true to what a Mysticaster, quote unquote, is supposed to do, right? That's kind of what it feels like right now, if that makes sense.
And when you think about it, like, all of the Mystic Casters have some sort of crowd control, but the crowd control is almost second to their damage. Like, even for Indigo, even though Indigo can almost perma bind an enemy, her damage is still very, very high compared to how much she's binding, right? Mm-hmm. And then you look at Iris. Iris can sleep 2 enemies, and then if they're both, like, right next to each other, they get that burst of damage. Harmony has that big slow, and Ebonholes has the shifting, right? But their damage always comes first. There's no damage here, and as Skami's also mentioning, the redirection is still very strong, and even though it's just like, oh, it lasts for 25 seconds, and Mystic Casters have low as fuck attack speed, you can very easily SP battery this. Because if you're only because if Beauclair's only gonna attack elite enemies, they're not gonna attack, the small fry, and the small fry can be on like a Liscarm, and boom,
Also,
there's your SP battery, right?
Also more ASP, FYI, when it's on the field.
There is more ASP, yeah, plus 60 ASPD as well.
I don't know, personally I think I would have liked to see a little bit more damage on it. Like, the S2 kind of goes a little bit more away. On the other hand, like, it is she is a 5-star, but personally I would, like, I think it steps a little bit too far away from my personal liking. Like, granted, it's not like every Mystic Caster should do this, but it's like, I guess you're getting, I suppose a lot of your arts damage would then be coming from the summon, from how I'm seeing this. Right? So, hey Mir, how much do you use Mystic Casters?
I've only used Ebonholes in Harmony, but this utility is very unique compared to those two.
Because I'm trying to think, like, I guess most of your
attacks, right?
Yeah, it's like, I guess most of your damage would be coming from the AoE arts from the summons, because that's what this looks like, right? You're doing provoke, you're doing AoE arts. Like, this is basically where you're getting your damage from, like, you're getting your bonus damage from.
Yeah, it's like a mixture of that and just like spamming the triple charge shots once you get that attack speed up.
Yeah, so it's like, we'll say it's not very bursty. I think that's actually what's throwing me off with this one. Like, Mystics in general feel rather bursty with, again, just with like the whole charge mechanic, right? And like nuking down elites. This one does keep elites there, but I guess it's like a different play on it by being more like sustained as opposed to burst. But I guess like this, again, like I will continue to say this, guys, but like, it is judge opinion at the end of the day, right? And from at least my POV, I generally just have it in mind that, like, yeah, Mystic Cats just have some kind of a burst of some kind, right? As opposed to, like, a sustained thing.
I can see where you were going with this. You're just missing the damage that a Mr. Caster has and went too hard on CC on crowd control.
That's what I feel like. Like, I don't dislike this. Like, in fact, I think this is really nifty and cool. But I think we went, yeah, like Boo said, we leaned a little too much into CC and a little bit away from damage. Alright. Any more thoughts on skills before we move on to lore? Any more thoughts on this? Double checking, Moop and Mirror, anything else we would like on skills? Anything y'all wanna
I think we're
point
good
on?
for I think we're good for skills.
Yeah, we should be good for now.
Cool. Alright, let's go on to lore then. Mirror, would you like lore or voice lines?
I can do lore this time. I'm gonna throw you under the bus.
Damn it!
Alright. Vauclair was an illegitimate child of a former Victorian noble and one of his mistresses. This mistress raised Claire far away from the scenes where the nobilities of Victoria might rediscover her. Despite being followed by whispers and grim dreams as far as long as she can remember, her childhood was relatively happy until her 13th birthday. A few weeks before, one of the nobles had found out about her, and believing that a unicorn's bastard such as her didn't deserve to have the happy life she had, set out to correct that. On the eve of her birthday, as her father had come over to celebrate with the two, the house was raided and set ablaze. Both of Claire's parents were killed, and she was rent a nullicorn, stripped of her horn, house, and family, then forcefully infected and thrown to the streets to die a slow, cold death. Unfortunately for the nobles, Claire was found by Virgilia, who tended her wounds as they traveled together to Algeri, a city long forgotten but not abandoned in the desert south of Sargon. As they traveled through Sargon, they happened upon a Knights Mora village who welcomed her as kin. Confused, she learned that her mother was a distant descendant of theirs and that she had inherited their arts. Full glad to be found something to embrace instead of her past, Vauclair started studying to harness these arts, in hopes of one day doing to those Victorian nobles what they tried to do to her. Now, 5 years later, after resolving an incident in Algeri together with Rhodes Island, she volunteered to follow Virgilia and join them as an operator. Whether this is for access to be better studying material, more consistent treatment, or some other plan remains to be seen.
I think this had the same. I think the lore has the same thing that Dead's had yesterday, where we have a lot of past stuff. I would like to see a little more post-road stuff, right? Like post-joining road stuff, at least personally.
My issue with this is that if I remember my Maria, Neural, and Near Light correctly, there's like 2 Knights Mora left. So this is... So either I'm misremembering or this is going against canon.
Because I know Knights Mora is you have Tola, and then you have the half Knights Mora with Vogelweid, right? But
yeah.
Based on the lore though, it sounds like there's some population still in Sargon. They're very rare, but there's not only 2 left. There are more Knights Moras around, but they're very rare.
Right.
So
Fair enough.
So it is plausible. It is plausible. Yeah, there's more than just 2. But again, they're very rare though. So yeah, I think me personally I would have liked to see a little bit more of what's the whole, like, a little bit more on the Rose end of things. Again, a little more, because again, we have a lot of backstory, but I would like to see a little more Rhodes. Like, like, she just kind of joined Rhodes. Like, granted, again,
There's a lot of word vomit. That's the way I'm going to put it, which isn't necessarily bad, but it spilled out onto the page, and it's a lot of info dumping, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plus, I would say it's also like, what do you call it? It's not very Arknights-y in the sense that whenever we get backstory for an operator in their files, we usually get about half of this, and that half that we do get, about half of that is super vague.
I don't mind it not being vague. I think I would just like to see a little more roads. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't mind the backstory. Like, it gives you a good, like, it gives you a backstory. On the other hand, my other part with the backstory is like, I guess a lot of it is like you have backstory, but it also kind of shows like what they were, I don't know, what they were doing, what they were operating with, what like how they ended up being a cat, like maybe like how she ended up being a caster. Why does she have a summon? Actually, for that matter, I'm like kind of looking through this and I'm like, why does she have a summon? Is that like a Knight's Mora thing that was taught, or is that something that she just has? Like, where did the summon come from? Like, it's fine to keep it vague as to like again, obviously, like, you don't need to be like, she now has a summon. It's like, maybe a little bit that I could just, like, maybe try to piece together, like, oh, summon, oh, it's like, oh, okay, here we go, right? It's like the closest thing I guess is just, like, the summon is Knight's Mora based on, like, her mother that she lived, she, you know, worked with the Knight's Mora, so it's like, I can see that maybe being it to that degree, but I'm a little confused on, like, both the Mystic Caster and the summon, and like the Mystic Caster while having a summon part. That's the part that I'm a little bit like, where is that in, like, what part of the lore hints towards that, right? And then that's on top of like, where is the roads with it? Like, what's the post roads of it? I think
in defense of the Mystic Caster part, we'd also, like, for the 4 Mystic Casters that we do have, it's not relatively explained why they are quote-unquote Mystic Casters, right? It's sort of
That's true.
Something we have to infer based on their story.
That's true. But I guess I'll just take that back and go just to the, where does the summon come from, I would say. So, just like, why does she have a summon? Like, I guess it's a caching, so it is Knight's Mora related, I suppose. I guess that kind of makes sense, but I'm trying to think if Knight's Mora really summoned things. I guess Tola summoned nightmares, but it just basically worked as phantoms, and then he stabbed things in the back, at least from a gameplay PvP. Okay, anyhow, moving on to voice lines. we do need to keep moving. Alright. On board! You must be the doctor. Greetings. I'm Beauclair of Algary. Virgilia and Lady Calcit said I'd be able to work here in exchange for my medical needs. If you need anything to take care of Victoria, I'll be there. I have some unfinished business, after all. Alright, deployment. They'll vanish into the dark without a trace. In combat. My ancestors stand beside me. 3-star mission clear. Saving this unsavory world, one battle at a time. Doesn't feel so bad. Trust Lock 3. I must express my thanks to you, Doctor, and naturally, Virgilia and Lady Calcit too. There used to be a time I merely wished to have a normal life, but it always felt like the more I wanted it, the further it drifted away. Besides my anger and wish for revenge, I was nothing, an empty shell. But Virgilia took me in and accepted me for who I was rather than what I'd become. I learned so much from her, in a way, she saved me. Not that I'll ever admit that to her face, of course, but still. Then I met Lady Calcit, you. Together, you 3 have taught me how to love this once loveless world, so thank you, Doctor, for everything. I like the personality that we get from voice lines. She's got like a little bit of like, aha, you know, she's got a little bloodthirst in her. A little bloodthirst in her. She got a little bloodthirst in her. Okay, we got a lot more personality, and yeah, I agree. We got some more stuff that shows a little bit more post roads here. Okay.
I will say it does feel a little bit disjointed compared to the summary, but I can understand why it's like this.
It has been 5 years, I suppose, so it's like she probably, you know, changed the view a little bit. Because whenever they join us, it's not really said, like, when they joined us, so to speak, right?
Yeah, my interpretation was that they joined after the 5 years, which doesn't seem to be the case. Because the way I interpret it is that it's 5 years later, after resolving an incident together with Rhodes Island, she volunteered to follow her and join them as an operator, right?
Yeah.
Just like with the way that sentence is set up and the way the order of events is happening, it's the 5 years later comes first and then they join.
Yeah.
Right?
But then it's also like, you know, how, like, I guess, like, we don't know how long these voice lines happen after she joined, right? So I'm willing to give a little bit of that. Yeah, I'm willing to give a little bit of benefit of the doubt on that. It's like, we're not sure how long this has been at that point. So I'm willing to give a little benefit of the doubt on that end, that we have a little more post here, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm just pointing out that it did feel slightly disjointed.
Yeah, just a little bit with, like, here's all the backstory, and then, boom, she's in Rhodes, right? Like, that's a little bit of just like a boom, she's just there. It's like, oh, okay. It's a little bit quick, but again, 300 word lore summary. Like, the restrictions are real. I'm willing to give a little bit benefit on that end. Alright, we're gonna hit some points, unless, anything you want to add, Mir?
Yeah, I'm down to it.
We can go to points.
Cool. I swear we're a little faster this time.
Slightly. 10 minutes.
Well, yeah. Look, a little bit faster, still a little bit faster. Anyhow, Mir, kick us off.
Alright, so for creativity, I think I like the idea with the utility. Like, despite all of the, like, burst castery, or not burst caster, but like the burst damage that you usually see from Mystic casters, I think it's a interesting, I think it's an interesting kit. I would give it a 1.6.
2 points is like, sir, we only have 2 points in the subcategory.
We need more. Okay, so for balance, I would give that one I'll give that a flat 1. I do see the we did talk about like the corner strat, I quote unquote corner strat with like the provoke. I think it's an interesting concept since we don't really have anything that really redirects aside from roadblocks, and this is like built in to Vauclair. So I would give it 1 point, a flat 1. Okay. Cohesion. How is operators focused? For that one, I would give a 1.2.
1.2. Okay.
Integration. How well does the lore fit into the abilities and skills? I do like the touch of the Keshig. I think that's really in touch with the lore. I would give that one a 1.6. For the lore itself, I admittedly don't know too much about the Casimir lore, nor do I know about the Knights Mora. So I'm just gonna be fair and give them like a 1.5, and I guess the same thing with character focus.
Okay. So that gets us an 8.4. Alrighty. Boop, your turn.
Alright, so for creativity and integration, the creativity was there. I don't think the integration was. As I will also say that the lack of creativity for skill 1 also kind of disappointed me. I was kind of hoping for a skill 1 that's a skill, not just a, hey, this is like every other Mystic caster skill 1. So I'll give that a 1. I do like the summons. I know I ragged on it a lot for the balance aspect, but for the creativity part, I do like it from a thematic point of view. I think it's very cool. It's just the balance needs to be tweaked. Speaking of balance, I would say that this is a very underpowered operator in terms of damage because it's a Mystic caster. Because when you have that Mystic caster label, you just think big burst damage, right? But that's not there. This has a lot of crowd control, and even then that crowd control seems very wonky and very abusable at the same time, so I'll also give it a 1. For cohesion, for how focused it is, I would say the focus is actually very well thought out in the sense that you have your talents working in conjunction with their main skill, so I'll give that a 2. With the integration for how well the lore fits into the abilities and the skills, after reading the lore, sort of thinking about it, sitting about it, I do think it does fit very well, but again, we do sort of have a little bit of lack of information in terms of like what's the word? I feel like we're missing one or two sentences about how it works rather than being told, right? So I'll give that a 1.8. Or how well the lore fits into the universe after being corrected because I'm not a lore master. I think the lore fits. I think it can work. So I'll give it a 1.5.
Okay.
For the character focus on how involved they are in their own lore and for it making narrative sense, I do feel like it makes sense, but it doesn't feel like they're very involved in their own lore. It feels like stuff happens and then they're dragged around by two other people and then they join Rhodes, right? So I'll give that a 1.5 because they're still involved. They just sharing the main focus with other people.
Alright. So it looks like we're coming out to an 8.8 from you, Boop. Alright, my turn. In the spirit of keeping things going new and creativity, I do like the creativity here of like the CC aspect of it. I think it would actually integrate well enough into Arknights minus the abusability factor of it. So I'll actually give this like a 1.5 on that. Balance wise, oh yeah, for creativity, just to touch up on skill 1, it's like I don't mind the skill 1 being like generic mystic art, like mystic caster skill 1. Like I don't necessarily mind that because it is a 5-star. You're not gonna see too many crazy things for 5 stars. Like, could you have? Yes, but it's like I'm not really gonna dink you too hard on it. It's like, would it be nice? Yes. Like, would I like to see it? Yes, but I'm not gonna go too crazy on it. As for the next one for balance, again, I think I would have liked to see a little burst. I think they're a little underpowered in terms of damage and a little overdone in terms of CC. I'll give you like a 1 point. I think I'll also give you like 1.5 on that. Like, actually, no, I'm gonna drop it down a little bit. I'm gonna drop it more to like a 1.3 on that one. And then after that, for cohesion, I'll give you full 2 points for cohesion. I can see exactly what you're trying to go for. It's very focused. Like, I may not agree necessarily with the direction, but I can see the direction, right? Like, I might be like, oh, we could use a little more burst, but I can see exactly what you're trying to go for here. I think you did a good job of doing that. Integration, how does the lore fit? The caching and, you know, fitting into the Knight's Mora and like the summons, I can make that connection there. So I think that fits. I would just like to see like maybe a little more of like just the why of the summon, just a little like maybe a lie, just something there to like maybe show that just a little bit better. So I'll give you like a 1.8 on that one. As for how the lore fits in the AK universe, I think the lore fits fine. Lore fits fine. Its personality, like actually, I do quite like the lore with what you went for here. Again, just maybe just a little bit more on the road side of things. Just like it felt very like abrupt at the end, so I would like that to be a little less abrupt. So I'll give you like a 1.6 on that one. And then as for character focus, I would say it is focused on her, but it feels like she doesn't have a whole lot of agency, so to speak, in her own lore. It's focused on her, but it just seems like it's just she's being pulled to this, and then pulled to that, and then pulled to that. Like, it doesn't feel like she's making her own choices here, at least for a good bit of it. It's just, she was found, oh, she stumbled here, and then she's doing this, now she's doing that. Like, she's kind of just being pulled along. So, I'll probably give you like a 1.3 on that one. Still getting a high score from me, though. Still getting a high score from me, as I just got rated. So, let's see, with the 9.5 from my ends, it's like, despite how much I like, kind of ragged on it, like, you still got a pretty high score from me. I did quite like the lore, despite how abrupt the ending felt, but I do quite like it.
We criticize because we love.
Like, I do quite enjoy it. Alright, so, let's see. Alright, while I do this, give me one brief moment. Excuse me if you heard me sneeze. Bleh.
Bless you.
Let me do my... Oi. Hi, okay, let me do my pointer. Let me do my movement here. I really need to figure out a way where I can get, like, an assistant to help me out with this. But anyhow, that places you at 5th for Vauclair. Thank you for your operator as the show goes on. Kiwi, if you are ready, congratulations. It is now your turn. Ready or not, I do see you here, so it is now your turn.
Oh, wait.
I'm stupid. I'm blind.
Wait
Wait a minute. I'm blind. Give me a second. I was like, wait, something didn't quite feel right. Sorry. 6th. There we go.
9 is less than 6.
Shut up. It's fine.
Someone write that in the Wookiee Jesus lore.
Shut up. It's fine. Don't worry about it. All right. Okay. All right, here we go. Whip Kiwis. All right. Mirror, kick us off here.
Alright, so we have operator sponsor, Vanguard class flag bearer 5-star. They are male Liberi, American Crow, combat experience 6 months, place of birth Colombia, their faction is Casimir's, and their infection status is uninfected.
We have a crow. A flag bearer crow.
The real question is, do they use the flag as a weapon?
I think the other question... That's true. That's one of the questions. The other question is, they're a crow. Do they steal things? Do they steal shiny things? I wish to know.
Their skills are going to be stealing health from enemies. I'm calling it right now.
I want to see them steal
Your health
shiny
is
things.
mine.
Yes, your health is shiny. It is now mine. Anyhow,
All right, Elysium. How does this stand up to our boy Elysium?
Sounds like me playing Catan.
Similar HP, similar attack, a lot less defense though.
Lot less defense. Okay.
Yeah, it has about 55 less defense than Elysium.
So less tanky. Okay. Well, you know, at least in like real life, birds are rather fragile, so I could see the understand. Then again, Elysium's also a bird, so that doesn't really track anymore, does it? Okay.
I
So,
mean, we have Fire Whistle.
not sure. Damn, birds make sense. Zai, get in here. Make your birds make sense. But all right. So a little less defense, but otherwise nothing too crazy then, from what I'm hearing.
Nothing too crazy, no.
Cool. Talent, put on a good show. Operators in the 8 tiles around sponsors deal 13 up to 15% more damage towards flying enemies. If they defeat an aerial enemy, it boosts the effect by 5% for 2.5 seconds, can stack up to 5 times. Okay, it's a different way of taking down drones. Okay. Or drones and flying enemies in general. Something tells me this is very anti-dolly.
I'm assuming this is 5% flat, not 5% multiplicative. Because if it was 5% multiplicative, that would be really terrible.
I'm assuming it's just 5 plus 5 plus 5. I'm assuming because it's stacking. It's stacking. So that's my assumption. I think it's pretty interesting. It's like it's specifically just towards flying enemies. For the most part, I mean, you're just nuking down drones, but if there's like extra beefy flying enemies, then you could kind of use this to ramp up a bit. So I can see the use cases here.
I also like how it kind of works in tandem with Elysium, who also buffs snipers.
I'm also seeing... I'm not sure if this is intentional, Kiwi. I'm assuming you're going to be like, yeah, this is intentional. But I'm getting like a Murder of Crows vibe, where you get like the group around the crow, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna like bug you, right? So... I think that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting there. Anything to add, Mir, before we move on to module?
No, I do not.
Actually, hold on. Yeah, no, I can move on to module here now. You're lucky, Kiwi. You're lucky with module here. But here we go. Here's module. I can say... Actually, I'll take module here as well. Module. So HP plus 50, attack plus 30, the trait change, reduce block count to 0 during the skill, and gives the operator in front +1 block. The talent upgrade, operators and 8 talents around the sponsor deal the same damage. The boost is higher, and you have a longer time to keep the stack. I will say right now that the trait change with the reduced block count to 0 and the operator in front getting +1 block, that is the official flag bearer mod. Because Typhon was announced and we have all that, I will go ahead and say that yes, that is how that works. That is in fact flag bearer mods. And then the talent upgrade, that's just I want to say that's not really like a too crazy of a talent upgrade. It's conditioned on you getting kills. But yeah, Kiwi, you got pretty lucky there. Yeah, I don't really see any problems with the module here. I think that makes sense so far.
Yeah.
Everything makes sense to you, Mir?
Yep.
Everything making sense? Alrighty, cool. Anything you want to revisit before we move on to skills? No? Alright, moving on.
It seems good.
Yeah.
Alright, Mir, take it away for skills.
Alright, skill 1. Support type order Y, SP charge, auto recovery, manual activation. Trigger SP is 26, initial 15, duration 8 seconds. Stops attacking and gradually obtains 18 DP. I'm assuming that's the same as Psylocke and Elysium. Skill 2, Corvus Robotics Finest support, SP charge, automatic recovery, skill activation, manual trigger, 18 cost, 5 initial, 7-second duration, stops attacking and instantly generates ATP. Spawn a sponsor drone from random enemies. Excursion zone doesn't include as enemies and have a regular pathing to the closest blue box. Sponsor drone contains one of the following: random, item can't stack, so you can't get Mr. Boom if you haven't used your previous Mr. Boom. Portable supply station, Snow Sound safety net, Mr. Boom, health pack that heals for 1000 HP flat or nothing if the player has all 4 items.
Oh, that's cool as fuck.
That is cool. That's
I
actually
like
just-
that.
It is very cool, but I will say that the skill cycle is probably a bit too fast.
Yeah, 18 on auto recovery is a little yikes. I would have liked that to go a little higher. Also, not to mention that, I'm gonna be honest, the portable supply station, just like as the equipment itself, this is less of a dink on the operator, but just more of a dink on this stupid ass supply station. That supply station is fucking broken.
Yeah, like if you think about it, just like you can use the supply station and then you can get another one.
Yeah.
Use it again, then you can
Right.
get another one. You know, and
You have
plus
like a
Mr. Boom.
25% chance.
Plus,
Yeah.
it's like Mr. Boom. Like Mr. Boom is a 12 true AOE stun. It's just like, God, that's insane. That breaks so many maps.
Yeah.
You know? And it's just like, well, it's RNG. It's just like you can just restart the level, right?
Yeah, it's like, I think the cost could go up. I would argue that you don't have to bring every single support item. Like, I want to say you could probably just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna pull that supply station out of that pool, maybe make the SP cost a little higher, and then make the SP cost higher so you can't just like essentially have a pretty good number of Mr. Booms going off. So it's like I think the supply station is what kind of breaks this one for me. I really, for what it's worth, I love the entire concept of it. This is less of a dink on the concept and more of a dink on the supply station is just broken. Like you cannot get that supply station that quickly. That's really my thing. Again, with the
You need
Mr.
to
Boom's
kill the
done.
drone. I mean, but even if you need to kill the drone, you're taking that into account. If you take this operator into a stage and you forget to kill the drone, that's a skill issue. That's not an operator issue.
Yeah, like this is operating on the assumption that you are able to get value from the skill every single time, unfortunately. So, also if I remember, those drones are pretty easy to kill. So,
Well, they're super easy
Yeah,
to
it's
kill.
like-
They
it's-
have no tank stats.
it's not exactly like, oh yeah, you gotta break through a good chunk of things. It's like, I'm gonna be honest, like if Crew sneezes on the drone, it's gonna come down. on the sponsored drones, if I remember right.
It takes her like 8 hits to take out one sponsor drone, I believe.
But yeah, it's like they're prioritizing air, so it's like I want to say like if you're gonna try to work around this, like you're not gonna half-ass it, basically. So again, I love the concept. I really do like the concept. I just think the supply station and the low SP cost kind of break it for me. I would say, like, if you want to keep a supply station, you're gonna have to crank up that DP cost, that SP cost by a lot. But then you have balance issues that way. So it's like, me personally, I would have preferred if you just took out the supply station, and it would have been much easier to balance around. Because then, like, the only like really particularly hard one that you have to balance around would be the Mr. Boom, right? Like maybe you could have added in a different one, be like new sponsor thing, right? You could have added that in. I just think supply station is what breaks it for me.
I don't think it's a supply station that breaks it for me. It's just a fast skill cycle, right? Because let me put it this way: if Elysium's skill 2 is a 30 SP cost with like a 20-second duration, it's a 15-second duration, right? So that's a 45-second skill cycle, and it does a lot. It reveals invisible enemies, slows them, and gives minus 35% defense, right? Mm-hmm. While also recovering 20 DP, right? It does a lot, but because of that very slow skill cycle, it's not like you can abuse it, right? It's something you'll use twice, maybe 3 times a map if you get him out early enough. And so just like, and if it was something akin to Elysium's skill cycle, I would probably be okay with this, right? Because
yeah, it's too short for too much power. Right. Like, again, just having the supply station is what forks this for me the most. Like, this SP cost needs to go up, and if you're gonna keep a supply station, I think that SP cost needs to go up even a little more. Like Boop said, like it shouldn't be something that it's like very spammable. Like you shouldn't be able to constantly get value. Like, okay, let me get a Mr. Boom, let me get a net, let me use the boom, let me get another boom, let me just like keep doing this, right? It's like, because you could theoretically get back-to-back Mr. Booms, right? You just hold the skill. It's not auto activation. So you hold the Mr. Boom, you wait until you use it, and then if you already have a supply station and a net and a health pack, or like you don't have a health pack and a net, right? If you already have the other 3, then you're guaranteed another one. So you can kind of just keep that rolling. So
yeah,
I think it's the SP cost. It's the fact that you can hold it. Like, you use it, and then it's like, okay, well, you used it then. You activate the skill, well, you're guaranteed it again, right? So if you're able to, like, set that up, you can get a pretty disgusting stun going.
Yeah, and you can reduce the randomness too, right?
Yeah, it's not...
And, for the comment that just said, oh, it seems to be a nightmare in auto-deploys don't have RNG. It's only RNG if the frame drops.
Like, the RNG is actually, whatever, like, the rate of the RNG is, it's locked to whatever it was when it was recorded. So
yeah.
But yeah, it's a mix of SP cost and the portable supply. It's just like how easily done is. But I really do like the concept. I really do like this.
Oh, it's a great concept.
I just think the SP cost needs to go up. I just think the SP cost needs to go up. Anything you'd like to add, Mir?
Is the second 7 duration tied to the talent? I don't recall. For skill 2.
For skill 2, no. I believe the 7-second duration is kind of like a I'm gonna give benefit of the doubt here, and this is kind of like a way that you think of it as like a skill like cooldown before you can recharge skill points, so to speak.
Right,
I guess.
you have to wait out that 7 seconds before you use the skill again.
Yeah, but even then, that's still a really short turnaround, which is, again, still kind of my issue. It's just a really short turnaround.
That's right.
So, anything else you want to add? Because, I mean, S1 is like, okay, I'm not going to think S1 here. S1 is literally default back flag bearer skill. Like, you cannot take that from flag bearers. That is, like, literally half their identity. But yeah, the 2 is... Yeah, the 2's SP cost, I think, is too much for me. Any thoughts on the support things, Bear, before we move on to lore?
Nothing from me. No.
Okay. All right, we're gonna go on to lore. Boop, I'm gonna make you read lore, and Mir, I'm gonna make you do voice lines.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Sounds good. Alexander Benjamin, a young promising mogul from Colombia. That's not English. The head directors of Corvus Robotics that is making strides in drone own technologies. With his business sense and connections, he managed to get a seat into the KGCC, providing the Casimir's Major the drones that is used in their competition. Familiar with the infected situation in his home country of Colombia, he senses some opportunities on making a connection with a certain pharma company after the Blood Knight vs. Radiant Knight incident. Now that Margaret Neural is stationed at Casimir, he tries to use the fact that he can smooth over things when dealing with infected matters to the KGCC as a leverage to Rhodes Island. A fact that didn't went past them when he approached them with a business proposal. Hearing of losing neutrality, Rhodes Island promptly declined the offer, but the Doctor raised a counteroffer. He is to be a Rhodes Island operator, offering his expertise and connections in favor of being a liaison and first option for Rhodes Island when dealing with Colombia and Casimir's business matters. After a back-and-forth negotiation, with a very thorough contract and agreement, Rhodes Island and Corvus Robotics has agreed on becoming a business partners, and Alexander Benjamin is now serving as a temporary Vanguard operator with a certain degree of freedom, while not giving up his position in KGCC or his company. Oh, I'm not talking about the mogul. The mogul is fine. It's just that
The
when it
young
comes to-
promising part.
Yeah, it's the Alexander Benjamin, a young promising mogul from Colombia, period, right? Like, you're leaving us hanging because there's no action, there's no resolution to the sentence.
I mean, that's more English grammar, and English grammar is, like, stupid. Again, reminding that this is a global contest, I'm not really gonna think people on grammar stuff.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It just throws me off because I've learned how sentences and the English language work. I'm sorry.
But also low key though, like mogul is generally someone that's established in an industry. I
Yeah.
do get what you're trying to go for though, but a mogul is basically someone who only becomes a mogul when they've been around long enough. But again, I get what you're trying to go for. It's like, you know, they're young, they're promising, they're like a rising star basically. I get what you're going for though. So it doesn't really take away from the overall message. But like, okay. So he's basically a businessman that's like, alright, I can help you guys out here. Is what I'm seeing this at. Sponsorship? Hey yo, like that HG sponsorship? I mean, what? But I kinda like this.
This is nice.
Yeah,
I
I
like
don't mind the
this.
lore. It's like, yeah, I like this. I like this lore actually. It's like, you got like how he's leading into it, and then like the counters and like the whole like you word like he's a businessman and you worded the whole lore in like a businessy sense, right? And I'm like, hey, there we go. We got the connections.
This
Yeah.
Alexander Benjamin is professional.
So it's like, I see what you're trying to go for here, whether it's intentional or not intentional, but I see what you're trying to go for here. Here you go, Beer.
Alrighty, let's see. Okay, so for our onboarding line, thank you, Doctor. I know Rhodes Island and KGCC doesn't exactly have the best history, but I truly believe that this corporation will result in something truly wonderful in your fight against Aripathy. With that said, pleasure doing business with you, Doc. Alright, talk 2. There's a problem with my codename? Am I not already one with Rhodes Island? Just kidding. I understand how much you value your neutrality, so treat it just as a tongue-in-cheek joke between us, yeah? Deployment 1. Corvus Robotics at your service. In Battle 3. This one will cost extra. Mission failed. I'll prepare an escape route. I'll be expecting a reimbursement for this later, Doctor.
He's such a businessman, oh my god.
I love it.
He's such a businessman. We got reimbursements. We got like, bro, he is on the hustle right now.
He's on the grind, even in the middle of a gunfight.
They're like in the middle of a fight. He's like, hey, yo, I gotta make a sick profit from this. Everyone's looking. I'm like, what the hell, man? So it's like, bud. I like this. I really like the lore for this one.
This is fun.
This is fun.
This is a fun operator.
It's like fun lore, but it's also kind of like, it's like, damn, like, alright, like, this is pretty cutthroat in general. But like, yeah, I can see. It's like, I like this lore. I like this. Alright, let's go to points. We're speeding up, guys. We're speeding up. We got this handled-ish. Alright, anywho. I'll kick things off this time. I will kick things off. Words, English hard. Creativity integration. I think this is creative and integrates very well in Arknights. Like, I love this. Like, I love the creativity here with, like, the sponsor drones. So, like, on pure creativity integration, like, I have no problem giving this, like, a 2. Like, you have Flag Bearer, but you're also adding, like, you're mixing it up with what Flag Bearers do. Like, adding in that support. It's like, I love what you're doing here. I love what you're doing here. Balance. Alright, here's where things are gonna go a little more downhill for you. Skill 2. Yeah. It's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt a bit. Like, the SP cost is way too quick, especially with the portable supply station. Like, it's gonna compound a little bit here. Compound business. I'm gonna give it a 1.2. For the skill 2. I'm sorry. That skill 2 is, I'm taking chunks out for that skill 2. I'm sorry. I love it. I love the concept. But supply station and being on that quick cooldown is like, oh, sweet mother of God. Especially also with the Mr. Root, like, that is very, very, very yikes from a balanced POV. I love the idea. Just not the balance of it. Cohesion, how focused is it? I think this is very focused. Like, it's all based around, like, you have that little bit of shooting out flag enemies, but it's primarily bringing down the sponsor drones fast and being able to, like, keep that, like, process going. Right? Like, I can see the exact, like, vision that you're going for here. Like, you get extra, like, where you lack in, you get, like, RNG support in a sense, right? So, I will give cohesion, you know what? I don't mind giving cohesion a 2 here. I see exactly what you're going for here. Lore. How does the lore fit? He's a sponsor. He delivers sponsor drones. I think this is really good lore. Like, I will give the lore to, I really like what you're going for here. How does lore fit in AK Universe? I think that's also, like, honestly, I'm down to just give a full 6 to flavor. Like, I really love the flavor of this one. Give me a quick sec. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's like, I really like everything except the balance of skill 2. Like, I really like everything except the skill 2. The skill 2 just kills it so much for me. Like, with the way it was balanced. Like, I'm sorry, that skill 2, the balance of it just hurts. Because I'm like, oh, you were so close. You were so close with that skill 2. Alright, let's go mirror the boot.
Alright, so for creativity, I think this is very creative. I like the integration with the sponsor drones, like taking into account just the event mechanic, but putting that into an operator, I think that's very fun. I would give that one a 2. That's a fun concept. And then for balance, again with the skill 2, I mean skill 1, you know, it's pretty standard for flag bearers, and skill 2, concept is great. I like the RNG aspect, but with the duration, it's like, it feels too spammable. So for balance, I'm probably gonna have to give that one a 1. For cohesion, how focused these operators' skills and talents are with their I give that one a 2. It feels very focused. It fits well. All the names are also very on brand with sponsor. All right, integration. How well does the lore fit? I think the lore fits very well. Especially with the mentions of like KGCC. I think that's a nice touch. I'm gonna have to give one on a 2 for lore. How well does this character fit into the AK universe? It feels like they are just a part of it. Like, if you were to show me this character and like read the voice lines in the lore, I would believe it. I would believe that this is like an existing character.
Canvas
so I would
trick
give
us.
that one. You're gonna trick me. I'd give that one a 2.0. How involved is the OC in their lore? I mean, the operator name is Sponsor. They have sponsor drones. They're from Kazimirsh. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm gonna have to give that one a 2 as well. It's very nice.
Very high scoring so far. Just, again, it's just like you're so close there. You were so close. Flat 11 from me. Actually, I should put it 0.0. But carry on, Boop, while I fix this one.
So do you go to the lore summary for a moment, please? I
Sure
just need to
thing.
double check something.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. So I will give creativity and integration a 2. Everything's already been said for that. For the balance, I'll give it a 1. Because, again, skill 2 is just very abusable. And for those who are still confused, though, oh, but it's random. The way the skill is worded, you can get the other 3, and then use the supply station, activate the skill, and you'll get the supply station guaranteed. Right? And that's the issue that we have there is that, no, it's not like, oh, RNG, you get 3 supply stations in a row. It's, no, you can abuse it to permanently get supply stations only.
Basically,
Which
it's...
is where...
Oh, sorry. Carry on, Boop.
Right, and yeah, and you can do that with Mr. Boom as well. That's what we mean by it's abusable because of the fast skill cycle. Because you can reduce that RNG. For the cohesion, I'll give that a 2 as well. Again, everything's mostly been said for that. For flavor, for how well the lore fits, again, yeah, that fits perfectly. That's a 2. For how well the lore fits, that's also a 2. For the character focus, I'm going to give that a 1. Because if we look at the lore summary, we have a lot about what happened and not about the operator themselves. The only thing we really know about him is that he is a businessman, he is some type of CEO, he has a seat on the KGCC, and he has a business-like personality from his voice lines. We know nothing else. Which makes sense from a businessman perspective, but even like if we look at our IRL examples, even like every businessman has like an about me section, you know, and we don't have anything for that, which is why I think the character focus just isn't there.
And that's where you can see the difference in judge opinions of what things that we really like and things that we don't quite like. Except for the balance. We kind of all went like, yeah, no, that ain't it cheap. Still though, very well done, very well done. You would have gotten a very high score if it's just that skill 2 that killed you the most, I think. I think that skill 2 is what killed you the most. You were so close. So close. Alright, let me get these points logged as we were going to prepare for the next one. This is... Okay, that means I'm going to have to make some adjustments of score moving here. So 32.2, which puts you, I believe, firmly into 3rd place here.
Wait, are all of our top 3 Casimir's units?
I don't know, actually. I don't remember that clearly.
I know Big Eye is.
Is this
Big
like...
Eye was a arena fighter.
It's just... oops, all Casimir. Oops. Oops, all Casimir. Alright. Next up.
Wang Ming is not.
Okay.
Okay,
yeah.
So it's 2 out of 3, though.
Oops, lots of Casimir. Oops. Alright, let me clear out some scores, and then next will be Snipes' operator. Pronounced, I believe, Ocho. But I believe that's Cyrillic, if I'm not mistaken. I might be mistaken. I don't recognize written languages that well. There you go. 6-star Musha Guard. Gender is unknown. They go by it and its. Combat experience redacted, but for the sake of our thing, it's centuries. Race classified, previously Aegir. Place of birth is Sargon, but the faction, or place of birth is Iberia, but the faction is Sargon. Birthday of June 21st. Height of 1, oh, you tall. And then infected. Cool.
At first I thought this was a robot, and then I see the infection status, and I'm like, okay, now I'm interested. First you had my curiosity, now you have my attention.
Yeah, it tall. They tall. They very tall. Ooh, we got a little bit of an extra stats pick to show us exactly what happens with modules.
Ooh.
All right, Mir, you want, or I guess Boop's gonna take care of stats normally too. So Boop, you wanna hit us with
right,
stats?
Helliger, where are you at, buddy? Let's see, this is with trust and modules. So exact same HP as Helliger. More attack by about 20. Actually, is it by 26? No, this is just the same stats as Helliger, just in general. Like exact same. Because I don't have my trust pots. Not my trust pots, my pots. So that's why I thought it was 26 less for Helliger. But no, it's just the same stats.
So what are we looking at for stats then? Are we looking like roughly normal?
No, it's the exact same as Helliger's. It's literally on par.
Aegirian Helliger, let's go. That's fine though. That's fine though. All right, let's go. Talents potentials. Mir, take this one.
All right, talent 1, Birth and Death, gains up to 50% attack and 50% healing effectiveness. Tenacity, okay. Reaches maximum bonus when missing 70% max HP. Talent 2, Dance of Life, gain 40% graze. Restore SP. Hold up, my kind of froze. Restore SP after the skill duration for every attack grazed up to 8 graze. Incoming physical and arts damage has a corresponding chance to be reduced by 50%. Only the strongest effect of damage reduction applies. A graze trigger will take priority over Sanctuary if the DR is smaller. 14% from Quercus. SP bonus resets after the skill duration. And the potentials, aren't those the same as Helliger as well?
Yeah.
Pretty standard ones though.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, most pots are just standard in general, so it's being the same is fine.
So,
Alright.
graze looks like it's so if you gain 40% graze, that means Ocho has a 40% chance for the damage taken to be reduced by 50%, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Yes, and I like that there's an SP cap as well, so if they get attacked like 30 times, and all 30 times are grazed, they'll still only get 8 SP. So I like that cap.
Gate SP, damn it. Brrr. Actually, wait, you could combo this a lot. You could combo it a lot.
Oh yeah, I also like the talent 1 being just completely different. I think it's great. I'm interested to see how it plays out with the skills though, because if you look at all of the non-noir corn mushas, they're very dependent on their attack speed to be kept alive.
I was gonna say, isn't it like all the same goddamn thing? Just like Noom goes Noom, so you heal faster when you have lower HP. It's like, is it all the same damn thing? Alright, so we do have a module. I believe it's just the one module. The Boop, read this.
Let's see. A level 1, new trait gain 25% sanctuary when below 50% HP. Increased attributes are the module stats. Well, the level 3 talent is that they gain up to 60% attack and plus 75% healing effectiveness compared to 50% attack and 50% healing effectiveness without the level 3. and the maximum bonus is when reaching 50% max HP.
Okay. So, I want to say this is okay. I'm not seeing
think
anything
it's
that.
fine.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that really jumps
This
out
looks
to me
like a
as
solid
because-
module.
Yeah.
It's I would say it's fine, and I'm refraining from saying like it's good or balanced simply because
We don't know
Mushas
yet.
actually don't really attack that fast without their attack speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the healing effectiveness is what's saving the Musha here. So it really all just depends on the skills, right? Because
Mm-hmm.
even though Mushas have a lot of HP and decent defense, they can still die very easily.
Mm-hmm. Well then, speaking of skills, I suppose. Skill 1, Destreza Flesh. Flesh? I believe it's flesh, because I think it's like flechette, I believe, is what the angle here we're going for is. But, 0 additional SP, 6 SP cost, instant duration, auto activation, auto recovery. Next attack deals 250% attack as damage to the target. This attack inflicts ASPD minus 20 for 6 seconds and causes the target's next attack to graze. This does not stack. Okay, so you have a guaranteed graze. You can store 3 charges of this. Auto recovery, so you're basically guaranteed 3, so you can get up to... Oh wait, no, it doesn't stack though. So once they hit, so if you burn all 3 charges, but they don't attack in that span, you only get one. You only get one charge of graze. Interesting. Oh, Fleshe. Okay. Let me see. I might have missed it. Let me double check that. It is Fleshe. I did miss an E. That's on me. There is not an accent there, but it is Fleshe. I was reading it. I was like, that doesn't look right. I feel like it looks something else. There you go. There we go, Snipes. So I was like, I want to say this is Fleshe. Okay. Sorry, Seal 2, Destreza Riposte. At least I think it's pronounced Riposte. 6 initial SP, 12 SP cost, 8 second duration, manual activation, defensive recovery. Okay. Passive. Incoming range attacks have a 60% chance to be grazed. Active. +1 block gains an 80% chance to graze melee attacks. After grazing an attack, deal 2 extra attacks equal to 220% attack that prioritize different enemies within a certain range. Extra attack range is barred range, is not normal attacks. Graze attacks multiplicatively like dodge. Extra attacks trigger trait healing. Okay, so prioritizes different enemies. So like you're hitting, basically trying to spread more grenades. Okay. Skill 3, Destreza Dune Cleaver. 0 initial SP, 20 SP cost, 30 second duration, manual activation, offensive recovery. Expands attack range to the surrounding 8 tiles. Effective talent 1 increases to 3 times. Attack further increased by 50% of incoming healing. This one has an overload effect. Continually loses HP over time. HP cannot drop to 0 as a result of this effect. Loses 15% HP per second. Oh boy. Deals an extra attack equal to 80% attack as damage up to 3 enemies within range after defeating an enemy or grazing an attack. Skill can be manually activated. Kills from extra attacks to trigger extra attacks. Does not interrupt normal attacks. Extra attacks trigger trait healing.
There's a lot to take in. I'm still processing this.
I see a large emphasis on extra attacks. I feel like this operator would be good for like the Ling event.
This reads like someone did not like the Ling event. It's like, fuck this pottery.
Fuck this pottery in particular.
That's what it reads like sometimes. But looking at this though, HP drain intended to be based on current HP, like V is not max HP like Geeks. Yeah, it's saying 15% HP per second. It's not 15% max HP. So, yeah, I'll agree with you there. My vibe of this one looks like that this is more intended to, like, be able to hit more things for Musha, and you're not really, like, soloing a boss or anything with this one. That's the vibe that I get here.
Could you go back to modules for a moment, please?
Yeppers.
Modules plus 60%. Okay, so it's 180% attack and 225% healing effectiveness. And then, so 225% of 70, or it's plus That's what? 210. It's like 224 or something like that, so he gets another 110 attack, give or take, right?
Still it, but yes, it gets another that much attack, give or take.
Find the break, water warm, keep it calm, be afraid to rattle the cage.
I have a sheet for this. Why am I trying
Not
to...
a sheet for this. I'm looking at the numbers here, like,
From the
yes, like this extra attack is interesting. It's like, more often than not, you'll be getting the graze. It's a really short duration for the S2, so it's like you're not really getting that many grazes. You're only going to be blocking one, so it's kind of like you can get that extra attack against more ranged enemies, is how I'm seeing this.
It's like 2,700 attack or something like that, because I'm rounding up. For before the overload. And this is with like the max talent, by the way.
Yes.
And the overload makes it so that he targets
Still it.
3 enemies.
Yep, it targets 3 enemies. Again, reminder. Pronouns are still it and its. For Ocho.
I'm sorry, my bad.
But, again, the vibe that I'm getting here is that it shreds... Like, the skills, at least for skill 2 and 3, it's very much like a shred through... like, shred through incoming, like, one after another kind of deal. Right? That's kind of what I'm seeing here. Like, it's the wave shred versus, like, nuking down single targets. Although I guess it's 3 enemies within range, but if it's only 1 enemy in range, if I remember Arknights right, if it's only 1 enemy in range, but you have 3 bonus attacks, they'll all hit the same one. So you can theoretically ramp up your single target damage. So it's pretty flexible in that regard.
That's actually not how it works most of the time, or sometimes. Because if you look at, what's her name? Bybeak skill 1, even though it hits twice, if there's only 1 enemy, it only gets hit once. It does not take the second attack.
God, I was basing this off the sheep from So Long Adele, which I think the caster sheep would target 3, but all 3 of them would hit 1 person, if I remember right. Or at least that's how it felt like when I was doing it.
No, they just do a fuck ton of damage.
Damn, it really is just a fuck ton. Okay, never mind then. So if there's only 1, then it's gonna hit 1. Okay. I swear those sheep hit hard. I swear those sheep hit harder than they should have. But those wizard sheep hit hard. But anywho, so kills from extras attacks can trigger extra attacks. So you can theoretically get like infinite or quote unquote infinite extra hits.
I wouldn't say it's infinite because to get a grazed enemy. Oh, kills from extra attacks can trigger extra attacks.
Yeah,
okay,
that's what I mean by like you can theoretically have this keep going.
But you also have to remember the extra attacks trigger trait healing, which means that if it does happen, his attack is going to go down, so he will be doing less damage with every subsequent extra attack.
Its attack will still go down and will continue triggering extra attacks. Yep. Like the attack, yes, its attack will continue to go down.
And that is only for 15 seconds, which, hold on, let me do math. 10 plus 2. So it'll only affect 13 attacks because of how attack intervals work. Because this attack, it has 25 total attacks, and 12 of them are before the overload.
Alright, we do need to keep moving though, so let's get our overall vibes of this and then move along. We do need to keep moving here.
Yeah.
We do need to keep moving here. It's like I want to say the vibe feels fine to me. Like based on the numbers and based on like how it functions, I want to say this feels fine. What do you think, Mir? Do you think this feels okay or?
Feels fine.
I think this is very nice, actually, rather than, when I say very nice, I mean above fine. Like, I would love this to be in the game, I would love to play around with it. Because yes, it does do a lot of damage, and it's not, and it's great because I do feel like we need a little bit of a change when it comes to Mushas, and you have that give and take with the talent 1, where it's just like you can't just have them duel someone. You have to be careful because they can easily die even with the Graze, right? Because Graze does not stack with Sanctuary. And even though it's a 50% damage reduction, 50%, like, if you take res into account, or not res, if you take arts into account and how high the attack of enemies are in present day Arknights, like, this Musha can still die really easily.
Like, it's not that, like, you're still taking a good chunk. Like, a big number is still going to be big number. It'll be reduced big number, but still big number nonetheless.
Yeah.
Alright, moving on to lore summary then. Boop, take it away.
Take it away. Alright. Doctor, we have a new candidate, but they are strange. Calcit finishes scanning through the field report from the latest operation, stamping her approval, and flies it away. And strange individuals at Rhodes Island are much less uncommon than they used to be. Send them in. After a moment, the door swings open and she recognizes the Zayden from before it died, when it was an Iberian swordsman. And here I thought the ferocity of the southern demons would be to your liking. What brings you to
Ocho.
I forgot how Ocho. This one's time in the Hotlands has passed. This one returned to Ibu, but there was no Lord Amir, only chaos. This one follows the source. Calcit's jaws tighten, and she readies monster. If a fight broke out, he or she would. To leave nary a trace behind, this one is impressed. That person will use this one's talents, better than the fools bickering over the throne. Ocho is a Zayden currently under the command of Passenger, and by extension, in Calcit. As befitting its reputation within the Sargonian zeitgeist, Ocho is extremely experienced in fighting monstrosities and wild animals. While it does not hesitate to employ copious quantities of brute force, there remains a sharp and tactical understanding of swordsmanship and bodily efficiency. Every strike is made with calculated precision to carry maximum power between blows, creating a veritable tornado of offense, all the while paying little regard to counterattacks, as if dying from aggressing so recklessly is impossible. In the end, it erodes its foes in a similar manner to a sandstorm, grinding them down into dust. Bee-clad Ocho has allied itself with us, as appeals to rationality are fruitless in the face of a walking natural disaster.
Okay.
It's nice.
Basically, so because it's under the command of Passenger, like, that's how we had... It's like, alright, you're gonna help us out here. And Ocho's like, I
like how he just kind of just shows up and now he's there.
Now it's there, yes.
Okay, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, I feel like it just kind of shows up. Any thoughts on this, Mir?
I think it fits well. I like the like how it's not like too much backstory. It feels like a really good mix for Ocho.
Yeah, we got like some conversation in between, right? But it's not
I think
technically.
that's a nice touch.
Yeah, it's definitely a different way to go about the lore. Just trying to think, like, it's very robotic though. I would say for the lore, for like their personality. On the other hand, maybe they are like a cyborg. We don't know, right? So we'll kind of see. Who wants to take care of the voice lines? Mir, do you want to take this one, or?
Yeah, I can take it. Oh, I'm guessing the first one is just like
Yeah, you can just
The
read that one
action.
normally. Yeah, it's just an action.
Okay. It turns to look you in the eyes, gives you a slow nod, then returns to gazing through the doorway. Watching battle record. That swordsman has wasted energy. Allow this one to demonstrate. In battle 1, take a free hit. See how far it gets you. 4-star result. The sands sing. This ending was fated.
It's very confident in itself, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very confident. Which makes the lore story make more sense of like, yeah, they just kind of roll up. They're like, all right, bet. This is another 9-win moment.
Nah, they'd win.
This is another yeah, 9-win moment. I feel like we can have a little something more with the lore, at least for the lore summary. But I could definitely get the personality from the voice lines. All right, you want to go to points?
Yeah.
All right, let's go points. All right, Boop, start us off.
All right. So for the creativity and integration with Arknights, I like it a lot. I like the creativity because it's moving away from the attack speed of duelist form of Musha's, and it still somewhat has that duelist thing to it, but it's sort of like it has a wider depth to it. If I can use that word. I do have a little bit of a, what do you call it? A little bit of a funk with Graze, simply because it could be very strong. But I do think that it is currently balanced considering enemies in Arknight, so I'll give that a 2. For balance, I do think this operator is very powerful. I also do think it could be hit or miss. Again, because we can't do the practice, we can only do theory. But I do think the balance is very good. I don't think it's too powerful. I don't think it's too weak. I'll give it a 1.8. For cohesion, for how focused the skills and talents are, they all interact with each other in some way, shape, or form. So I'll give it a 2. For integration, for how well the lore fits into the abilities and skills, I'll give it a 2 because it has that, after reading the lore, it has that sense of, like, I can see where they were going with it, and it has that sense of stiffness, in a sense. For how well the lore fits into the AK universe, I'm not too well educated on the lore for this specific area, but it does feel a little bit more vague than, I suppose, what we should get. Like, it does feel like it's alluding to a lot of things and we don't have a lot of substance, so I'll give it a 1.3. For character focus, they're involved in their own lore, and it does make narrative sense. I don't really think I could dock any points for this, so I'll give it a 2.
Cool. So 11.1 here. All right, Mir, you're up.
Alright, so for Kit, I think it's creative. I like the concept of Graze. I think it's pretty well balanced. I'll get into that in a bit, but for the Kit, I think overall, for creativity and integration, I would give that one a 1.8. For balance, I think it fits. It fits really well. In terms of like rarity, I think the skills are also pretty balanced. Well, it balanced in the sense that like it's good, and you can use all of the skills based on like what situation you need them in. So I would give that one a 2. For cohesion, how focused is the operator's skills and talents, I would also give that one a 2. It feels very focused. The skills and the talents do mix well together. For integration, how well does the lore fit into their abilities and skills? I think their abilities and skills just fit well. I would give that one a 1.7.
Okay.
For lore, how well does this fit into the AK universe? I do see inspiration from both passengers like area. Is it Sargon, right? Yeah.
Yes, Sargon.
So like Sargon, and then I do remember a bit of these terms being mentioned somewhere in like Rec Algo, which is basically in Sargon as well. And I think its lore fits well. I would give that one a 2. And then for character focus, how well are they involved with the lore? I'm gonna have to give that one a 1.4. Like, I do like the dialogue in the lore. I think it's a very nice touch. But in terms of like the operator themselves or itself, it just feels like it's missing something. But I do like the integrations with like other operators. So I'll give that one a 1.5.
Just realized I had the score in the wrong position for mine and Boop. There we go. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. I haven't given my score yet. Why do I have a score there? Anywho. Alright, my turn. Kit creativity. Kit and creativity. It's a very new take. It's a new take on Lucius. I like the direction that you're going with, like both Grays and then and the overall direction you've taken this. And I think this would fit pretty well into Arknights. So I have no problem giving this like a 1.9 on creativity and integration. I really like where this is going. But it's, I don't know. It's like, you know when you're like, you're not sure what's not quite there, but you're like, I can't put my finger on it. That's what it feels like right now. Balance. Overall, I think they feel very balanced. Like, they feel strong, but balanced. Like, they shake things up, but they don't invalidate others. So I feel that it's pretty balanced. So I will give a 2 for balance here. How focused, I like how much everything varies around... I like how much everything varies around the Grays effect. I do like that. I do like all of that. I'm just trying to think. How well, I guess 2 and 1 might play together. I guess 2 will help you support 1. I think that might, again, this is a little bit more nitpicky, but I think that could have integrated just a little bit better together. So I'll still give a 1.8 for that. I do like it. I really do like it. Integration, how well does the lore fit in to the skills? I mean, it's someone who's very confident. They're not afraid to take hits, and like the Grays hit, like they're not afraid to take the hits and keep going. And it seems like they just get angrier if you take them. So it's like, I'm fine giving a 2 for the integration. Lore, how well does the lore fit in the AK universe? Lore here's like a 50-50 for me, where it's like, I like that there's a looting, there's a lot of like, you know, it's vague. I think it leaned a little too vague for my liking. Like, it's just a little bit too vague. I'm just like, they just show up, they're here, they're listening to passages. Like, okay, well, it's like, what, like, where, like, how does this all, like, mesh together overall, right? Like, a lot of it is just, like, it's very strong. Like, that's a lot of what the lore kind of covers. Like, it's very strong, and it knows it's very strong. That's what it feels like. It feels like I'm lacking a little bit of, I don't know, extra substance to it. I'll give lore a 1.5. Character folks, how focused are they in their own lore, and does it make sense? Again, they're there, but again, it feels like I'm lacking a little bit of substance, just overall. Like, I have a better idea of their personality in a fight, and like their overall confidence in itself. However, I'm just feel like I'm lacking a little more on it as like from an overall lore perspective in their own lore, right? So I'll give it like a 1.6 there. Again, I do like it. Turns out I'm the bad cop this time around, it seems like. So 6, 9.1, and a 10.9 puts us at 32.6. Still a good score here. All right, let me update this in 1 moment, please. It's a 32.6, which I believe that this does mean we have a new 3rd place position, I believe. Yes, we do. Like, am I blind or... Okay, we're good to go. Alright, Quacker, get ready, because you will be next. As I try not to drag things around too much and make things go borky McWonky. 1 second here. But yes, I believe this does give us a new third place. As there we are. If I made a mistake, just let me know. Anywho, next up would be Quacker. Sir Quacker, you are up next. Sir Quacker, you are up next as, let me go clear out these old scores. And drumroll. There we go. Alright, Mir, take us away.
Alright, we got, is it Aurelius? Sorry, I can't.
Aurelius, I believe.
Aurelius? Alrighty. We got a class defender, 6-star guardian, gender male, experience for combat is 40 years, birthplace of Gaul, faction Azazel, race is Liberi, birthday April 26, height is 73 centimeters, and infection status is confirmed.
I was like, if they're born in Gaul, they better have a lot of combat experience. Like, Gaul is long gone there, fam. Alright, any thoughts on this before we move on to the next one? Or to the next slide?
It's a bird defender. That means Zai already doesn't like it.
That's true. I can hear Zai on a warpath right now. Don't tell Zai!
Block 3.
Alright, stats. Take it away, Boop.
Alright, let's see. Oh, we have Saria and Lemishine to compare to this time. Let's see. So HP, slightly more HP than Saria, slightly less attack, and a lot less defense. We're talking 90 less defense. But this is... I'm going under the assumption that, Trust is included.
Mm-hmm.
Or in regards to Lemishine, less HP, a lot less attack, and yeah, a bunch less defense.
Mm-hmm.
So slightly underpowered compared to the two that we currently have.
Mm-hmm. Right, so slightly less is what I'm hearing then.
Yes.
Balance and pots time then. Talent 1, Paragon of Virtue. Healing allies, including allies with full HP, grants them inspiration equal to 20% of Aurelius' defense for 7 seconds with pot 4. 7 seconds with pot 4. Aurelius cannot gain this inspiration. Talent 2, Stone Practitioner. For 6 seconds after healing allies except self, Aurelius' attacks recover 20 HP for each enemy hit. Wonder how that's going to play in. Potentials look pretty standard to me. Nothing too crazy about potentials. Inspiration equal to 20%, so they get extra defense then, if I remember how inspiration works correctly. Okay.
Yes.
So healing
He'll
them
get
to get
20% of his defense.
Mhm.
Yes.
And then he'll recover 20 HP for each enemy hit after he heals an ally. So it's kind of like you want to try healing ally to heal self more. Okay. Okay, modules. Go for it, Boop.
I will say for talent 2, 20 HP isn't a lot, and with the 1.2 attack interval, that's just 100 HP.
Yeah.
Which does stack up over time, but it's not like very powerful. I would say it's weak actually.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, skills, or modules actually. He's got the when healing an ally below 50% HP, the healing amount is increased. He gets a decent amount of HP attack and defense from it. And the talent upgrade is that for 6 seconds after healing healing allies except self, he recovers 25 HP for every enemy hit. After damaging enemies, he increases the healing effect of skills on other allies by 20%. Each effect is independent from each other. So adding a second effect to the second talent, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes it a lot stronger, I would say, because if he's constantly in combat, his healing effect is just increased by 20%, which is insane. His second module, he gets a lot more HP and defense, so it's much more defensive, and it's the reduced damage taken by 15%. His talent 1 turns into healing allies, including allies with full HP, grants him inspiration equal to 5% of his HP and 30% of his defense. And for 7 seconds, he cannot gain this inspiration. Yeah, so he's just making them more tanky, which is very, very powerful. It really all depends on like what the skills do, because if the skill is like, oh yeah, this is like a Blemishine skill 1 where he's going to release all 3 of his charges in 3 hits, then it's just like, yeah, it's powerful, right? But if it's not like a Saria skill 1 where it's just like it's very conditional, then it might not be that powerful.
Alrighty. Oh boy, that's a long skill.
Ooh.
Oh, that's a paragraph and a half.
Who wants the paragraph and a half? Your reward is not having you.
Paragraph and a half.
Go for it, Mir.
I'll take the pair.
Oh,
Great.
Oh, are we splitting it?
you can if you want, I guess.
I'll take skill 3 if you take the first 2.
Alrighty. Alright, skill 1, Praetorian Guard. Manual activation, 4 SP cost, auto recovery, and 4 initial SP. Stores up to 3 charges. The next attack instead restores HP equal to 150% of Aurelius's attack and grants a shield to a nearby ally not affected by shields in the surrounding 8 tiles excluding self. Skill 2, Virtuous Warrior. Manual activation, 18 SP cost, auto recovery, 10 initial SP, and 8 second duration. Cast an aura phalanx caster range around Aurelius that restores HP to allies in it by 40% of Aurelius's attack every second. Aurelius has extended range, spread shooter sniper range, and his attacks deal additional arts damage equal to 20% attack for every ally affected by talent 1 and extends skill duration by 1 second up to an additional 10.
Skill 3, Seraphic Trailblazer. Its manual activation with a 50 cost, its auto recovery with a 35 initial SP and a 6 second duration. Flies up to become untargetable but unable to attack or block. He appears in the deployment list and can be relocated for no cost but retains the same direction initially deployed. Relocating range is an infinite straight line down the direction and deployed, starting from the tile occupied. Relocating causes Aurelius to descend with different effects based on how many tiles he moved. Descending removes all negative effects and buffs but retains HP from previous position and does not gain initial SP again. Automatically descends back onto the occupied tile if the skill ends. If he moves 0 to 3 tiles, he deals 250% of his attack as arts damage to enemies and restores HP to other allies equal to 150% of his attack in a 3x3 tile range around him, and he gains 25 skill points. If he moves more than 4 tiles, he becomes blazed for 30 seconds, gaining 70% attack, 50% defense, and extending his attack range to Reaper Guard. Descends to his original tile and then charges to the relocation tile, passing through or by adjacent enemies, dealing 250% of his attack as arts damage to them. Passing through or by adjacent allies, restoring their HP to 150% of Aurelius's attack. Apply Purifying Flames to those enemies and allies for 30 seconds. Purifying Flames. Deal 25% of attack as arts damage to enemies every second and restore HP to ally is equal to 20% of Aurelius's attack every second. While blazed, Aurelius's attack hit 2 more enemies and additionally deal 25% of his attack as arts damage.
And it's going to be
That's
a lot
of
breakdown.
things.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm going to start with skill 1. Granting a shield on a 4-second cooldown is very powerful.
Yeah. That's
crazy.
Also, I'd like to add, it's a shield to a nearby ally not affected by shields.
That's still insane, though.
No, I'm saying nearby
Right.
I'm saying the fact that it's ally and not operator means that... Doesn't that mean you could theoretically throw, like, a shield on fucking monster or something?
Oh
Yeah,
my
monster and
goodness, that'd be
summons.
crazy.
Because it's ally, not operator.
Yeah.
Operator
That's so
is
insane.
deployable. I'm like, that is yikes. Especially, again, on a 4-second cooldown. That is... Yeah, I'm sorry, you... nearby actually, hold on. Is Monster affected by Perfumer Talent? I actually don't know because I haven't tried
He
it.
is. He is.
He is? Okay, because if it's
Yes.
allied to that, then it does affect it. Like, that is a very quick shield, because if it's allies, I remember it's like summons and everything. So yeah, if Monster's affected by Perfumer heals, like Perfumer Global Talent, then I'm operating under the assumption that this ally works the same way. So...
Okay.
charges.
If there was no charges, and the SP cost was increased by like 4 to 6, I'd be okay with it.
That's fair.
Yeah, Quacker, that is correct that you can't normally target them. However, because you use the wording of ally, in Arknights, when ally gets that, they're implicitly
Okay.
enmity and can't get shielded.
Okay, let me put it this way. Warframe S2 can affect Monster even though she can't heal him. So I would assume it's like that, where the shield will affect Monster, he just won't get the healing.
That brings me to the point of Tharia's wording says nearby ally as well. However, Saria does not heal Monster. Last I
guess
know
that's
of.
fair.
So,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and say that based on this being a Guardian Defender, and I'm operating off the assumption, I'll give benefit of the doubt here that you're operating off the assumption that it is Guardian Defender, and with the wording of Saria, then you get a pass that it only affects operators. I will give you a pass. I will give you a pass there then. I'll give you a pass
I'll
then,
give that a
based on
pass
it
as
being
well,
a Guardian
because-
Defender.
Because it's also the same with Neural and Gummy, I believe.
I'm gonna chalk that up to more older Arknights being a little less defined and being a little more loose with wording.
Yeah, they are day one operators after all. What does Hung say? Yeah, Hung
But-
says allied unit.
But if I remember right, like, just with how ally units usually work, at least in current day Arknights, like, that's the weird... Again, I'll let this one slide in terms of, like, just Arknights being wonky, because, again, I'm just looking at Perfumer Cells. This is all allies as well. So it's... I'll let this slide, based on it being Guardian Defender, and that's how other Guardian Defenders are worded. Like, I'll let that pass to being operators. The problem is still that it is a shield on 4 seconds. It may not be able to shield Monster, but that is still a shield every 4 seconds. Or 3 charges of shield if the shield in front gets broken, you do the heals and yada yada yada. But it's a pretty quick cooldown to grant shield, though, I will say. Yeah, like I said, it's just, like I said, Scott, it's just the wording is wonky. Like, the inherent enmity, like, that part just gets wonky, I would say. It's just like the whole, like, allies part. We're gonna say no, Astrid. It will only work on, it'll work based on, or no, it will work on non-healable operators, but I don't think it'll work on, it won't work on summons, is what I'm going to operate off of. Again, I'm just chalking this up to weird Arknights wording, like early Arknights, concurrent Arknights, because again, ally means something very differently, like as like a general term in Arknights now versus what it did back then. Like, it gets a little wonky.
The way I understand it is if they don't get the heal, then they don't get the shield. So Monster can never be shielded. The shield still being on a 4-second cooldown is still insane.
Then by that logic, then Mushas also don't get affected by this. Alright, we'll operate off that assumption then. But if Mudrock has a shield, then it won't affect Mudrock, because if she has a shield, she won't get an extra stack on it, on her shield. But if she doesn't have a shield, then she will get a shield from Aurelius. However, like Flamey said, that shield will not heal her, because it's an external shield, not an internal shield that she provided. Anyhow, S1 aside, we gotta keep moving here. S2, so S2 is basically extra heals, and he deals extra damage. So I want to say that's not a whole lot of damage, which, I mean, makes sense. Like, you're basically just doing heals. There's just, like, a little bit of extra damage tacked onto it. Phalanx, is that... Sorry? No, that's a little bigger than Sorry. Wait, no. Phalanx caster is smaller than Sorry S2.
Oh yeah, Phalanx caster range is less than Zarya.
Yes,
S2.
that's the Zarya
It's the same as Blemishine S2 range, and for comparison, she's only 20% of her attack, but she gets plus 110%. So she does heal more either way.
If it's Blem S2, also she knocks people out and starts beating the crap out of them if they're on the same tile. So there is that extra little bit.
Though, I will say this can go up to 18 seconds, and that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since it's auto recovery. 18-second cost for an 18-second cooldown, 18-second duration, like that's insane.
Yeah, that's a lot of heals. Like the extra damage here is just kind of like, it's like the extra thing on it, but it's just like that's kind of bigly heal right there.
Like there's a lot of healing. 40%. I forgot to note down his attack. What's his attack?
520.
520, and so it's just like 40% of that is what, 200. So he's doing he's healing for 3600 essentially over 18 seconds, which is 200 HP a second, which is insane.
Mm-hmm. I got that's pretty big heal. It is good heals. It's extendable. Hold on, 200 heal per second.
Is it 200 per second? I feel like, yeah,
40%. Yeah, 200 per second. Does extra damage. I think it's more the short cooldown.
Oh yeah, you also have to remember that the healing is boosted by his talent, so he's healing even more than that. And he's giving everyone extra defense because of his talent.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's so powerful.
Yeah, sorry to S3 levels, but on an 18 SP cost is yeah, that's a bit of a lot in my opinion. It's a bit of a lot. Like granted, sorry S3 heals are pretty significant, but you know, she's got like 60 something. She's got like what, 60? It's either 50 or 60. I don't remember that. I don't remember off the top of my head. I really should, but
if this was defensive recovery, I would be okay with this.
defense or just raise the cost up a bit. Like, I'm fine with this being on a shorter cooldown versus Sarya's. I'm fine with this being on a shorter cooldown, but not this short. Not this short, I would say. Alright, S3 is the fun one. Alright, let's break down this S3. So it's a relocation, from what I'm understanding.
So basically Monster Hunter
Wirebug.
Yeah.
Retains HP, okay, and does not grant initial SP again, so it's like you just shift them, whatever you have is there, but you can get your negative status effect removed. So if you move 3 tiles, relocating range is infinite straight line down. So if you move 3 tiles either front or back, depending on wherever you are, it's damage, and then you do heals in a 3x3 tile around him. Now, I'm going to chalk this up as it's after he lands. I will chalk this up to after he lands for the 3x3 around him. And not when he takes off.
That's the case.
Because you have to move the 3 tiles, activate it, and then it happens. I'm chalking that up to when he lands. 4+ tiles, so the blazed effect. So extra range, extra attack, extra lot of things. So you move him 4 tiles, then he descends to the original tile, then charges to the relocation tile. So he runs through things, does a lot of damage to them, and then heals allies or adjacent allies that he passes through or by. And then applies Purified Flames. So Purified Flames is... That's a lot of heals. That's a decent... That's a 30-second tick. That's a lot. 30 seconds? Wait.
Oh, yeah.
30 seconds, 25% arts? That's a big amount of damage. And heals, like, that's a good bit of...
And he gets 70% attack. Like 70%.
Yeah, and then when Blaze, it hits 2 more enemies, additionally deals that as a... On that short of a cool... That's a short cooldown. It's a 6-second duration, though.
It's 200 arts damage per second for 30 seconds, so it's 6,000 arts damage, which is a decent chunk, but I wouldn't say it's overpowered. It's just because it's a bleed. It's just a really strong bleed. Plus, it's affected by resistance, right? So I'm okay with the 25% for 30 seconds. It's the restoring HP equal to 20% of his attack, because he's got what? He has like 900 attack. 20% of that is 180. 180 over 30 seconds. And that's to multiple allies, which is a lot. And granted, it's on a 50-second cooldown. 24 of those seconds is still happening while he's charging back up.
Yeah, like, basically the skill lingers for a pretty long time. Like, basically, the skill, like, he really only has technically, I want to say 20 seconds of skill true downtime. Because, like, yes, he has the extra attack for only 6 seconds, like, after he lands and everything. But the skill effect lasts 30 seconds. And that effect is continuing while he regains SP. So you really only have 20 seconds where the skill is, quote-unquote, actually not active. And that's my bigger concern.
Then there's also and you also have to remember that he's giving them HP and defense too because of talent 1.
Yeah, like, we have... What is with this contest and getting hit with Bigly Heal?
What's talent 2 again for the module? I forgot. It's after the module. It's on the module
Here you
page. For 6 seconds after
Inspiration.
increase the healing effects of skills on other allies by 20%. So yeah, they're getting even more healing because of the talent. Oh my god.
We really just got hit with Bigly Heals and Biglier Heals, huh?
Hold on, let me do the math on this. It's 180 HP per second for 30 seconds. That's what? 5,400 HP? That's like 3 health bars for some ranged characters.
We have Bigly Heals.
And then increase that by 20% because of the talent.
Chat, did I accidentally make this contest Bigly Heal theme? Did I do that by accident, chat? Did I do that by accident? Did I mention that theme by accident? Alright, let's move on to lore, though. Because I think we need to keep moving here.
Yeah.
Okay, so a little interesting breakdown of lore summary. So profile, before he held any official title in Gaul, he was at birth a commoner. This changed when he was an aristocrat who had close relations with his father, who adopted him and cultivated his skills as scholar warrior. With both his skills and connections, he was often positioned in the Emperor's personal military force, and through proof of loyalty, became his captain. Towards the fall of Gaul, he was wounded and infected in battle against a horde of northern barbarians wielding Originian weaponry, and thus, while tending to his wounds, he was not present during Gaul's fall. Aurelius now collaborated with Rhodes Island as part of Azazel to receive their medical assistance for his Originian infection while offering his service as a warrior tactician. 40 years of experience, Gaul. How long was it since Gaul fell? I guess we don't technically have a timeline for that, but I feel like that sounded like it was a while ago. Arknights OC, as the defected person, he could not return to Gaul with his bed after his last battle and faded into obscurity. Struggling with his wounds and infection, he sought medical assistance from many different places. The more places he visited, the more he understood the unjust treatment of the infected. Through rumors from various places, he heard of a clinic dedicated to the infected and set off to search for it. His search ironically led him to one of Gaul's fellow Ursus to discover Azazel, run by an individual who introduced him to Hellinger. Both men initially drew their swords as an instinct made from their factions, but despite their previous affiliation, they set aside the differences for the betterment of Azazel and themselves, and after certain events at Chernobog, he had his first meeting with Rhodes Island. By Hellinger's decision as Azazel's current leader, Azazel works in tandem with Rhodes Island to help protect the people of Azazel and provide their services to Rhodes Island for mutual benefit. Okay, so he basically joined Rhodes by virtue of being a part of Azazel. Okay.
I actually like that a lot because when you think about it, Azazel was an organization, right? But the only person we've seen from it is Hellinger. Of course, there are going to be other people, and I like how this is just like a background character we'll never talk to in the story, but he's there, you know? I really like that.
Like Nas, it's like no. Actually, Azazel was a one man show by Helliger. He's just like Iron Manning this. Like, no, I got this, fam. He just pretends to be like 15 people, like normal things. Normal things, right? Totally normal things.
Totally normal.
Oh my god, this really is Helliger. The part of it really is Helliger. I'll be damned. Alright. Voice lines. Who wants to handle voice lines here?
Alright, Wookie, you're up.
Damn it. Alright, I was hoping one of you would be like, me.
No, I'll handle.
Oh, hell yeah. Get in there,
Hey,
Poop.
yo.
Hey, yo.
Alright. Interesting for you to assign me to a position like this. Perhaps you are aware of my educational background, or it is pure coincidence. Nevertheless, I shall use all of my skills to assist you in your endeavors, Doctor. What is it like to be reminded of a cruel past you know nothing of? Quite a specific question, and one I cannot answer for you. Your situation is beyond what I can relate to. Regardless, I would suggest to earnestly learn the past so that it can be used to build a bridge to the future. It is better living in certainty that you have made a mistake than to live in fear of what you might have done. Greetings, Doctor of Rhodes Island. I am Aurelius of Azazel. A codename? Ah, my own name has been forgotten by history, so therefore I will use it a mark as a new beginning. I hope to provide assistance to your just cause in return for further medical care for my infection. I am but a soldier to you, Doctor. Command me as you will. A familiar role I've been placed in. Very well. I shall show you that my skills as a captain have not completely deteriorated.
Nice, nice. Any thoughts on this?
It's nice. He's got a personality. He has that vagueness to him without being too vague, because you can feel that he's got a story to him, and it has that natural feeling of, oh yeah, I've just met this guy. He's got a story to him, and I'll learn it eventually.
Yeah, he also has like the similar air to like Helliger. He gives off that like aged vibe. That's not the right word that I would like use, but that's the best one I could come up with.
He got
right
that
now.
old man energy. Let's go.
Experience.
He got the old man energy. Let's go.
Orange and wine.
Old man energy. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna check one very quick thing. Sal, he has old man energy. Sal, he has old man energy. Come look. He better be drawn as an old man at some point by someone. I mean, what? me throwing my bottle into the bus immediately and running away.
Nice.
All right, we're
Shaded
gonna
and old.
now. This character has old man energy. We have Helliger. We have Helliger. All right, anywho,
So
we're gonna
good. We made a second one.
Yes, Helliger too. If Helliger's so good, why isn't there a second one? Oh shit, there's a second one now. All right, ready to hit scores?
Yeah.
Cool. Who wants to start off this time?
I'll go first. Let's see. For creativity and integration, I like it a lot. I do think it is creative because it has that air of, yes, I'm a healing defender, but I'm completely different from all the other healing defenders. But I also do think that with the way the skill 3 works and with the way the skill 2 works, that there is a little bit of funkiness going on how it might be coded or how it might just work in general, right? Because for first impressions, when I heard ascend and descend, I'm like, how is this going to work? Does he just like go through high tiles and break them apart? Does he just ignore them? Like, it was a little bit confusing, and I'm interested to see how that interaction would work. So I'll give it a 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
For the balance, you're gonna get knocked off a lot for this because it's very interesting to say the least. I think skill 2 is okay, but the skill cycle is too much. Same for skill 1. I think skill 1 is okay, it's just that the skill cycle is too fast. And skill 3, I do think skill 3 is interesting, it's just that, again, the skill cycle is very, very fast comparatively. Because if you are to compare it to Saria and Blemishine has the debuff of defensive recovery, even though she can heal like 25k total HP. And even then, she's not going to constantly heal that because she has to be attacking, right? And for Saria, she's got this huge cooldown of like 70 seconds, and it's a 30-second duration. It's a long skill cycle. They're not abusable skills, while this one feels like you could use it, you could mistime it, and you could be saved because of how long the skill lasts off while still gaining SP, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'll give balance probably like a 0.5. Because I do feel like the balance has... Yeah, I really do feel like numbers were thrown down without calculating them. For the cohesion, for how focused are the skills and talents, I think they're very focused. I think they work well with one another. I just think the balance got out of hand, right? I would say the cohesion is a 1.8. I do think that they do work well together, but a little bit of tweaking here and there would make it perfect.
Mm-hmm.
For how well the lore fits into the abilities or skills, we didn't really get anything for that. It's just there's a little bit of disjoint in between that. Like, yeah, he's part of the Azazel clinic, but that doesn't mean he's automatically, well, a healer of some type. I can see sort of like him being a captain, you know, he's at the vanguard, he should also have like the most armor, which could explain why he's a defender, but I don't see how that explains why he can heal so much, right? So I'll give that a 1.6.
Mm-hmm.
For lore, how well the lore fits into the universe, I think it fits fine.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think, again, it could be tweaked a little bit, so I'll give it a 1.8. For a character focus, for how involved all they are in their own lore and doesn't make narrative sense, it does make narrative sense, but a little bit of a small issue I have with it is that the last quarter of it was all Helliger. It wasn't that he joined Rhodes Island because of... When I say he, I mean Aurelius. It's not Aurelius joined Rhodes Island because of Aurelius, it's Aurelius joined Rhodes Island because he's just associated with Helliger.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's not focused on Aurelius, right? He's just there, essentially, right? So I'll give that a 1.8.
1.8. Okay. Comes out to I believe that's a 9.0 overall. So despite us whacking balance, he still did a pretty good job. Like, you cooked the lore, like, the lore was pretty well cooked. At least to Boop. Again, you've suffered from a case of the bigly heals. As such, we've had to dock points accordingly for putting too many bigly heals. Alright, Mir, would you like to go next, or do you want me to go next? I'm cool with either.
I can go next.
Cool, go for it.
Alright, so for kit, I think the kit overall is pretty creative. I like the here's the thing. I like the scaling, or not the scaling, but just like can I see the skills again?
Yeah, sure thing.
Alright.
There we go. Sound effects not included.
Like, I do like the concepts. I think it's very creative, especially with like the deployed, relocated in a different spot. I think that's a very interesting concept to touch on. So I'm gonna give creativity a 2. For balance, this was already mentioned, but I'm gonna have to give that one a 0.8.
Mhm.
just due to just the scaling. I think if that were to just be like tweaked a little bit, I think it would be fine overall. For cohesion, I think overall the kit is pretty cohesive. The ranges for me, I don't know. There's just something off about them, but I'll give that one a 1.8 for cohesion.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. For integration, how well does lore fit? I think the lore fits pretty well. They are, what is it again? The
Sorry, one more time?
lore.
Lore. Yes, so we have integration with how the lore fits the abilities and skills, the lore, how does the lore fit the AK
I meant
universe.
the lore slide. My bad.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? The lore? Here you go.
All right. So, do serves as a medical assistant. Yeah, it makes sense. Considering they are a guardian defender, I'm gonna have to. I'll give that one a I'll give that one a 1.9 for lore.
Integration, okay.
Huh?
For integration.
Yeah, integration.
Okay, cool.
And then for lore, I'll give that one a 2 because with Azazel, right, we don't have that many operators. Well, there's only Helliger, so I think it's very confident to do a faction that doesn't have that much information, nor does it really have like an actual event aside from like other factions mentioning Azazel.
And golf for that
I don't
matter.
remember an exact example, but I'll give that one a. Oh wait, I already said 2. Okay. Character focus. How well are they involved in their own lore? I'll give that one a 1.8. It was mentioned before, but like the last half or like the last parts of the lore, it mentions more on Helliger rather than Aurelius himself. It makes sense, but it's not like to the individual.
Got it. Alrighty, I'll take a crack at this. Creativity integration. I like the creative vision. I have again, I'm kind of with Boop on a little bit of questions on the integration of the like how many tiles being moved having different effects. Like I think that could get a little wonky. I'm less concerned about the dash through. The dash through, I can see that work. The dash through I actually don't have a problem with. It's more like the how far they move affecting things that I could see like could get a little wonky. I don't think Arknights really has anything too much as like a redeploy from original tile kind of deal. I don't think Arknights really has anything that regards to that. The dash through, actually I think could get implemented pretty well because via meta has a kind of like wave effect thing going. So I can kind of see that being implemented easier. It's the movement part. I do like the creativity though, so I'll give you a 1.7 on that. Balance, I'm gonna bonk you on balance because apparently you suffered from a case of the bigly heels.
Look, Bigly Heal makes me feel safe.
But it's bigly heel. However,
But
it's funnily it's not bigly heel in terms of like, oh, the numbers are so big. It's more, it's bigly heal because of how quickly the bigly heal comes back between the S1 and the S2 and the S3. Just like, that is way too much bigly heal. I'll give you like a 0.6 on balance. It's too much bigly heal. Too much bigly heal responds with small E balance point. Let's see, cohesion. I actually don't mind the cohesion. I see what you're going for. Like overall heals, like granting shields, like kind of keep them in combat kind of healer. So I can give you the cohesion points. Minus, again, the only part that kind of confuses me a little bit is just like you went really quick to doing to doing way more damage at the end there. Like it's like generally I see either like a more Saria style like support buffer healing, and then you have like a blem like heal healer, so to speak, right? This is kind of like that weird like in between line. Like you shadowed that line a little bit. It's not as muddled, but it's like I would like to see a little more definition. Like it's like 1 and 2 seem more like you're leaning more towards like that kind of Saria-esque guardian, and then you lead like a little part of the end, and then for 3 are like, you kind of just like split the threads a bit, so to speak. I'll still give you a 1.6 for it though, because I see the overall vision. I think it's like it got a little bit muddled at the end for like which flavor of Guardian Healer you wanted to go for, based on current Arknights. Again, not saying that it's a bad thing they kind of did that, but it's like it's a bit like right now in Arknights, it's just a pretty defined line, I would say. Integration, how well does the lore fit? I'm a little more confused on the like I guess like Azazel taught him medic part, but it kind of doesn't explain why it's Bigly Heal. Like, I'm gonna be honest, Bigly Heal I associate with like medics who do a little more medicing instead of like he was a frontline warrior and then just went medic mode. So that part confused me a little bit. So I'll give you 1.5 on that. Overall lore, I can see the lore fitting in Arknights. I mean, you got profile, you got the Arknight files. Like this fits in. You got Gaul. Again, Gaul's obscure enough. Where I'm like, yeah, I'll let the 40 years slide. Like, I don't have enough information on Gaul, so I'll give like a 1.8 for lore overall. As for character focus, the Archive file does go a good bit into specifically Azazel and Helliger, but less about Aurelius' own motivations. So I'll give you a 1.5 on yeah, I'll give you like a 1.5 on that one there, which means I think this means I'm the bad cop for this one. I am in fact the bad cop for this one.
How dare you?
I know,
I
right?
thought we agreed that I'd be the bad cop.
We're all taking turns being the bad cop is what I'm seeing.
Mom
Alright.
said it was my turn to be bad cop, though.
Mira's the good cop here. Alright, so that comes out to a total of 28. But yeah, you got dinged pretty hard on balance there. I'm sorry. Bigly heals hurt too much. Alright, so let me get these scores logged in. And then once I get the score logged in, we're going to take a quick break. Like a quick 5-minute break, because we are 5 minutes. We are halfway. This is our halfway point for operator. We should be able to speed it up a little bit by the end of it. So, Aurelian 28.0, which means you are going to get slotted in right behind Venganza. Yes. Do a little bit of scoochy roos here. And all right, here we are. All right, here's the leaderboard. Let me clear some scores. Let me clear these scores, and then we will take a quick like 5-minute break here. Get up, stretch, you know, grab some snacks or some water or whatever you need to do. Let me poof this out. Let me get this set up. Judges, feel free to just like pop out right now. We're gonna take a quick break here, and but yeah, put up a 5-minute timer. It's probably gonna scare the crap out of me again. But you know what else is new at this point? What else is new at this point? So 5-minute timer is up. Please again stretch, take a break. We'll be back in 5.
You sunrise, but stand up, no going back. Stand up. Every day I try finding the light of your star. Every time with the season, I change and I'm turning. Every night has a reason. I promise you sunrise, but stand up, no going back. Every day I try finding the light of your star. Every time with the season, I change and I'm turning. Every night has a reason. I promise you sunrise, but stand up, no going back.
Alright, stop that just in time before I scare the crap out of myself. Anyhow, let me turn down my music again, just bump that up a little bit for the purpose of break time. But anywho, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Amberisk, are you trying to scare me? Amberisk. Okay, anywho, next up though...
Amberisk was right. The alarm is the best part. Come on.
Oi. Oi,
You should
oi.
resume it. Trust.
No! Why would I do that? Why would I do that? But it is time.
Do it for chat.
No! I'm gonna scare myself. No! Chat, I love you guys, but not to scare myself with the alarm every single time. But there is another 5-minute break to hear the alarm. Denied. Alright. It's now Skami's turn. This should be interesting. Should be interesting. Another flag bearer. Okay. So, here we have Operator Astragal. He is a 6-star standard bearer from an Aegirian 6-star standard bearer from Aegir, but the faction is Iberia. Infection status? They are not infected.
I can't wait to see the bigly heels.
This is the preface, the first chat makes an OC thing that I'm not sure who is here for. I swear to God, if there's a Ladidium cannon involved in here somewhere, this entire chat is going to feel my wrath. Anyhow, carry on, Boop.
No, let's see. Do stats really matter for standard?
Probably not,
bearers?
but I want to say that attack is a little higher off the
660?
top of my head.
I don't think so.
Let me double check.
Isn't it
Psylocke,
like 500? 5 something?
Psylocke's about 580 if I'm reading this correctly.
Yeah.
I actually have Arknights closed because of Arknights.
It is 586, yes. Plus 25 from pot, so around 610. So it's only like plus 50, really. With I mean, you also have to remember that Psylocke is plus 40 attack, plus 40 defense. The defense is actually quite a bit higher, and so is the HP than Psylocke. So overall, the stats are just slightly higher
Okay.
in general.
We'll see how it works with everything else though. Outlets and pots. Ooh. I'll take this one too. Mir, I'm gonna dump you onto voice lines for this one if you don't mind. Voice lines or skills if you want. Talent 1, Little Handy Mark 2. This unit deploys with a drone on its tile. When an enemy is in the surrounding tiles of the drone, it attaches to them and deals arts damage equal to 20%, 22% at pop 5 of Astragal's attack every 0.5 seconds. Talent 2, Symbiotic Mechanization. While this unit is... I just did that twice. I did do that twice. You guys saw nothing. Everything is fine. Nothing happened. While this unit is deployed, reduce the DP cost and redeployment time of all non-operators and robots by 25%, 30% at pot 3. Oh, that's an interesting one. Potentials look pretty standard to me. Yeah, potentials look pretty normal for me. Yeah.
I will say, for talent 2, I hope it's multiplicative with Kiave's talent. Otherwise, that's a robot that has only a 5% of its redeployment time, or something like that, which is kind of funny. But going to talent 1, my first impression is that it's like Psylocke Banner, where it returns after killing the enemy. Or, if it's not like Psylocke Banner, it just stays on the tile where it kills the enemy.
That's what I'm seeing.
And then when an enemy enters its range, it attaches to that one. And so it's just like halfway across the map from Astragal.
It's just an angry little... Yeah, from what I'm reading here, it's specifically saying surrounding tiles of the drone. So my assumption then is that the drone just kind of is independent and just goes around like nobbing on people.
Yeah, it does not say it returns, so I will assume it does not return.
Just kind of like...
Interesting.
The drone just kind of scuttles around nobbing on people. Like, I kind of like that. It's like... I guess my bigger question is like... This is kind of a... I will support by killing things, which I'm kind of okay with, I guess. Because you do have a support skill with the talent too, at the end of the day. It's like, I want to see if there's any, like, drone buffs, or there's any, or the skills play into this, I guess. That's kind of like the make or break for me. Like, does it work around this, or is it a little more just like, it's there, I guess? That's my question. But I'm just imagining just an angry little drone, like, latched onto someone's head like a Metroid, just, like, angrily, like, I don't know, biting them or something. And they're just like,
now I
get
can't
off.
get that out of my head. This is gonna live in my head rent free now.
The drone just like a little angry Metroid, just like knobbing on. They're like, get it off. I don't want this thing on my head anymore. I was just like, like nibbling on them. 20%, 122 arcs every half a second. 660, so it'd be 660 times... What is that? 660 times 0.22? If it's 660 times 0.2, again, rough number. 660 times 0.22. It's coming out to 145.2 for me?
Which is 290 a second, which is pretty... I need to look at Ling S3 for a second, because Ling S3 is also every half a second, and I want to see how that measures up.
I will say it's probably rare that the drone somehow ends up at, like, the enemy spawn, because it's, it spawns on your tile, and the operator does have to still be active. So it's like, it'd be a very, very, very specific setup if,
20%
like, if the
per
drone is able
attack.
to, like, hug on to someone the entire way. Hey, Scobby, quick question. Was the drone slightly inspired by the bug in Lethal Company? Not the Yippee bug, the one that strangles you. Was this one inspired just a little bit from that? In that it just latches onto them and does damage?
The snare flea?
Yeah, the snare flea, there we go. Not the Yippee bug. For reference, Yippee bug still gets Golden Glow drone? Okay. So more like Zappy drone, okay. I don't know why my mind just thought of, like, attach and just, like, just starts grabbing on, just starts, like, jabbing them or something. I don't know, that's just the mental image I have. It just makes it very endearing to me for that one.
So it is less than Ling S3 by a considerable amount.
It's also only hitting
but
one enemy.
This also doesnn't have a cooldown, though.
That's true. Well, it latches on until I assume I'm assuming the enemy dies. It just kind of plops down after the enemy dies.
Yeah, which is fine. I think that's okay, because you can't really guarantee that it's always on an enemy, right? Because when you think about it, you would have to deploy the operator near the red box. The drone would latch on to an enemy. The enemy would walk a bunch of tiles. It would die, and then the drone would stay there. So an enemy would have to survive making it past that far to get the drone on them again.
And, like, once you're away from the red box, it's not exactly going to go back to the red box unless you undeploy or redeploy. Unless you retreat and redeploy, so... Oops. Alright, let's go.
I think it's okay.
Let's look at skills here. Ooh, a different skill one. Alright, Mir, take it away.
Alrighty. So, skill 1, handy support. 18 out of 26 SP, auto recovery, manual activation, and 8-second duration. Stops attacking and recovers 15% over the skill duration. Gain an incremental motion beacon. 5 DP, 20-second redeployment. Can hold up to 3. Moves Little Handy Mark 2 to a targeted location. Skill 2, system overload. 7 out of 20. Auto recovery, manual activation, and 20-second duration. Stops attacking and immediately gains 8 DP. Modified talent 1, increased damage by 4 times, and attacks hit all targets in surrounding tiles, but reduce attack rate by 50%. There is an overload. Each Little Handy Mark 2 attack stuns enemies for 0.1 seconds, but costs 1 DP, does not stun if there is no available DP, and can be manually deactivated. Skill 3, Briogan's Warning. 5 out of 29 SP, auto recovery, manual activation, 15-second duration. Stops attacking and generates 16 DP over the skill duration. When the skill is activated, gain an Iberia's Gaze, 10 DP, 20-second redeployment, can hold up to 3 when placed. Surrounding enemies are affected by stun, freeze, and cold effects for 80% longer. They take Little Handy Mark II's arts damage every 0.5 seconds and increase 10% per hit on that enemy. Nether Sea Brand cannot spread, and that lasts for 15 seconds. I'm assuming that skill 3 is just the Roomba skill.
Roomba skill. So the way I'm interpreting this is off the top of my head. This is like me doing very quick maths in my head. But it does look like we're trading a bit of DP gen for more overall utility in some form or another. And this very much encourages you. I can see how this encourages you to keep your flag bearer on the field, as opposed to just pull, you know, like right now, okay, let's be honest, a lot of flag bearers, what you do with flag bearers, you put them on the field, get your DP, you retreat them. That's kind of like the rough, like, flag bearer loop here, right? But this kind of mixes it up a bit. Like, you're still doing the flag bearer thing of DP gen, but it's a lot more support-based. Like, true, like, flag bearer support Vanguard kind of going thing. So it's a different...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, so the skill 2, my one confusion is that it says reduce attack rate by 50%, and I don't think we have an attack rate other than every half second, right? So I would assume that goes from 0.5 to 0.75, because that's what reducing it by 50% is. Unless I just completely missed that the little handy has like the actual attack interval.
I'm not seeing an actual. Hold on. Every 0.5 seconds. So that that to me is like the basic attack interval is 0.5 seconds because that's what it does damage. So think of it as attack speed minus 50%. Okay, so it'll attack okay, just the. I'll let the clarification through because this can be in two different. This can be in two different things depending on how you interpret it. So I will allow this one to be up to creator's interpretation here because of how vague the wording is, or like how how we can interpret this. So okay, Scott. So this will be the attack. It attacks half as much then, half as many times. Just to clarify, like attack speed is like it attacks slower, not attack interval is half. Okay. Attacks half as often. Okay, cool. Thank you.
I will say, though, whenever it comes to attack speed is not, like, a percentage number. It's always shown as, like, plus a flat amount. And when you do the map, plus 100 attack speed doubles the amount of attacks you do, while minus 50 attack speed halves the amount of attacks you do, right? Mm-hmm. Which is why I got confused by the minus 50%, because the minus 50% is minus 25 attack speed.
Mm-hmm. Basically, just think of it as attacks like half as often is what we'll roll with then.
Yeah.
So you do more damage. You do true AOE, but you attack half as often. So you kind of want to try to get max value of being in the middle of a pack of enemies, so to speak. And then the overload would just be that enemies are also stunned, but you're paying DP to do so. But if you don't have a DP, then it doesn't do that. Okay, 20-second duration. Okay. I want to say this is okay for the most part. It's not. It's like a very minor stun, and especially because the talent was being modified. Like, it's basically just. It's not a stun. It's basically an interrupt. So it's enough to like interrupt an enemy's ability, like channeled ability. I'm thinking like sarcasm, like the ones that bind you in place, stuff like that. But you're not really perma-stunning anything. I like the S1 is just... Yeah, you can just... I like the S1, you can just make a very angry little hand. You just start mugging people as they leave the box. Okay. Skills activate, let's see. So it's like more buffing stuff. Okay. Can a perma-stun slow attacking enemies? It's only a 0.1 second stun at a half rate. To my knowledge, The only time you can stun an enemy if they're slow attacking would be that it'll be their mid attack. If they're mid attack, you can stun that and it will reset their attack animation. It's a pretty tight timing though. And with an uncontrollable like the little handy Mark II, like if it keeps attacking, you're not going to be able to control like time that exactly to when the boss is about to swing or when an enemy is about to swing. Because if they get stunned in their like cooldown time, it keeps like they continue going, to my knowledge. So like it'll only reset them. If I remember how enemy reset animations work, it'll only reset if they're mid attack. And it's only at a specific point, and I think some enemies also can't be reset, to my knowledge. So I'm gonna be honest, I like this. Am I a little biased because of Flag Bear's baby? But I'm not. This is like very much a more offensive oriented Flag Bear is what I'm seeing here. Right. Anything to add on this? Because I know I went for quite a bit there.
It very much feels like a sub DPS flag bearer, where if you just need that little bit of arts damage, or just if you want to tickle the enemy with a little handy over there, it
Right,
can
it's
work out.
like it feels like it's support, right? Like extra support.
Mhm.
But it's like a different flavor of support, because like all the flag bearers do some form of support, right? At least of the 3 we have so far, right? We have
Right, you got like the stat shred, you got the stun,
Mhm.
and then fragile with Psylocke,
Mhm.
and then this one is like you're doing damage.
You're doing damage. You got a little bit of stun, or like you can extend it. You can extend effects longer, right?
Mhm.
Like I like that it's a different. It still stays true to flag bearers being flag bearers, but you have that extra difference of it being like, you have that extra little difference of it being more offense oriented, right? I think I do like that aspect of it. Anything to add, Boop?
I think skill 2 is a little bit underwhelming, actually. Because with skill 1 and skill 3, you have, like, a deployable thing that interacts with the little handy, right? And because of that, like, skill 1, you can move the little handy, thus, and so it can do more things, right? For skill 3, you have this huge support, where it's just like, it's not part of the handies thing, but the handies is still, like, doing things, right? But for the skill 2, the moment the handy is, like, in a corner of the map, it's just gonna stay there, and so if you activate the skill again, it's just not gonna do anything. And yes, you could manually deactivate the skill, but it's still gonna be attached to an enemy, you know?
I'll say in general, like we're assuming like you know, optimal usage here. Like if you're using the skill like optimally, I don't think the little handy would ever end up in a corner.
True.
Because like if it's only on your tile, then my assumption is you're placing the flag bearer, you're placing Ashergal in a spot where the little handy will be able to latch onto something, and you're not really just gonna let them like the enemy just kind of waltz their way through the map, right?
Yeah, I suppose that's fair.
Like you block him in place, and then you use it to like help you interrupt enemies. Is how I see it. I think S2 is probably a bit harder to use than S1 or S3, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, considering like the amount of like you can basically keep stunning. Like you have 20 seconds of like you're not getting 20 seconds of stuns obviously, but you're getting a lot of interrupts in, right? Is the way I see it. Like that's how I'm seeing it. Like I don't think it's as hard to use as you're saying. I don't think it's as easy to use as S1 or S3 though. But I think having a skill that's like, you know, that's a bit hard to use, but like the situation where it shines, you're like, oh yeah, let's go, right? Because each skill should have their own little situation. They have their own like flavors, right? And that's how I'm seeing like skill 2's flavor. At least to me. But in the interest of we do need to keep on moving here. Are we ready to move on to lore, or does anyone have anything to add for the skills here?
I'm ready.
Are we ready to move on here?
Yep.
Cool. Who wants the lore and who will do voice lines?
I can do lore.
I think I was benched for voice lines.
Yes, good. Alright, you will do voice lines. Alright, Boop, do the lore.
As a child, Astragal was an immigrant to Iberia in the times before the profound silence, alongside Breogan and other eager engineers. As the eyes of Iberia were being built, he was fascinated by the advanced technology involved, and decided to devote his life to their maintenance and operation. When the profound silence struck, he was stationed in one of the smaller lighthouses, and barely managed to scramble away to a nearby town before the lighthouse was devoured by the sea, managing to take with him only a small bauble of Breogan, his hero's design. In the many years since the silence, and the following the scapegoating of Breogan and other eager, Astragal stayed mostly on his lonesome, tinkering with the prototype little handy he had scavenged and dreaming up plans to rebuild the long-lost lighthouses. He wanted to fight against the Seaborn, or at least to help those fighting against the Seaborn, but the Inquisition was suspicious of the elderly eager and never accepted any help he offered to provide. However, with the introduction of Jordi Fontanarosa to the Inquisition, whose parents Astragal had known, he was accepted into a technical position in the Inquisition on a preliminary basis. Due to Rhodes Island's ongoing relations with the Inquisition, Rhodes Island's strong engineering and mechanical knowledge on its landship, and the uniqueness and novelty of eager engineering, Operator Astragal has been accepted as a temporary employee of Rhodes Island in order to share scientific learnings and research.
I like how much
Nice.
it connects to like existing like lore with, especially referencing like Saltafera Davis and like referencing like all the lore that happened there and like his attachment to that. This one I think I'm more okay with not showing as much of like post-road stuff, because like, yeah, he's a temporary employee, like he's like I can see this as kind of like a, yeah, he just rolled up, right? He's like, all right, I'm here to help out, right? So I'm okay with this one, with this version of it. Are we ready to move on to voice lines or anything we would like to add for lore? Any criticisms or praise that you guys would like to add?
I'm ready.
Me too.
Alrighty. Alrighty, Mir, your turn.
Alright, on board. You must be the doctor. I am glad to hear that continued scientific advancement remains important to civilizations further inland. I am known as Astragal. It has been a long time since I have been at the cutting edge of my field, but I hope the knowledge I carry can inspire these skilled engineers here. Talk after promotion 1. A promotion? I am underserving of such praises. My value is only that I have lived long and survived where so many other like me fell. Still, thank you for trusting me. Talk after promotion 2. I can scarcely believe that the lighthouses of my youth could be created again, even as a model, even where it is not needed, even at a smaller scale. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to change the world, however slightly. Appointed by assistant. I am happy to help you in any way possible, as long as you are happy to speak a second time when I'm focusing on something else and don't hear you. And as long as you don't mind if I nap in the afternoons. Title: Arknights.
Nice.
I'm so happy that you just added the Arknights one. I don't know why that makes it just funnier to me, but just like Arknights. Like shit. I can't even be mad. It's like
That's my
fuck.
favorite voice line.
It's just Arknights. But yeah, there was a typo, so it is undeserving. There was a typo in there. But we have Arknights. We actually have Arknights. Arknights. Yeah, I better see like 80,000 Arknights just going through chat right now.
Where's the phantom redeem for him saying Arknights in English?
Arknights!
Not my problem here. Ha ha! Pretty humble
Oh, we
dude
should
though.
play the Phantom voice line. You know
Ah,
that one,
shit.
Pookie?
Which one? He has so many
Oh, here.
quotable lines.
Here, you
Which
can go
one?
on. I'll just send it.
Yeah, just send it to me. Which
Yeah.
one? Sorry, we're having a little bit of fun. We're having a little bit of fun here with the Arknights line. I'm
I
sorry.
have like a clip of my stream from ages ago. That's just Arknights over and over again.
Arknights. Yeah, send it over whatever beer. But he seems like a pretty humble dude who just like he's just here like he legit just wants to help out. But he's just like he's got the wisdom, like he's got the wisdom, he like wants the path, but he's also known that's like I like this. I like this. I do like this. Hold on, I'm gonna pause for a quick second for
I come.
God damn it, Mira. Knew that was how did I know? I knew it. I knew it was gonna be that one. I knew it. I knew it. Blame Mira for this one. I knew it. I knew it.
I come.
I knew that was gonna be Mira's one. I knew that's what Mira's gonna send me. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, anyhow, back on track for a second here. Back on track here. Are we ready to give some points here?
Here you go.
Yeah.
It's like 30 seconds.
Oh god. I'll check that out later, Boop. We've had enough Arknight shit. We do need to stay on track here.
Fair enough.
We do need. Congrats, Mira. You've made my entire chat say, huh.
Whoops.
I'm proud of you. Alright. Who wants to start off with points then? I'll lead us off this time then. I do like what was cooked here. I really like what was cooked here. I'm gonna be honest. Like, Kit, this is very creative. You're keeping to the nature of flag bearers. Fucking flag knight, god.
New niche, guys.
Flag knight. Yeah, this is what 2 days of contest does to me. This is why I'm not gonna have a contest last an entire week of streams. I'm gonna die if that happens. Anyhow, flag bearers. You're keeping to the overall feel of flag bearers. Like, this is very much still flag bearer, but you're taking it in a new direction where it's like, you want the support to stay on the field, you want the ground support to stay there. You have ways to manipulate the little handy in a way that it's like, yeah, like, I can see this working game. You're relocating stuff. Like, I can see how this would work a game. Like, it fits, right? Like, it fits in the game. I could see this being, like, if you told me, like, yeah, this is gonna be the next operator Sultan Fair Days, or not Sultan Fair, for a Seaboard event, I'd be like, shit, I'm down, I'm in. Like, well, all right, I can see this. Like, sign me up, right? Like, I can see this being added. Like, I'm giving this a 2 because I can see this in game. I can see things, like, I can see this being put in and people be like, oh, that's a new flavor of things. Balance wise, I think the balance is fine. I think my only question is just a little. Hold on. I'm just double checking with the Talon 2. Yeah, Talon 2 would affect Astrogal's effect. Yeah, no, I like how much Talon 2 works with it. I think I was about to be like, Talon 2 doesn't work too well, does it? And I was like, wait a minute, yeah, it does. I'm stupid. But I do like this. I think I kind of agree with Boop a little bit in that I think 2 can be buffed up maybe a little tiny bit. Maybe just a little tiny bit. But I do like that you I like that you erred more on the side of like caution and not doing like a big lead by accident, right? I do like that you erred on it, on the side of caution. I think you could have given it just a little bit extra, a little bit more love. Like whether maybe it's a little bit more DP or a little bit more power to a little handy. One of those two, just a little tiny bit more. Again, this is me nitpicking a little bit, but I'm still giving this a 2. I'm still giving this, like, I could just see this in the game. Like, I could see this in the game. It's strong, it's new, but it's fresh, and you can see lots of use cases for it. Like, I really like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm seeing the support of here. Like this fits what I would want to see in Arknights. Like, this is what I would like to see in Arknights. Again, this is where probably judge opinion might differ a bit. Like, this is what I want to see in Arknights, where there's a lot of potential for support and what you can do, and you're limited by your own creativity. Like, this is the Arknights that I would like to see, that is very open, and you're allowed to just, like, play around with, like, you're like, I don't know where this would be overpowered, like, you have a lot of things that you can do with it. And that's what I like so much about the balance here. Like, you're not sure, like, you're like, how high does this go? What can I do with this? It encourages you to try each one of them out. Like, all three of these skills seem very balanced, like balanced in and of itself. Like, there's no, like, yeah, I'm clearly gonna use this one, I'm clearly gonna use this one. It's like, okay. Like, they all have their own situations, which I love it. Same thing for, let me look at, cohesion. I think this is also very cohesive. Like, you're basing this around the little handy, you're basing this around, like, the mechanization, like, all of them. I guess really it's only S2, I suppose, that doesn't really integrate with the talent 2. I think, if I'm understanding this correctly, do correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe that S2 is the only one that doesn't have as much interaction with talent 2. But you're like, it's really close. So I'll give you a 1.9 on that one, just because of that slight little bit there. It's not 100%. I will nitpick just a little bit there. Again, it is nitpicking, but I will nitpick that just a little tiny little bit. Lore. I like it. Again, I like the lore. Like, he's an engineer, so it makes sense. Like, he's old. He's not really going to do that much physical fighting. He does have a lot of attack, but I'm going to chalk that up. I'll let it slide with he's experienced. But it's like, he used a lot of stuff is based around a little handy. He's an engineer. Like, it fits in well. Like, I'm okay with giving this... I'm okay with giving this. I think I'll give this a 2 for integration. I will give a 2 for character focus as well. How much do I want to give this for overall lore? You know what? I think this is going to be the highest score I've given so far. I'm going to give this a 2 for lore. I will give this a 2 for lore. I am very happy with this one. I really like this one. It's like hitting all the little individual bits of Arknights for him. I'm like, yes, this is cool. Alright, who wants to go next?
I'll go next.
Go for it.
I will say right now, I'll just give a 6 for flavor. I think it's perfect in the sense that it is Arknights. It fits into the lore without changing too much. The lore fits into the abilities and skills just the right amount. And the OC is in their lore, like they're the main subject for all of it, essentially, right? So it's perfect. Nothing more to say there. For the creativity and integration of Arknights, I'll also give that a 2 on the technical side of things, because it doesn't introduce any mechanic that's not unique in the sense, right? Like you can take stuff that's already in the game and apply it to this operator, so there's no feasible way where we could say, oh, well, this wouldn't work because it might conflict with this. No, it has precedent in some way, shape, or form for everything in it. And I like the creativity as well, in the sense that you're foregoing the DP in turn for offense and other utility, and I like that a lot. For the cohesion, because we'll save the balance for last. I do think the operator's skills and talents are very focused. It's very focused on the handy, if not a little bit too much. Granted, in the lore, it does say that he's experimenting with it, but I do feel as if was what's the word? Could you go back to the talents for a moment, please?
Yeah, sure thing.
I think I'm remembering the talent too.
There you are. Again, talent 2 affects skill 1 and skill 3, but will not affect skill 2. If you look at just the little beacons and whatnot that could deploy, just a little reminder of that one.
I do think talent 2 is a little, what do you call it?
Niche?
I don't want to use the word niche.
it feels. I'm gonna use my side dish analogy from yesterday, where it feels like a side dish and it's not on the main dish, right? Whereas it should be on the main dish, right? Because it's just like it's a bonus, which is fine. The bonus is not bad at all, right? But it's also like it should be part of the main dish. It's like you're ordering like a plate of wings. You get like, and the order has 10 wings, but you get 9 wings, and then the 10th wing comes in on a separate plate, right? Like that's the kind of the way I'm thinking about it, and so it's just like it's not on the same plate, and so I'll give that a 1.9 because it's just. I feel like a very small tweak could fix it very easily, right? And for the balance, I do. I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't know how I feel about the balance, right? The numbers are fine, but something in me is just like very cautious when approaching this, right? And it's not that I don't think the balance is bad per se, but if I were to put like my uneasiness aside, I'd give it a 1.9. Because again, it's the skill 2 that's throwing me off a little bit, where it's just like it feels slightly underwhelming compared to the other 2.
It's an 11.8 from Mr. Boop. Still a very high score though. I like how we're framing it like, yeah, like there's this nitpick, and then we're just like, yeah, we're giving a high score anyway.
How dare you not get a perfect score?
Like, we're nitpicking. Okay, here you go though. All right, Mir, take it away.
All right, so this was already said before, but I think the flavor section does deserve a 6. I think that it just fits well with the lore, and like a bit of the a bit of their lore has to do with like the Stultifera novice content, and I think that's a nice touch. And then like at the end of the lore section where they said that Lumen introduced them, but not in a way that they are following Lumen, but they are just like introduced and they have their own ambitions. They want to share their technology with Rhodes Island. I think that's a really nice touch. So for overall flavor section 6. For the kit, I think the creativity is a 2. I like the integration with like Little Handy Mark II. I think it can open doors for like some very fun and very interesting strategies, especially with like the cold, stun, and I think freeze mechanics. I'll give kit creativity a 2. For balance, I'm gonna give that one a 1.8. This was already mentioned before, but skill 2 does feel somewhat underwhelming, but it's also like it's not like a bad underwhelming. It just feels like you can't judge it for what it is just by looking at the skill description. I think you would just have to like play around with it to just figure out how it'll work with different strategies, different enemies even. For cohesion, I think I'll give that one a 1.9. The skills and talents mix very well into each other, but again with skill 2, it just feels very lacking when it comes to actually taking into account the talents, but it's not a bad thing. It's fine.
Again, I still like how with all their nitpicking, it's like, yeah, you're like barely off of a perfect score here. Like, we're like, yeah, this thing. Anyhow, here's your near perfect score. Like, anyhow, here's your nearly perfect score. Enjoy.
Tommy always comes out swinging.
That's true. Like, I think I've mentioned this before. Like, Scobby's definitely like one of the, like, to use like boxing terms, I guess. Like, Scobby's one of like the heavyweights here. Like, Scobby knows what they're doing here. It's like every time like Scobby steps in, you're like, oh, this is gonna be like Scobby's definitely one that I think for the rest of you, like when you're doing the contest, like Scobby's always one to kind of watch out for. Like, oh, like is Scobby gonna like hit really good this time?
Scobby is the Londinium artillery in chapter 10.
Do not remind me of Londinium artillery. I will have a stroke because I remember what chat did to me with the
You
bloody
only-
cannon.
Yeah, you only
You
get
just hear
2
the sound
frames to
effect.
dodge.
It's
you only
not.
get 2 frames to dodge.
It's not the sound effect. It's that chat made an OC with the Lididium cannon. I'm living rent free in my damn head right now. So anytime someone mentions it, I'm just like, no, not again. But that does mean we have a new first place, a pretty commanding first place, I would say here, as that is almost 2 whole points ahead of the next person. So well done, Skami. Well done. Well cooked. Well cooked. Alright, let me go clear out the scores and we can continue. It's like, yeah, we're gonna, like, yeah, I didn't like this that much. I think this could have done this. Anyhow, just, here you go.
Almost perfect scores.
Like, here you go.
The definition of first world problems.
Honestly, we're like, I'm sorry, you've cooked well enough. We need to up our tier of judging. We need to up the, like, we gotta step up judging now. Like, you've done well. Too well. Alright, next up, hey Blue. Hey Blue, hope you're ready. Blue already knows. Blue already knows.
E.
E. Can we get an E in the chat for Blue, please? As here we go. We do have some art. I believe we have an E1 and an E2 art.
Yo.
There are burbs.
Og, E1 and E2.
There are burbs included. E1, E.
E.
Oh, it's a Deadeye, let's go.
6-star Deadeye.
Deadeye.
Operator Sierra. She is a 6-star Liberi Deadeye. 4 years of experience. Undisclosed place of birth. So spooky. And Rhode Island Faction. Your turn, Boop.
Alright, let's do this. This is a 6-star. Do we have 2 Deadeyes? No, we have 1, right?
Yeah, it's just far
I
too.
think just... Oh, I think... Wait, are we talking about like for the contest or just in general?
4 6-star Deadeyes in the game.
I think it's just Fartooth. I think.
Okay. We have less HP, similar amounts of attack, and less defense. So yeah, basically on par.
Okay. So nothing too crazy here. Alright, Mir, you want to
Nice.
take talent and potentials?
Sure. Alright, talent 1, Merciful Hunter. When dealing lethal damage to an enemy, leave them at 1 HP and apply critically wounded. Sierra will not attack critically wounded enemies. Enemies critically wounded reduce movement speed and become unable to block, will die after 10 seconds. If killed, grants 2 SP to the attacker. So pretty much the same mechanic as both Luo Shahe and what's her name again?
Saga?
Saga. I was like, wait,
What's her name?
I'm forgetting names. I almost said Dusk, dude. Alright, talent 2, Bounty. If there's a critically wounded enemy in Sierra's range, increase SP recovery yourself by 0.4 seconds. Only highest effect of this type will be applied. And then, oh, a bunch of redeployment times on the potentials. And
Ooh.
yeah, no talent upgrades.
That's
Nice.
fine, though. It's a different flavor. That's actually okay still.
Mm-hmm.
Mir, I respect the anyhow. The anyhow energy. Alright. Module. I'll take module here. Module. So, the trait, the further away the enemy, the higher the damage, up to an increase of 15%. A talent 2 buff would be if there's a critically wounded enemy in Sierra's range, increase SP recovery by still the 0.4 seconds, and allies get buffed to 0.2 per second, an extra 0.2 per second. Only the highest effect of this type will be applied, as usual. Okay. That's pretty interesting. You're encouraged that you got some crit wound synergy going on here. Interesting. I like that it's conditional. I like the condition that you have here with the module. It's like, it's a cool buff, if you're able to make it work, though. I do question how often it'll come up, I suppose. Like, how long they'll stay critically wounded, where, like, you'll get that extra little bit where it'll matter, I guess. That's my biggest concern. Because critically wounded enemies, in general, well, I'm saying, like, don't they just, like, I'm saying, what happens if someone else just hits them, Blue? Like, they're critically
Bonk.
wounded, and then, like, your guard just goes thunk, and they just die, so you lose out on the critically wounded. That's my question of, like, how long will that last if your ally just, like, shakes them, right? Like, that's my...
I feel like we're gonna get like skill 1 is gonna be invisibility, skill 2 is gonna be camouflage, and then skill 3 is just gonna be global range.
Let's find out.
Mm.
Well, since you volunteered, Boop.
Alright, let's do this. Skill 1, no escape, auto recovery, manual activation. Duration 35 seconds, initial SP 15 with an SP cost of 30. Attack plus 60% and attack slow the target for 1.5 seconds. Skill 2, pre-planned tripwire, auto recovery, manual activation, duration instant. SP 0 initial and 20 SP cost. Gain a tripwire that can be placed on ground tiles in Sierra's range with at least 2 range tiles across from each other. Tripwire. When an enemy steps on the tripwire, bind that enemy for 5 seconds. Sierra will prioritize enemies hit by the trap. Attack interval reduces by 1.2 seconds actually, and the attack is increased by 300% for 5 seconds. If another tripwire activates during the buff duration, refresh the buff duration. Only 2 tripwires can be deployed at a time. Tripwires are destroyed the moment they activate. Skill 3, no distraction, auto recovery, manual activation, infinite duration, initial SP 20, SP cost 40. Trait changes to trait change to prioritize lowest HP percent, attack plus 150%. Overload. Trait returns to normal for each enemy become critically wounded by this unit during the skill duration, including the critically wounded enemies before the overload. Gain plus 20% attack and plus 10% chance to ignore 50% defense, can stack up to 8 times. Grant 10 ammo, 5 for normal, 5 for overload. Skill ends when all ammo used or when skill deactivated. For each ammo used during overload, this unit receives 10% fragile for 15 seconds after the skill ends.
Okay, I'm gonna take a step second. This is more on the fun. This is more the comedic end. This is not meant to judge balance at all. This is 100% Valorant inspired.
I saw tripwire and I was like,
I see tripwire. I see no distraction. I'm just like, no distraction.
no distractions.
Anyhow,
There is-
keeping it rolling though.
So I will say, skill 1 feels slightly underwhelming. Simply because of how it works. Like, if I'm just going to compare it, I'm going to compare it to Firewatch. Firewatch has a 20-second cooldown on her skill 1. It's 50 seconds long. She gets 70% attack and invisibility. If we're comparing to Fartooth gets 45% attack and attack speed. And if we're comparing to Andriana gets straight up 100% attack, right? So it just feels slightly underwhelming in the sense that the skill cycle is somewhat wonky because you don't have as much attack for Andriana for a similar skill cycle, or Fartooth for that matter. But it's not close enough to Firewatch's skill cycle where you can have that long amount of soft crowd control.
Yeah, I would kind of agree that S1 is again, I mean this in a nice way, but it feels a little uninspired compared to 2 and 3, I guess, if that makes sense. It's like, it feels like you could have done a little more with S1. It's like
I
this
wouldn't
weird
say
limbo.
it's uninspired per se. Sorry for interrupting. By
Yeah,
the
go
way,
ahead.
I just don't think it's uninspiring because it does because if you look at the other Deadeye skills, other than Andriana, all of them do 1 or 2 things, and that's simple and to the point, right? This is the same thing. It's just it slows the target, right? And I think it's more underwhelming rather than uninspiring.
That's true. I guess underwhelming. It's kind of like a weird limbo spot is what I feel like.
Yeah.
I guess. I guess it's kind of in a situation of why exactly would I use why exactly what would make you want to try skill 1, right? I guess that's my biggest question, is what it feels like. I'm looking at S3, I'm trying to tie the skills right now back to the module and like the increased SP gain from it. But like with the way I just see critically wounded, it's like you would have to kind of work specifically around having critically wounded be active in order to gain the effect. Because I feel like for normal Arknights, it's like, wouldn't you just want to generally try to just, you know, kill them, right? Like I guess you do have distance, but it's like, if you have any operator that's there in a lane, like, depending on where you'd kill them, right? Like, you'd have to play a lot around, like, trying to make Sierra work, is the vibe that I'm getting from Talent 2 and like the module and just like skill 3 in general. It feels like it's a lot of like trying to make it all work, I guess. That's kind of what I feel with S3 and Talent 2 right now. Like, it's less of an op that you can slot into a comp to be like, okay, I'm gonna have you do this thing. It feels like more like I have to build a comp around Sierra to get her to work, essentially, if that makes sense.
Yeah, because the thing is, when it comes to Deadeyes, they do a job, right? Ambriel has global range and stuns. Fartooth has unlimited range with her S3 in a single line, and global range with S2. Firewatch has invisibility, and Andriana just has very large damage. This one seems like it's asking too much for doing too little in return.
I do see that the overload does give her the extra buff, but hold on, let me double check this again. Yeah, it's basically you're making them whatchamacallit, you're giving them critically wounded. Like, again, my bigger question is just like, you're trying to make a talent, like, you want to try to get value out of Talent 2, but if they're critically wounded, like, it's going to be finicky in my mind to try to get it to work without specifically trying to build around her, without trying to build around Sierra, I guess is my question. Because like with the other Deadeye so far, it's, you know what they're doing, you put them in, they, like, you essentially don't need to build around them to get value from them. Like, to get, like, you know, essentially max value, right? You put down Fartooth, she goes pew down a lane, and like the Zara on the other end goes like "Aye!" and like takes a bunch of damage, right? Sound effects not included. Ambriel, right? Like, you're like, okay, let's get some global damage going. You hit the button and she just starts going bang, right? Like, it's very much like, okay, you go here, you do this. Like, I don't need to build a specific thing around you to make you work. Sierra feels like I have to build something around her a specific way to make her work. Which, again, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but from like an overall balance point perspective, I would say that actually kind of like hurts her in a bit of on the usability end. For like, again, speaking from a general Arknights POV here, is how I would feel if I saw this. If I saw Arknights introduce this, I'd be like, oh, that's interesting. Wait, how would I be able to get like max value out of it? Out of like, you know, if I'm trying to optimize here, right? Speaking purely from like a general meta POV. That's kind of how I'm seeing this. Mir, what you thinking here, Mir? What you thinking?
I would like to touch on that, like how it's taking into account the critically wounded. There are only 2 other operators in the game that can apply that currently, and one of them is limited, and the other one is a 6-star. And like you said earlier, having an operator that just is okay by their own, but they're more optimal with these other operators with like similar or the same statuses is just feels reliant.
It feels niche, I guess is the way I'm putting it.
If I can, I feel as if skill 3 would benefit from being an overcharge skill rather than an overload skill.
What's
Right, you change up the SP cost a little bit. You give it an actual duration. All of a sudden, in overcharge, you get attack plus 150%, and then you have the buffs due to the critically wounded, and then you have that room to play around with like buffs and debuffs as well. Like for example, an easy one, Warframe, right? Like the extra 90% an attack would help get more critically wounded targets. You do an Neon Shining thing, you get that extra attack speed's going to help. Elysium, that extra attack speed's going to help, right? But the ammo restricts that, right? And so you have this set amount of damage that's not even guaranteed because of the percentage chance to ignore defense, right?
I feel like this might have worked better if you had, like, I don't know, something a little, like, if the critically wounded worked a little differently. I feel like this could have been really fine if this worked a little differently to try to take advantage of critically wounded. Like, maybe this goes a little less, but it's like if there's a critically wounded enemy anywhere on the map, right? Like maybe adjust that a little bit so you can get more value in a simpler way instead of being in her range. Like I think there's I like what you're trying to do here. It just feels like you're slightly off the mark, at least to me, of what I feel like would make this more usable in general, right? I think.
Yeah.
Again, I like what you're trying to go for here, though. I really do. It's new. It's like it's fresh. It's a mechanic we don't see a lot. I like what you're trying to go for here, though. All right. We're gonna move on to lore because we do want to try to keep pace here.
Yeah.
Cool. Who wants to take lore and who wants to take voice lines?
I can take whichever.
You want lore and I'll take voice lines?
Sure.
All right.
Alright, Sierra is a bounty hunter going from place to place, catching targets that she was told. She joined Rhodes Island at first just to get more money, but with the request of Kaltsit, Sierra formed a long-term contract with Rhodes Island so she can earn more money. Sierra never thinks about why someone is wanted. She is only there to catch the wanted person. Most of the wanted posters will request the target to either be dead or alive, though it would be easier to just kill the target. Sierra will always try her best to not kill them. Sierra's father used to also be a bounty hunter just like her, but he killed most of his targets. One day, he killed the wanted suspects and brought the corpse to the person that told him the target, but that person frames him for the murder, so he has no choice but to run away. This is most likely why Sierra never told us where she lived, for her father's safety. She must keep his whereabouts a secret. This would explain why she tries to avoid killing anyone, just to be sure that she won't end up in the same situation as her father. Conversation between Kaltsit and Doctor. Module lore. A letter was put inside of Sierra's weapon case. The letter is from her dad, telling her to associate this case with home. When you take my crossbow out of the case, it's like you're heading to work. But when you put it back in the case, it's like you have to return to your warmth home. Just like the letter said, Sierra takes the weapon out of the case and starts her work for the day. And every time she returns back to her stay, she will clean up the weapon before putting it back in the case.
I think you were a little too worried, Blue. I kind of like the simplicity of a sense of just like there's not really like a particularly tragic backstory. It's like, hey, sometimes you're just here to make bank. What can I say? Like, you're here to make bank, right? Like, it's not. It's like,
It's
you know,
lore.
she's got justification for things. Like, I think you were worrying a little too much there, Blue. I think you were worrying a little bit too much, at least for the lore summary section. Like, it's relatively simpler. Like, there's no like. It's not like a complex, like, oh yeah, like through this intrigue and that intrigue. It's like, bro, she want bank. Like, she is at Rhodes to make bank. Like, this is just a job for her. And like, your overall vibe seems to be like, hey, her pop's taught her that it's a job. And she's like, this is a job. And she goes to Rose Island, this is a job. So, I think it worked out here. Yeah, it's a core concept. Like, it makes sense. Like, it fits. Like, it fits, I would say. Anything else? Like anything to add from y'all?
No, I think it's good. It's simple and it's good.
Yeah, I do like the touch with the module lore. I don't think we've seen that within this contest, so I think it's a nice touch.
Yeah, Blue. Don't worry about grammar. Like we don't judge grammar here.
Oh yeah, we don't.
We don't, because
No,
again, the contest
I
is
just-
global. It'd be unfair to anyone who has English as a second language.
I just want to confirm that I'm not judging grammar as well. It's just that sometimes it throws me off. That's all.
But yeah, again, for real, don't worry about grammar. Like, as long as I can get the feel of the story, like, that's the important part. So like, don't be afraid. You're like, English is like a second or third language for me or something like that. This for y'all who are not in North America or English isn't your first language. Like, don't worry about that. We definitely take that into account. Something Pitbull Mr. Worldwide or something. All right, my turn. I'm Sierra, a bounty hunter. If you need me to catch someone, let me know. Even before Father has to hide, I never liked the thought of killing. But now that Father's situation has become like this, it secures my thought on killing. As a hunter, I will take down the target, but if you ask me to kill them, I'll have to decline it. In-base trust tap. Alright, that was the talk and you on board. Alright, in-base trust tap. You want to learn how to make these tripwires? It's nothing special, just thin pieces of string wrapped around 2 sticks and put it somewhere hidden. Battle record. If they're going to use that route the most, I can set up my tripwires there to catch them. In battle. Dead or alive is not by my hands, but by those that send me to catch you. Again, it fits the lore, I think. You get more of her personality, but it's not like a wild detraction from it. It's like, hey, she's here for her job. Like, this gives me like a vibe of like, they are the enemy, but I don't really got anything personal about them, and I'm like, I prefer not to kill them kind of deal. That's kind of the overall vibe I'm getting. Like, it's like a nice, it's a pretty simple, simple character, I guess. Like a more simpler character, and that's fine. Like, you don't have to go full complex for everything. I think it's actually refreshing to have a more simpler character here. For, both, like, personality and overall lore. Anything you guys would like to add for lore before we move on?
I think the voice lines fit very nicely with her just overall vibe and what she's been through in her backstory.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's very in character.
Mm-hmm. Boop, anything to tag in for this?
Nope.
Cool. Alrighty. Shall we move on to the judgment phase?
Sure.
It's like, I'm not hearing a no, so I'm gonna hit the button then.
Let's go.
I'm gonna hit the button then. Alright, who wants to kick us off this time?
I can go first.
Go for it.
Alright, so for kits, I think the creativity is nice. I think it's very interesting to have the critically wounded. Is it? Yeah, critically wounded effect on the Deadeye Sniper. We don't have that many operators that have that, and just seeing that used is it's pretty inspiring.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give creativity a 1.8. For balance, I do think that overall Sierra is very well rounded, but the critically wounded thing can be a double-edged sword, because you have to keep that in mind if you want to make the most out of her kit. And I do see this operator working with the other critically wounded operators that can also apply that. So for balance, I'm gonna give that one a 1.3.
Mm-hmm.
And then for cohesion, I think overall it's very cohesive. The kit fits well with the talents. Skill 3 is a bit like iffy. I can see where you were going with it, but it was mentioned before. I think Boop mentioned it with the effect being overcharged rather than overloaded. I think that probably would have been a better take on it, but for cohesion, yeah, I think it's pretty cohesive. Integration, how well does
Not to cut in for a second, I do need a point value for cohesion.
1.6.
Thank you. Carry on.
Sorry, it slipped my mind. Integration, how well does the lore fit into their abilities and skill? I think it fits very well. I would give that one a 2, because knowing how, I guess, I don't know if pacifist is the right word, but that's like the closest thing I have in mind, with like the trip wires and just the reluctancy to just take the enemy's life. I think that fits very well. I'd give that one a 2. For lore, I do see this someone being a 1.8. I do like how simple it is. Well, yeah, how simple it is, where her main motivation is just like keeping her father safe, doing it for the money. You know, it's very, very admirable, but it's also just like nothing too crazy. No one died per se, so that's cool. For character focus, how involved are they with their own lore? I think they're very involved with their own lore. I would say that's a 2 from me.
Cool. So just for my records, so it was a 2 for integration, 1.8 for lore, and 2 for character focus? Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry, my internet was doing a bit of a fucky wucky at the end there. But we're good to go. Alrighty. Boop.
Alright. Let's see. For creativity and integration, I do think it's creative. I do like the addition of critically wounded. I do think it fits in terms of lore. I don't really think it fits in terms of the class, though I can also kind of see it fitting in terms of the class. I do think the talent 2 is also a little bit, like, it's nice, but I do think it's underwhelming. I'll give the creativity integration a 1.5. For balance, I do think the operator is generally just underwhelming. I think even skill 2 feels underwhelming. Skill 3 is underwhelming. All of it is just underwhelming, which is fine, but I don't really see a use case for this operator where it's just like, well, I could just use this option and it'd be just better overall, right? So I'll give it a 1. But I do like the effort in trying to make it attached to the lore and the talents without making it supremely powerful. For the cohesion on how focused the skills and talents are, if you remove the context of critically wounded enemies dying almost immediately to allied operators, I think it's very cohesive. I think they all tie in well together, but if you include that context, all of a sudden everything kind of falls apart a little bit. So I'll give that a 1.3 simply because of how much the talent 2 is very important to the other skills because of that SP regen. For integration, how well the lore fits into the abilities and skills, that's a 2. I think it fits in perfectly. And for how well the lore fits into the universe, I also think that's a 2. It does, because it does seem like something straight out of Arknights. It's very simple, it's to the point, it has that air of almost despair that some Arknight stories have, while also having this sort of bittersweet outcome because the end of the story has not happened yet. For character focus on how involved they are in their own lore, I'll give it a 1.3 or 1.2 actually, because it feels like they were sort of sidelined and everything else was being told through the mouths of other people.
Alrighty. With a 9.0 from Boot overall. Alright, my turn. Creativity. I like what you're trying to do with Deadeye here. I like what you're trying to go for. I do like this. Integration. I mean, it's the English is hard. Existing stuff is in. It's all existing stuff that's in Arknights, right? I do like it. The integration, at least to me, would just be like integrating overall into Arknights, and it very much feels like they're kind of in their own bubble within Arknights, so to speak. They're not as well overall integrated, I would say, on like a team basis, an overall basis, but they're still very much Arknights. So I'm kind of in the spot of like, how do I point this one? I'll give you like I'll be generous. I'll give you like a 1.7 here because I see what you're trying to go for. It fits. It fits in Arknights. It's just like this little subset of like, I feel like it doesn't quite fit the overall. Balance, I think, okay. Again, balance is tricky for me. The balance part is, again, since I'm judging by overall Arknights, I think they're pretty underwhelming. I think they're relatively underwhelming because talent 2 is it's pretty hard to keep it like active. Like it's hard to keep uptime for talent 2 because generally you're just killing enemies, right? Like if you have any other operator down, they're gonna be like, ooh, enemy on 1 HP, bonk, right? Like the operator in and of themselves, like with what they intend to do, like that's a pretty good setup. But in the grand scale of things, you then notice like, oh wait, like this is really hard to set up. Like why would I use this one when I can use something else, right? So I'll give you like a 1.3 on balance here. Because like I think it just falls short on that end on the grand scheme of things. Cohesion on the other hand, I think from an overall, as for this operator being cohesive, I'm giving you a 2 on cohesion because I know what you're trying to go for. I can see what you're trying to go for. Just on their own, they're cohesive of what you want them to do. Again, the problem just lies in what happens when you try to work with other operators, right? Which is like, this gets a little awkward. Integration, I think the lore fits. She's a hunter. All their stuff is around hunting, hunting, using traps, using all around hunting stuff, right? So I think I'm fine with giving that a 2. The lore, I think the lore very much fits in Arknights. It's simple, it's simple and sweet lore, but it's still 6-star lore. There's still enough in there to make this 6-star lore. I think it fits. I don't mind giving this a 2. On character focus, I'm going to agree with Boop here, though, in that there's a lot that's told through the lens of someone else and less, like, her. I guess it's, like, observations of Cal and Doctor going, like, oh, this is what we're seeing. But it's, like, you can afford to go more on Sierra herself and a little less focus. Like I don't mind Cal and Doc, but I think I think Cal and Doc took up a little bit too much via their observations as opposed to Sierra herself. So, I'll give it like a 1.2 on that one. So, puts me at a 10.2. Boop gets to be the bad cop this time. 10.2 plus 9.0 plus 10.5 for a score of 29.7. It's like
I feel like every time we're harsh, it's just like, oh, this is gonna be terrible, and then it's just like it's a very decent score.
Cause it's good. Like I think Blue to me, I think Blue ran into the problem of it's very well balanced in and of what you wanted them to do. But then you look at you take a couple steps back, you're like, wait a minute. Like it feels very niche is how it is like my best description for this operator. And that's, I think, why, we were taking points off. Because, we can see what you're trying to go for it there. And, the effort was there. The effort to try to make it all work was there. But it was just like, this is Sierra for a 29.7. Which puts you, drumroll. Well, Venganza gets a hold on to 8th place. Puts you above Aurelius. Alright, next operator. We have 2 left. We're down to our final 2. Next up is GG, Von GG, Mick GG's operator. It's a lot of G's involved there, but we have operator Paladin. Just so you know, Wait, did I
You
math
mixed
wrong?
up things.
Did I math
Yeah,
wrong
you
again?
mathed wrong
I'm
again.
stupid. I'm so sorry. At least it's a quick. It's a quick, easy swap. Wait a minute, Venganza does not hold on. I was like, yeah, same thing, right? I swear I'm a math major. I swear I'm actually a math major. There, much better. I swear I'm actually a math major. Anyhow. Anybody anyone the same score? Not that I know of. Like, we're pretty good at, like, with 3 of us, it's pretty hard to hit the same score, I think.
I think we've had like a 0.2 difference, but no less than that.
We've gotten close, though.
There was
but-
one earlier that was like 10.9, 10.8, 10.7, which was like the closest.
Alright. Paladin. For the record, I'm a Pally main at FF14 for those of you that play, so I'm seeing Paladin, I'm like, where's my passage of arms? Anyhow, he is a 6-star Pero Guardian from Colombia, 2 years of combat experience. Birthday is 10th of June, height 180, I'm going to assume that's centimeters, and not feet, because that's a Clifford the Big Red Dog, the operator, if that's the case. But let me just double check that. Okay, cool. And then we have an infection state of serious infection. Originium merging rate is 12%. Originium blood concentration is 0.375 units per liter. All right, stats. Let's go hit stats.
Alright, stats. Oh boy. Sorry. Oh boy. Oh boy. We love stats, don't we?
You volunteer.
We wouldn't have the game if we didn't have stats. Okay, so we have... Yeah, it's basically just on par with Zarya. Nothing
Cool.
more to say. Like, there's some variation, but it's just like, it's just on par.
Got it. Cool. Who wants to take talents and pots here?
I'll take talents and pots, why not?
Go for it.
Talent 1, performing under pressure gains 10% or 12% at pot 5. Attack and defense, and a further 7% attack defense for every enemy blocked. And lasting for 6 seconds after the number of enemies blocked decreases. 50% of this buff is granted to all allies heal, lasting for 6 seconds, maximum of 5 stacks. Multiple heals refresh their duration, but do not stack. When healing an ally talent 2, infectious enthusiasm. When healing an ally while the skill is active, apply a barrier equal to 33% of Paladin's attack that absorbs elemental damage to that target and all allies in skill range, lasting for 5 seconds. And then pots are just standard.
The block one's nifty. The block one's pretty interesting. You could get max stacks because it does, like, they do linger for 6 seconds, so you could theoretically keep that buff going, right? Because it lingers, so, you know, you add more, like, you can keep this going. So this is very much like you want Paladin at the front line, is what I'm seeing here. I'm okay with the talent too. It's gonna be relatively more niche, but, you know, we already have operators that deal with elemental damage, so it's like, I'm okay with this being, like, a little more niche in the face of elemental damage. I think that's a pretty cool twist. Because I saw barrier and 30%, I was like, oh god. And then I saw elemental damage, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
I think both are fine. It depends on how the skills interact with the talent 1 and talent 2.
I think I'm okay with this. I want to say I'm okay with this because, like, you're not getting any buffs until you're blocking. I think allies getting 50%. I think that could get a little bit yikes in some situations. I want to say.
I mean, it's 12% plus 35 total. What, right? So that's 45%. Half of that is just 27% attack and defense, right?
And
Which
then a
isn't
further-
negligible to any stretch of the imagination, but it's not like game changing or anything.
I'm just thinking of the extra stacks that you can get on there. So
Yeah, it's 5 stacks.
yeah, so that's what, 35. I guess the question is, does the 10% also go to the allies as well?
Even if it does, it's not like too much. I would say it's okay because it's only 4-6 seconds, right? And again, it depends on the skills on like how abusable it is.
I think it's also, I guess, like, if it goes on allies, like, they're also killing the ones that are blocked, so you're actively, like, working against your buff, too, by nature of Arknights. So I want to say this is okay, then, because of the nature of, like, the self-nerfing, right, I guess? Alright, you've convinced me, Boop.
I will say though, this is just a straight up upgrade of Gavial's first talent.
Mm-hmm. Alright, Mir, anything to add with talents?
Nope, not on my end.
I did say Mir, but
Me neither.
nothing here?
Oh,
Okay,
I'm
cool.
sorry.
Alrighty, moving on. Module. The module name is Poorly Kept Trinket Collection. When healing for a unit of 50% health, the amount of healing is increased by 15%. The bear provided by talent 2 increases by +5 or 10% and lasts for +1 and +2 seconds. I believe that is... Okay, that's just as the level goes up. Okay. I think that's fine. It's like very specific to elemental damage, so it's like you know the exact place you're using this. It's not like a global thing, I would say. I think I'm okay with this. Any disagreements on being okay with this, or is anybody like, wait a minute, this ain't right?
Not really.
Looks fine to me.
Okay. Seems pretty balanced so far, at least for talents and module. Skills. Who wants skills, who wants lore summary, and who wants voice lines? We'll split between 3 of us here.
I'll do skills, why not?
Alright, Mir, which one you want between lore and lore and voice lines?
I will do voice lines.
Alrighty, I will take lore then. Take it away, Boop.
A skill 1, emergency assist, an SP cost of 4, initial of 0, automatic gain and automatic activation. Heal an ally in the surrounding tiles who is under 50% health for 180% of attack and hold 3 charges. So, a classic healing defender skill. Skill 2, my friends are my roots. SP cost 10, initial SP 0, automatic SP gain and automatic activation. Heals all allies in range for 120% of attack upon activation, and grants himself a stack of his talent 1 for every ally healed for 8 seconds. These stacks are applied after the heal and do not transfer to ally units. Their area is the same as Saria S2. Skill 3, United Front. SP cost of 65, initial SP of 50, automatic SP gain while its manual activation with a duration of 30 seconds. Stop attacking, block +1, increases talent 1 effect to 1.5 times. Stacks of talent 1 gain do not fall off until the end of the skill. Heals all allies in a 5x5 area for 95% of his attack every 3 seconds. Allies facing the opposite direction as Paladin receive the full defense bonus from his talent 1. Those facing any other direction receive the full attack bonus from his talent 1. If his stacks of talent 1 match his current maximum block count, all enemies are pushed in the direction that Paladin is facing moderately every 3 seconds.
S1 and 2 seem very
Uninspired.
Yeah. It feels like you just kind of went Saria for S1 and S2. S3 is like, okay, now we actually have like a different one, right? But 5x5, that's a pretty big area, I think.
I will say the S2 has 3 more of an SP cost and has 20% less in terms of healing for Saria, in terms of relation to Saria's skill 2.
So S2 is just objectively worse than Saria's S2.
Yes, it just gives himself more stats, though, is the thing, right?
I still stand by the S1 and 2 seem uninspired.
Oh, absolutely. I still agree with that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that the nitty-gritty part is there. For S3, I feel like it says a 5x5 area. I'm assuming that's 25 tiles centered on him, right?
Yes, big square.
Yeah, it's just
Big
big
square.
that's a very big area, which is fine. I'm okay with it. But 95% of his attack is a little bit much. Granted, it is only
Every 3 seconds.
every 3 seconds, so it's basically on par with Zarya's skill 3 in terms of healing.
Mm-hmm.
The talent 1 effect increasing is fine. I would say because it just gives him more stats, right?
Mhm.
Granted, it also increases his healing, which is fine.
Mm-hmm.
I like how direction matters.
Mm-hmm. That's like my
And
favorite part of this so far.
Yeah. I do like that the fact that the direction matters and that he does like buff allies around him. Granted, he's giving attack, defense, and healing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the push is redundant and shouldn't be there. Like it has no position being there, right? It's just there to be there is how I feel about it.
Feels a little counterintuitive to like what you kind of want to try to do with talent 1, right?
Yeah, because it's just like he's gonna, yeah, he doesn't lose his stacks, right? But it's just like he's still pushing them away, and it's just like why? Why is this here? You know?
Mhm. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm not really gonna comment too much on S1 and S2. Again, they just feel pretty uninspired. Based on paladin stats or the unit stats, I'm seeing this as gaining this and further that, so allies get 50% of the buff to his stats is how I'm interpreting this, Scabby. So like however much buff he gets, ally gets half of that. Like, I want to say number overall is how I'm interpreting this. Yeah. Yeah,
I would assume it's based on their own stats, but if it's his stats, I would say that's a lot more powerful than just a straight up percentage buff, right? Now, granted, he does have like lower attack compared to like guards and stuff. But if we're talking about the defense, all of a sudden, a lot of people are super tanky, and then there's a bunch of people doing a lot of extra damage. Like if you add in a marksman, and they're getting flat attack, they're getting like all of this flat attack from someone, their damage becomes insane, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fact that it's not inspiration changes a lot too, because that could be multiplicative. Because if it was inspiration is added after all the other buffs, which means it's not multiplicative, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, like, I'm looking at some, like, I like the S3 and, like, the directional buffs. I think that's really cool. I think that's, like, the best part of this kit so far. Because, again, like, at least for skills, again, like, S1, S2, it's just, there's nothing fresh there, there's nothing new, it's like, they're there, right? S3, it's like, okay, we're getting a little more here. It's still very similar to Zarya, though. Like, I think Flamey mentioned this earlier. It's like, I'm not really seeing too much of, like, what's making the, okay, I'm hoping the lore addresses a little more, but, like, S1 and S2 do not give me too much Paladin overall vibes, if that makes sense. I guess. What do you think, Amir? Mir?
Oh, I don't really have anything to say.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if it was picking it up. I was
No,
like,
it
wait,
wasn't.
is my thing not glowing green?
It wasn't glowing green for a second. I was like, did Mir die? I need Mir. But,
Yeah, I don't have anything to say.
Got it. Just like we've already hit on all of it then, I guess, right? Alright, in that case, shall we move on to lore then?
Yeah.
Cool. I'll hit on lore. Paladin, born Canaan, Yellow Labrador, based. Oh, Yellow Lab. I want to give him past the Yellow Lab.
So I hate to do this to you, but I think I do have to go, because I have work in like 4 hours.
But I want
Damn.
to get some sleep.
You should probably get some rest then.
Yeah.
We will
now.
we will handle this one way or another for the last two here. Yeah, again, IRL
Alright.
happens first. We'll take care of this. Alright, you know what? Get in here, Zui. You know what? Screw it. Get in here. Former Judge Zui,
Thanks,
tag it in.
guys. Have a good night.
To hell with it. Get in here, Zui. Times 1.5. Yeah, I'm tagging Zui in. To hell with it. Alright, Zui, get. You know where to go. Get back in here. You should have the roll down. There we go.
Yo, what's
Ah,
up?
there we go. Zuikaku Cat Knight. Zuikaku Cat Knights is in. We're tagging in. This is the first time we had to do this, but schedules be weird sometimes. So we're adapting to the cause. But yes, Zui has been a judge before, so I am okay with this. I'm not just grabbing the first random cat off the streets that I see. Zui actually was a judge here, so don't worry on that end.
I have prior experience, but I do need to look at the rest of the kit right quick. I'll open up
Yeah.
the VOD.
Yeah, let me do this for you while I get the Fugi
No, I
and
got
everything
you.
lit.
No. You can. I have the power of the VOD.
Oh, that's
No
cool.
worries.
Well, let me know if there's one page you want me to stay on. I guess I'll stay on skills for you to keep an eye on, and
Just
then
to make sure. Yep. Okay. I have the skills pulled up on the VOD. You may continue.
I'll do my thing. Zoo read up. Mirror, fill time right now. Mirror, fill the airwaves right now. What was
Fill the
Zoo read?
airwaves.
What do we?
What do?
Anywho, anyhow, skills.
Oh, okay, we got it.
There we go. We've lost the boot, but I found this stray cat off the street. But the stray cat's a very good judge, so I've tagged the stray cat back in. All right. Anything you'd like to add right now, Zui, for anything?
Let's see. Okay. I'm reading the kit. It really just kind of does feel sort of like Saria at home. Let me see talent one again.
Think?
Quick. It feels okay. It definitely feels like elemental healing Saria. That is kind of what I'm getting at. Or what I'm getting from reading this.
It does, right? Like it feels like Saria, like you have Saria like standard, and you have Saria like slight variation. Is kind of the vibe that I'm getting. So, anything you'd like to revisit before I hit up lore, or do you already have a good idea?
We'll say I do sort of. I don't really think it fits too well, but I do like the implication of the push. I think it's really funny. And I do like the buffs. It does also kind of remind me of a certain CN operator that may or may not exist. Just the implications of the S3.
Yeah, no CN spoilers, but
I'm not
That's true,
going
you
to
didn't say
anywhere
anything.
specific.
That's true.
than
You didn't
that,
say
but-
anything, just a certain one. But yeah,
Yeah, it just reminds me of one. But like,
yeah,
I
like
get the idea, but it does feel sort of uninspiring.
I just feel like the push doesn't fit with what you want to try to do. For what it's worth, though, like on a more positive, I do like the S2 or the Talent 2. I really do like the Talent 2. I just kind of wish you expanded more on the Talent 2 instead of just like, yeah, it does elemental does. I'm like, we were this close to getting something like really cool. I feel. Anyhow, gonna hit the lore. Anywho, Paladin born Caden, a yellow Labrador-based Pero, lived in a Colombian-border town and grew up in hardship. He got infected with one of his friends, who was himself infected, died without treatment, and he naively stood nearby as his friend's body disintegrated. Now infected, he became a pioneer sponsored by Mama John's, being none the wiser to being scammed regarding treatment. He ran with a group of pioneers for a few years, where he learned skills that he would be using as an operator. Engineering skills, created his armor, a junk created, cobbled together facsimile of power armor, and healing it from the medics. He was known as a cheerful, amicable person with incredible loyalty, if too trust. Oh my god, he really is. He's a yellow lab.
He's dog.
Things got to a head when his group of pioneers arrived at an abandoned outpost. Finding it empty, they did not see any present threats, so they settled to rest, only to encounter the previous settlers, deformed and driven berserk due to unprotected and untreated originium exposure. They attacked the new arrivals with fierce rage. Standing for some help, the messengers were referred to Rhodes Island operator stationed nearby. Upon arrival back at the outpost, they found Caden standing firm at the entrance to a defensible wall in the compound. He had been holding back the attackers without sleep for days, buying the time for his friends to both rest and fight back. He and the others were taken to receive basic treatment and much needed rest, and he was recruited as an operator for combat and in the tech sector in return for further and actual real treatment, especially as his orthopathy had become more serious due to the further exposure and arts use. On the island trip, he also made a lot of friends, although others found it a bit hard to deal with his exuberance. His codename was picked when Closure made the offhanded quip calling him a paladin. He thought it was the coolest thing ever. Okay, I love the lore. I'm sorry. I love this.
I love
lore.
this. It's cute.
It's so unsettlingly it's so Rhodes Island dark, but he's such a yellow lab about it. I love this lore.
It's just a dog moment.
It just works.
I really love this lore. Like it just works. I'm sorry. I love this lore. This might be my favorite lore of the day so far. I'm sorry. This might actually be my favorite lore of the day. It's just it's adorable. Like I'll let the paladin name slide because I just love the lore so much, but it's like I'm still not sure why he's exactly paladin, but I just love the fucking lore so much. He's such a goldie. He's such a doggo about it.
Dog.
Yeah, I just love it so much. All right, Mir, you want to take over voice lines? I better get some golden retriever.
Yeah.
Golden little lab.
I'll try my best.
Mir-kun ganbatte. Oh god, no, we're not going to that level. Alright, go for it.
Okay, Operator Paladin, reporting in. It's truly an honor to meet you in person. I'm settling in well enough, thanks for asking. I can already find my way around, at least to the R&D department and the canteen. Talk. My codename? Miss Closure called me that after she heard how I was recruited. I think it's awesome, don't you? 3-star clear. We've done it, Doctor, and everyone is safe. Great work. Promotion 2. Back in Colombia, even during my days as a pioneer, I never thought I'd get this far. Thank you, Doctor, and all of Rhodes Island for giving me direction and purpose. I will make sure to repay it. In battle, oh no.
You don't have to do that if you don't want to.
No, I'm doing it.
Give me your best dog growl, Mir.
Commit
Come
for the
on.
bit.
I won't let them through.
Very nice. Okay.
This is my favorite lore.
I'm sorry, I'm so burnt out right now.
This is my favorite lore. I'm sorry.
This is
I really
delightful.
love this lore.
This is the best 4 a.m. morning I've ever had in my life.
I love this lore so much. I'm sorry. I know you again. You guys all wrote great lore, but the
Not
lore.
swayed by the dog. I had to remain true to my instincts as a cat.
I'm not gonna be a Paradise player. I just love the lore. I just love this specific lore. Paradise or Paradise. I'm still very much a dragon player. I just love the lore here.
The lore is pretty cute.
All right.
It's nice.
Is there anything we'd like to revisit before we go into points here? Double checking. Anything we want to revisit?
Let's see. I will say the talent one gives me horrible flashbacks to Broca, and that's probably not a good thing.
Oh no! All right.
Alright, aside from that.
Aside from that, sounds like we're ready to hit points then.
Yep.
All right, let's go. Oh crap. Please ignore the missing cat in the middle.
545 pixels.
Kitty. I have
Missing
Kitty.
Cat, Centurion, 6-star guard.
I have Kitty in the middle now. Okay, we're good to go.
Let's go.
All right. I'll lead off with scoring here. Okay. Integration on abilities and skills. First and foremost, I'm giving you full score for the lore section and the character focus section. I love that. I love that so much. Integration, I will dink you a little bit on there because I'm not really seeing the I guess like the whole, like I can see the block aspect. I'm a little bit more just like the heals part just be like, okay, where am I seeing this where it's different from like, it's just too much close to Saria where it's like, you kind of like wrote yourself into a hole in a sense where like you couldn't really do too much with the S1 and S2 for lore wise, for like the lore integration on that section, because you kind of just wrote yourself into a hole with Saria there. So I'm going to hit you with like a 1.3 there on that one for overall integration. For kit creativity, I mean, I'm not going to dink you on integration, like, I can't really dink you on integration when skill 1 and 2 are basically already in the game via Saria. So I will take points off for creativity based on the skill 1 and 2. You will get some back because I do like what you're doing with talent 2. However, I think it's going to come out to be like a 1 overall. It's there, but you could have pushed it a little more, I feel like. I feel like you could have pushed it a little more. As for balance, like, it just feels too much like Saria, which is like, I mean, I guess it's balanced-ish, with possibility of talent 1 ramping up a little bit much, but like, it's just, I don't know, like, okay, for S3, something that I can specifically say, like, the S3 push just doesn't make, like, again, it just doesn't work. Although that's more on cohesion, but, I don't know, it just feels like there's, like, it's balanced, I suppose. So it's like, I guess I'll give you like a 1.7 for balance, because they are balanced. Like, I already dinked you on creativity, because, I mean, I can't really be like, yeah, it's unbalanced, but you base a lot of your skills on Saria, so it's like, at the same time, it's like, can I really say that's unbalanced, right? It doesn't make sense to. And like, the S3 is just real bigly heal. Real bigly heal. It's like your big oof skill, right? Cohesion. S3's cohesion doesn't quite work with itself. S1 and 2, it works. Like, it's cohesive. But at S3, the push doesn't quite work. And I'm just trying to think, like, again, it's like, you're, like, honestly, I kind of just gonna leave this off with, like, you're lucky I can't dink you more. Actually, you know, I will dink you more on creativity. I'm gonna dink you to a 0.5 on creativity and integration. Like, I'm sorry. I'm taking more points off of that. Because I'm gonna give you like a 1.5 on cohesion here. But I need to take more points off for integration. Like, it just doesn't work there. It just doesn't work here. I don't know what's with bigly heals this time around. Blame me. I'm really not sure. Anyhow, so, let me get my point. Came out to a 9.0 overall. Who wants to go next?
I can.
Go for it.
Alright, so for those of you who don't know who I am first and foremost a gameplay person, so I'm going to be leading with that. So, and I'm sorry to say this, when I look at this kit, all I can really see are just kind of things that are sort of copy-pasted from other units. So, Talent 2 is basically just like a weaker version of AFL Alter's Skill 2. It essentially does the same thing. Like, almost word for word, which is a significantly lower, like, modifier, which is not great. Talent 1, I think, is sort of unique. I do kind of like where you're going with that in terms of like a healer that kind of, I guess, is less defensive on their own, but makes other units, like, more tanky. I do like that integration with kind of the lore that you've got going on, but the rest of like the kit is just kind of like, this is almost kind of interchangeable with Zarya and the best data before, so I won't harp too much on that. I do like the integration of skill 3 with the lore. I will say it would have been kind of more mechanically interesting, if I may offer a suggestion, to do something similar to, I don't know if you play League of Legends, but when I read the lore, I just thought of Azir Ultimate the first time. I was like, making like walls alongside the operator to push things. I think that would probably have been a more unique and interesting design choice. Let's see, anything else? Cohesion. Aside from the ultimate pushing, I will give you a lot of points on this because I do see the goal of this character, so I will score you pretty high on that. And so for the technical, let's see, creativity, I'll have to give you a 0.5 because it's not really that standout. Balance, it's fine. I don't see any like standout issues like one way or another. I'll give you 1.5 on that. And cohesion 1.8, so that's like what?
About 3.8 for that section.
Yes.
And then
that's
so now
3.8.
I got a little calculator on my end, so don't worry about that. I can do the
Thank you.
I can do the math. I just can't put numbers above other numbers properly, apparently.
All right. Now, that aside, I'm very, very happy with the lore. It made me smile. I am not a big dog fan, but this made me really smile. I thought it was really cute. So for the character focus and the lore, I think I'll give you 2 on both of those because it was really just kind of refreshing because sure, like Arknights is sort of miserable experiences, but I think using that to kind of highlight joyful experiences in sort of sense, I think that's like good writing practice maybe. And I think you did it in a pretty like uplifting way, so I like that. And I will, although the integration is not the greatest, I would have preferred more like I will say the healing defender part kind of didn't really make too much sense to me. But I do understand like the defender part definitely is like that. It's pretty in tune with the lore, especially with like the whole scene. Let's see. Can you go back to the lore page?
Yeah, sure thing. There you go.
Yeah, I do like kind of that the original scene where Rhodes Island finds Kaden. I think that's it makes sense that this character is a defender. However, it would have been a bit cooler if we like focused on more like the kind of the gadgetry / junk things rather than just kind of healing that seemed to just kind of come out of nowhere, sort of. So I'll give that like, I don't know, like a 1.2.
1.2? Okay.
Maybe that's a little too harsh. 1.5.
1.5, okay. I'll add a 0.2 to that. And I was like, Zoe, we almost put the same score. we almost double died this one. Alright, Mir, what you got for us?
Okay, so for the flavor section, integration, how well does the lore fit in with the abilities and skills? I think it fits pretty well, considering they are a healer, right? Healing defender. It fits well with their personality. I would give that one a 2 for the lore and character focus. That was honestly like a breath of fresh air. We like knowing how depressing and dark the overall just lore of Arknights is. There are like those small rays of light characters like Exia and Kaobe that just shine compared to like other characters in terms of just like how they can bring the positivity into the world. I'll give both of those 2.
Nice.
I just think that like
So
I don't know, it felt inspiring to just read the lore and especially the voice lines. I think it had like a lot of just passion in it. For Kit, for that one, I'm gonna have to give a 1.2. The first 2 skills, this was mentioned before, but it felt uninspired. But I do get where they were trying to go. Skill 3, I think it's interesting. For balance, I mean, it feels pretty balanced. I would just give it a 1.5. For cohesion, was it skill 3 that interacted with talent 2?
Talent 2 just kind of works with healing an ally while skill is active, and
Okay.
it applies the elemental barrier.
Okay.
Skill 3 was the one where the push kind of works against what you kind of want for talent 1.
For talent 1, yeah. For cohesion, I'll give that one a 1.4, just because of the skill 3. The other 2 skills, they work with the talents. I will say that.
Okay, so I'm getting a 10.1 from you, Mir. Mir is being the nice one here. Zoe and I are like, we don't like the balance. Mir's like, it's not as bad as you guys say it is. We're like, still a good score though. Like that lore, that lore was so. I had so much fun reading that lore. Like
Maybe I do like reading voice lines.
This is your life now, Mir. This is your life now. All right, now for the biggest question: can Wookiee do math properly? In this case, I want to say yes. Shut up, Zoe. All right, last one of the day. Last one of the contest, actually. Last one of the contest. We've done it.
84. Damn.
There's a point right there. Shut up. There's a point right there. Shut up, you stupid cat.
Isn't this man? I can't believe this is the bias for being a paladin player.
I'm gonna throw a brick at you.
I'll carry it.
I'm gonna get the spray bottle. This is down, kitty cat. You're getting a spray bottle. But yeah, we have fun here. We have fun. Alright, last operator of the day. This one's by Lazy Couch.
Oh boy, EBA Lazy Couch. Fresh from Spectacular Showdown.
This one is by Lazy Couch. I will preface this with I'm not sure how well Lazy Couch cooked here, because they did cook this in like an hour and a half, padding and trying to get it in last minute. So this should be an interesting one. This should be interesting here. I can see the oh no from Lazy Couch right now. Alright, we have Operator Placebo here by Lazy Couch. So, we have, she is a 6-star incantation medic, so harm assist medic, essentially, for those of you who aren't quite as familiar with the proper name. It is incantation medic. She is a Sarkaz. Says 4 years, actually has about 300 years. Born in Kazdel. Faction of Rhodes Island, birthday of October 31st. Vials will say Columbia, but she's actually born in Kazdel. 168 centimeters. Medical records say uninfected, but she's actually infected. So she's kind of lying on her operator file. She's faking medical records here. That's not
the first time this has happened.
That's true.
It's happened before. It happened with Neural. It happened with Flamebreaker, I think, just refused medical examination.
I still like that it's the medic that's faking their medical records. Like, nah.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You got if you're a medic, you can know how your records go. You know how to fake it, etc.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'll take over stats then, because our stats man definitely needs to get some rest, because he's got to get up in 4 hours, and I'm not gonna hold him hostage here or anything. Let me see here. HP is a little higher. Attack looks to be a little lower. Again, I'm assuming that trust bonus are all included. Defense is, I believe it's a little lower. Res is on par, redeployment time, everything else seems to be pretty normal. So a little higher HP, a little lower attack, and a little lower defense is what we're looking at here, roughly, from a stat POV.
Slightly interjection. The defense is actually higher than Read the Flame Shadow. Health is actually pretty high, but attack is also like really low.
Hold on, let me boot up Arknights, just double check my read. Like, wait. I swear I can't read the stats properly sometimes. Oh, you didn't include? Okay. We'll say for the future, Lazy Couch, if it's not written, we will assume that it is included as a general thing. I will add that to the notes next time, though, just so people are aware. But yeah, that is how we generally operate, Lazy Couch. Okay. Anything on stats, or can we move on? I can't. Damn it, Skami. We're gonna deal with.
Can't read this.
Somewhere out there, Kyan is like vindication.
This is just classic Scotty. This is like classic Scotty humor.
Scotty, you and Kyan would get along with the amount of puns, and that scares me. Anyhow, let me see. My read is showing 114 defense, so if stats are included here, then that defense is lower. Z.
Oh. So is it 90 plus 40?
Yeah, it's 90 plus. I believe it's 90 plus here for trust bonus. I think.
That's actually really high. What the fuck?
Yeah, somehow.
Hibiscus Purifier caps at 109.
Let me check my trust.
And that HP is like also like really high.
Yeah, the HP is higher, but
that's even higher. Hibiscus Purifier caps at 1508. Read at 1583.
Yeah, for what it's worth, though, Hibiscus is 5-star.
300 points higher.
So,
Ayo.
All right. Anyhow, talents. Zoo, you want to take over talents here?
All right. Talent 1, able to use an illusion that lasts for 15 seconds. Illusions can only be placed within Placebo's range of 8 tiles within an operator. The illusion extends Placebo's attack range. Placebo gets an illusion after every skill activation. Oh, that's interesting. Enemies within illusions, 3x3 box, have 28 plus 3% Arts Fragility, and allies gain 0.25 SP per second. Does this stack with Telopsis? You can carry a maximum of 3 illusions, and illusion effects do not stack. Talent 2. Allies within range receive 15% less physical and arts damage from enemies under the arts fragility effect. Is that a shelter type effect or not?
15% less physical. I want to say technically no,
Technically, no.
because it's
but,
not
like,
Sanctuary. Like,
Yeah.
it is reduced damage, but I think if I remember Sanctuary right, I want to say Sanctuary is damage taken. So this is less arts damage. So in my mind, the way I'm seeing this is they take less damage pre-mit, whereas Sanctuary is...
The Sanctuary is reduced physical and arts damage taken by the stated percentage. Does not stack, stronger text for precedence.
It's like I'm trying to think like how this is worded, but it's not a Sanctuary effect. I guess for this
Yeah,
purpose.
it's like just like a flat DR. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just treat it as we'll treat it as damage reduction and not anything like anything specifically different. It's just Sanctuary, but not quite. I guess we'll go with that.
I do like this. This is like very defensive. It kind of fits the stat profile.
It's less kill and more like, okay, I should probably do more of the medic part of incantation medic. Also for the SP gain, I'm gonna operate off the assumption that because these SP gains, I think they pretty much all, for like the additional regen one, they all operate off of the most effective one takes precedence. So we'll operate off of that for now.
Yeah. It's also like, I think there's also a difference between the ones that do stack the Colossus. I think like, I forget if Carnelian does, but I know like Ifrit, which says gain SP every few seconds, is like explicitly different than this. This is like affects SP regen rate, so yeah, that makes sense.
Anything to add, Mir, for talents?
No, nothing for me.
Cool. It's nifty. We'll see what happens. We'll see how this goes, though. Modules. Mir, do you want to take Module 1? And there will be a Module 2, so would you like to take Module 1 and 2 here?
Yeah, I can take both.
Go for it.
Alright, so for module INCX, your first dream, at level 1, we have plus HP plus attack. Attacks deal arts damage and heal the HP of an ally within attack range for 60% of damage dealt. At level 3, we get more base stats. Allies within range receive 25 less physical and arts damage from enemies under arts fragility effect.
Everything is fine. Don't worry about it. Nothing bad happened. Here we go. Module 2. You didn't see anything weird. Carry on.
Alright, Module 2, your last nightmare. At level 1, enemies within range that are affected by Arch Fragility have a further increased Arch Fragility by 5% and have a decrease in attack by 5% as well. And at level 3, able to use an illusion that lasts for 15 seconds. Illusions can be placed within Placebo's range and 8 tiles within an operator. The illusion extends Placebo's attack range. Placebo gets an illusion after every skill activation. Enemies within illusions, 3x3 box, have a 35% arts fragility and allies gain plus 0.3 SP per second. You can carry a maximum of 3 illusions and illusion effects do not stack.
I want to say this seems normal. Off the top of my head, I'm not getting any like wee woos going off. How about you, Mir or Yuzui? Anything? Any wee woos?
Kind of large arts fragility, but I don't think it's in. But I think it's in line, but it's also very big.
You're like, it works, but I'm scared, but it works.
Yeah, rate is 32, so like this is a little bit higher. You know, why is Hibiscus is so low? Anyway, no, I think this is okay.
Wait, hold on.
I do find it interesting with the range extension and how all the allies within range get the extra SP.
Give me a
Or
quick
SP
second.
per SP charge.
I'm gonna change screens for a second here. I very quickly realized I might have done an oopsie. Give me a quick second here. I in fact did do it, oopsie, like an idiot. Give me one quick second.
Oh no, what have you done?
Don't worry about it. Do me a favor, like a certain scammer that we all know, and stall for me for a second here. I may have done
Hey, guys.
stupid here for a second.
You guys want to see what I cooked later if Wookie lets me smile?
Oh,
I
God.
promise it's great. I promise it was not cooked by an insane person who makes insane designs that just like goes against the spirit of the game and everything that was designed for.
Is this another skill where you put the numbers out and then Skami looked at it and went, "What the hell is this?"
No, I just got me to look at the numbers for this.
Oh, okay.
And I say I think these numbers are okay because of how like stupid the operator's design is.
Mhm.
But I expanded on what I sent in the chat like yesterday.
Okay.
or the day before. I added some more. It's not like totally complete. But I
Aha.
promise it's great.
I
Alright.
lied about the Yu-Gi-Oh part. Hehe. I lied. Alright, Zui, do you want to take skills and I'll take, or actually, hold on. What do we all want to do? Zui, do you want lore summary or do you want skills, voice
I'll
line?
take the skills. I'm the gameplay man.
Alright, Mir, do you want lore summary or do you want voice lines?
Surprise me. Pick one.
I'll take voice lines.
Okay.
Voice.
Wait, I'll
voice
take it,
actor
or
and
you take it?
training
I'll take
here
voice
as well.
lines.
Let's go.
Alright, go Zui.
Alright, skill 1, Mischievous Trick. Natural SP 20, SP cost 28, manual, auto recovery, 10 seconds duration. Attack plus 30%, attack speed plus 30, attack all enemies within range simultaneously. Interesting. I've never heard it worded like that before. That's actually kind of cool. Increase healing to allies with less than 50% HP. Skill 2, Sweet Treat. Initial SP 25, SP cost 40, manual auto recovery, 30 seconds duration. Allies within range gain 5% of their maximum HP per second. I assume that's meant to be healing. Heal for 5% of their max HP per second because gaining that seems kind of.
No, we got Zui, we take it as
Yes?
written. We take it as
Oh,
written. This is gain.
That's
This is now gain.
kind of problematic.
This is why I
think that-
tell y'all to check. But again, I understand, ladies and gentlemen, again, you were trying to submit this last minute, but we do have a rule that we take it as written, and that is
All right.
pretty clear.
That's. I don't actually know the math, but that's like exponential HP growth. It's kind of scary, but it's really funny. All right, gain 5% of their max HP per second within the duration of the skill. Okay, at the same time, it's it doesn't really say like gain 5% of their max HP as healing or as whatever. I'll take it as healing because that's the only way the wording.
Yeah, I'll accept it. But
At the duration of the skill, it increased the SP gain by 0.2 SP per second. Enemies within range of the illusion also have reduced attack by 20%. Talents now apply to placebo's range outside the illusion. Oh. Oh, actually, I guess I didn't really read that properly. That the talents, the effects only happen within the illusion. I actually like that skill. Skill 3, the Great Lullaby. Initial SP 60, SP cost 70. Wow, that's a long SP charge in this day and age. Manual, auto recovery, 30 seconds duration. Immediately gain another illusion, and illusions used up within the activation of the skill are immediately recovered. Enemies within range of the illusion are slowed by 60%. Allies within range have plus 30% attack, plus 30 A speed. Air's Vigility is now applied to all enemies within range and increased by 15%. Talons now apply to placebo's range outside the illusion. Okay. That's it.
I'm just double checking of how of what are deployable to illusion. Okay, so they're only deployable within her range. Okay, and 8 tiles with 8 tiles. I'm assuming that's around an operator.
I actually kind of like this.
It gives me Sculptor vibes to a little bit of a degree, since if you have an operator there, you could just put down the illusion. So like, it's not that big of a drawback. That's the part that worries me a little bit with like, because you have 3 of those things. Like, yeah, they don't stack, but think about how far around that could go, right? If you have 3 of them.
If you can only place it within her range, it's actually not that much.
Yeah.
You don't really get that much of an extension unless you make like
But the problem
Yeah, it's
is
like-
around the operator. That's the part that I'm like, aye.
Oh, wait, I guess you could just like chain them.
Yeah,
That's
like,
kinda
you could-
funny.
It's only 8 tiles within her operator, so it's like, well, again. So it's like you can daisy, like you can do some shenanigans here.
Within I will say, like, sure, that's like the range extension is sort of akin to Sculptor, but I think the rest of the kit is sort of different enough.
Yeah.
I think it's like a mix of utility that I find kind of like interesting.
Mhm.
It does feel strong. It doesn't feel that strong, I guess. Well, obviously, giving plus 30 attack speed now I think is actually quite a strong buff, especially
30
because you
speed
can
is
fight in
nuts,
an area.
dude.
That's actually kind of strong.
It's kind of nuts. Like, are you kidding me?
It's like a weaker arc. And that's kind of good. But the thing is, I think it's appropriately balanced by having like 70 SP.
Yeah, that's
cost.
true. The 70 SP cost does like
But I think that's fair. Unlike some other operators that I will not name. I do like this. I do like the numbers. I think the difference between skill 2 and 3, the only like minor nitpick I have is that it feels like on one hand you're going offensive, but on the other hand your stat profile and a lot of the other skills kind of aim defensive. So it's kind of like a mix, and I personally I don't think I'll thank you for this because it's my personal preference. I don't feel it's fair to like judge people on that too much. But I would have preferred like more focus in like being defensive.
If like it went a little more off, like it kind of went away from what you feel like the overall theme was going.
50% arts fragile, 30. That's actually that's like better than.
It's kind of nuts,
That's
right?
better than Suzu for arts damage.
For arts stretch, probably. I think Suzu caps out like
I think
40
that
something.
effectively that's actually better than Suzura.
If it's
right? 'Cause
purely
you get
arts, then yes.
Yeah.
Because it's like Suzu, I think
Oh
caps out
yeah,
like
no,
40
it's
something.
just straight up better than Suzura.
I was like, I think Suzu caps out like 40 something. Because I was like, Psylocke is a pretty high one. Like 30 is pretty high for
Suzu
Psylocke.
caps at 46.
Yeah, I was like,
this
Suzu
is
caps
actually
out.
This is kind of sick.
I like how we went from this seems
Wait a
okay.
minute.
It's 70 SP cost. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
We're getting wait a minutes now. Lazy Couch is like, ah, crap. I'm hearing the wait a minutes. Again, it also does buff allies in range, which Suzu decidedly does not do outside of heals, to my knowledge. I still don't have a
does not.
Suzu. Like,
I
Suzu
think
does not
this
give you... Suzu does not crunch your attack and attack speed. She is not
I think
feeding
this is
your...
a little much. I forgot that. All right, I forgot that her module gives her 32.
Suzu
That's
deep...
actually a little strong.
It's kind of scary now. It went from, like, oh, that's not too bad, to... Wait a minute, that's more
So then
fragile
I
than
thought about it a
Suzu.
little bit more. I was like, wait, this is actually somewhat problematic.
And then it goes...
yeah. Plus, you get that. Yeah, this is actually. This
And
is
then-
maybe. We do not need Suzerain and Power Creep. I could go on a whole other tangent that
I'm
we.
like, we went from...
Actually, that's sort of seeing spoilers, but like utility in this game, like the big utility hitters of this game have extremely strong utility, and it's very hard to power creep. And when they do get power creep, it's usually
scary.
not a good sign.
I still like how we went from this is relative. It's like, oh, this isn't too bad because it's a long skill cost. Wait a minute. That's more than Suzu.
Suzerain skills, like wait, Suzerain also has 70.
This is more than
The skills
Suzu.
already,
And then
like,
we-
strong.
Like, we looked
This is
only at the
well-
arts fragility, went, wait, that's more than Suzu. And then we looked at the rest of it, we're like, wait, this is
Wait,
Suzu
this
giving your
is better.
operators PEDs. Like, Suzu's giving your operators performance-enhancing drugs. It's getting worse. It's like worse the more you... Like, the longer you look at it, the scarier it gets.
If I read the plan time. I mean, the thing is, I don't think that's like super. Yeah, but the thing is, you're like eating your DP with that. I don't think that's like. What does that actually accomplish? I don't know. Are you fucking using Swee's Wrath or something? I don't really know what
You
that
broken-
accomplishes.
You broken strap for IS3, Sweet Wrap, let's go! Okay. Alright, anyhow.
I think you still lose all your DP. Like, for what purpose? It's
So
funny.
what I'm
but,
saying
like,
is,
why?
skill 1 is relatively okay. Skill 2 is, like, relatively okay.
I like skill 2. I like skill 2 a lot.
And then we look at skill 3, and it's
Skill
like,
3 is-
train wreck gets worse the more you look at it. Is what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I'm like, this doesn't look too bad. Wait.
Caesar
Wait.
instantly die at Univa, so yeah, true.
We're gonna move on to lore then. I think since unless there's anything we want to add for this,
No, we're good.
we all good on this?
We're good.
We're getting some good laughs at the end of the night. Thank you, Lazy Couch, for giving us some really good laughs with the S3.
Oh,
Why do you think I threw it under the bus here, Mir? Have fun.
Oh,
you did not throw me under the bus. You threw me into the train tracks. Oh my goodness.
Boy.
Okay, I need to drink water for this whole.
Go for it.
I'll drink water for you, so you don't
Welcome to
have
the
to.
OC
Oh,
contest where the
thank you,
host.
appreciate it.
Welcome to the OC contest where I throw other people under the bus so I can sidestep some responsibility sometimes. This
Oh
is
my
normal.
goodness. Alright. Operator Placebo has joined Rhodes Island back in the Babel days. This was an effort to be more aware of the ongoings around Sarkaz and how the Queen would move forward. After all, she was the last of the nightmares of the Sarkaz race, and as long-lived Sarkaz, she could not exactly ignore the long history of Kazdal. Theresa had decided to pass on her power to a lone Cottis, and Placebo felt confused. Why did the Queen of Sarkaz decide to pass on the crown to a non-Sarkaz? Someone who didn't deserve it? Someone who wouldn't even understand the weight and significance of the crown? But the Queen requested not as the Queen, but as a friend. And so, with a broken heart, Placebo agreed, and Teresa transferred the crown onto the little Cottis girl. I lost my place. Placebo gave her the best dreams and the most peaceful sleep. She knew passing on the crown only meant one thing, and it happened soon after her queen, her friend, was dead no longer. She then bid farewell to Kaltsit and Doctor, promising she would one day return, but not for a while. And so, Placebo traveled through Terra, helping people as a medic, but relearning the joy of life. She still couldn't fully understand her friend Theresa's choices, but she had finally accepted her choice. Her death, and most importantly, what she felt to help others, to be the strength for others. So she returned to the landship, used illusion arts to disguise herself, a bit as a secret. She only revealed it to the Doctor, Kaltsit, and Amia, but to everyone else, she is but a normal Sancta on Rhodes Island.
Whoops. Carry on. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Operator Placebo enjoys playing pranks on other operators. Although she's a Sancta, she is somewhat proficient in illusion arts and doesn't carry around any particular firearm. She says she is committed to healing and helping instead of harming others, but she often gets perplexed looks by some of the Sancta on board, especially those enrolled in the Lateran government. Oh, right back to the pranks. They are often harmless, and we often get complaints, but after a while of pranks, most operators come back and say they were thankful to Operator Placebo for helping them face their fears. HR Department. Secret File 1. Operator Placebo is the last of the nightmares of the Sarkaz. She is old and strong and is a formidable ally. It is somewhat of a shame that a previously assigned elite operator is now serving medical. However, reports of better dreams and better sleeps have been recorded after her return to the landship. Dr. Kaltsit.
So, thoughts on
This is
lores?
the Radiance Hollow Knight, but like not evil.
Harmless. Incantation medic.
I
I saw that. Hmm.
don't think that's kind of funny.
They're harmless to not enemies. I'm not
may
a
be
doctor,
medic,
but...
It is kind of funny.
Alright, I'll go on to voice lines and then we'll do points here because we are going pretty long here. So, alright, idle. Oh, doctor, asleep again? Really, even without my dream, you sleep more soundly and more tranquil than any others. Now, where can I find a blanket? Operation failure. Run! Run! Fall back! Your dream is not to end here, nor mine. Let me just double check here. Yeah, okay, it is 4 lines. I mean, I knew it was 4 lines the whole time. Talking of trust and community. Trust in the dream, and her dream. It's something I have lived by, not a long part of my life, but an important one. Talking of promotion 2. Well, as much as I'm happy to receive your medal, I would like something more from you, Doctor. Please remember, her and everything of the past. I pray for a time we could recall with hearty laughs. Okay. Alrighty. Any thoughts on this before we go into points here?
It's funny.
Harmless. All right. Sounds like we're ready to move on to points then? Or is there anything you guys would like to double check? All right, moving to points then, so I'm not hearing anything here. All right, last scores of the night. Drum roll. Who would like to kick us off for the last scores of the night?
I don't mind doing it.
Go for it, Zoe.
All right. So technical kit, creativity, and integration projects. In terms of the creative aspect of this kit, I actually do like it a lot. It's not like the most unique thing I've ever seen, but it is definitely like you get some weird interactions, and I really like weird interactions, especially with how illusions work. You can do some really creative stuff with it. So I will give that a 1.8. I do like it. I do like it a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Balance. You had me until the skill 3. That's maybe too fucking good. 0.8.
0.8.
I like skill 2 a lot. Skill 1 is just kind of generic. It has weird wording, but kind of whatever. Skill 2 is fun, but skill 3 is like, the more I look up at it, the worse it gets.
Just Alrighty.
Let's see. Where is I? Cohesion. How focused is the operator skill talents? I think it's pretty cohesive. I think there's like a theme. I think they work together. I think the kit takes advantage of its unique aspects. Very well. Let's see. What else was I gonna say? Like my train of thought kind of crashed and burned.
Like the skill 3?
Like this. But it's like 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I know, understandable.
Let's see. I'll give that a full 1.8.
1.8.
It comes together nicely.
All right.
Aside from the maybe effect creep and slight numbers creep of S3, I think it does come together nicely.
Slight. Anyhow, carry on. Flavor.
So for integration, I unfortunately don't see too much about how like the lore integrates itself into the kit. Like parts of it, sure, but it's not like very strong integration. I can really only give that like a 1. It's not like totally unintegrated, but at the same time, it's just like not really getting it. The lore, I think the lore, how it fits. I think this is just something that would like absolutely make sense in the AK universe. I will say, however, it does feel kind of disjointed from a literary perspective because it just kind of feels like there's in the lore paragraph you presented, and this maybe I guess is not like super egregious because this happens all the time, right? You have to like leave space for events to develop the character, but it just does feel kind of little weird that you go from let's see what exactly just kind of giving me the you go from like questioning like the decision of Teresa to like the and then suddenly like you learn the joy of life, right? It just feels kind of sudden. It doesn't feel impactful if let's see, words are hard to come by. It feels like there's something missing. Like, but again, like it's not super out of the ordinary. So I'll give that like I don't know, like a 1.25, 1.3.
I was like,
because I don't think 0.25s
okay.
exist.
0.25s do not exist here, sadly.
Mad. I like my 25, 50, 100s. Let's see. Character focus. I mean, yeah, it's not like dependent on the other character. I'll give that like a 1.8.
So looks like Zui is giving an 8.5 for the night. Again, thank you again, Zui, for tagging in for Boop.
Yeah, no problem. Boys down.
Thank you for tagging in. You are very appreciated. All right. Mir, you want to take the next one?
Sure. Okay. So for creativity, I think this is very creative. I like this. This is good take on incantation medics. I do like the summons, the illusions. I'm gonna have to give that one a 1.8. For balance. For the first two skills, it would have been like a 1.5, but for the third one, I'm gonna have to bump that down to a 1.2 because. Yeah, no, that third skill is kind of crazy, even with the summon SP cost.
It's literally just better Suzerain than almost everyone.
It's so good that they made a Suzerain too.
We're Suzu so good. We're Suzu too. Okay, so what's the score for balance, Mir?
For balance, 1.2.
1.2. Thank you.
Yes, the first two skills are fine.
But actually, sorry, better than Suzerain in arts for our standard specifically.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Cohesion. How focused are they? I think it's pretty focused. I would give that a 1.8 because with the arts fragility, it is like aside from the numbers, I think it just works with the skills. It fits well. It scales well. For the flavor section integration, how well does the lore fit into the abilities and skills? I'll give that one a 1.4. Considering like she is like a medic and incantation at that, because in the lore it does mention that she is trying to like find the joys in life, and I guess what makes her happy is just seeing enemies with arch fragility. Okay, so for lore and character focus, I think for lore, I think that will be a 1.8. It does feel like they would fit in the AK universe, but it also feels as if bland is not the right word, but it does feel like she doesn't know what her motivation is, and that's fine, right? It's okay to be vague, but it also feels like she's just going along with like whatever is happening. She's just following her dead friend's
wishes, essentially.
Wishes, yeah, like her will. For character focused, yeah, I would give that a 1.8 as well, or maybe 1.7.
1.7. Okay.
Yeah.
So okay, so it looks like it's coming out to a 9.7 from you, Mir. Alrighty. Alright, I will finish the rest. We'll finish this off for our final score of the night. I believe there is no mathematical way for Lazy Couch to pass Skami at this point, so first off, big congrats to Skami, as I will finish up the scores here. Kit creativity and integration. I do like the creativity. I like what you're trying to go for. I think the illusions are pretty nifty. I think it's pretty cool, like being able to scan range, like the more defensive aspect of it. I'm not really, I like what you're going for here. I like what you're going for. I'm going to give you like a 1.8 on creativity. I like what you're going for here. All right, now we're at the balance. I'm sorry, this is going to hurt. I'm looking, all right, now we get to the balance. Choo Choo Kaboom for skill 3. It the more we looked at it, the worse it got. The more painful it got to look at. Yeah, I'm gonna give you like a 0.8 for balance on that one. Like that S3.
Balance? I want balance. Insane balance.
There's a hole in the ground next to the scale for one of the sides on balance. Cohesion, I think it's actually pretty cohesive. Like I can see what you're trying to go for. I see the overall concept. I see the vision. Like I can see it overall. Again, just the S3 kind of just like torpedoed everything there. So, you know, it's like, yeah, but that's not cohesion, right? I can see what the vision you're going for. It is cohesive. I'll give you a 1.7 on cohesion. I see the vision. I definitely see the vision. Integration, how well does lore fit? I'm kind of with Zoe here. Like, I don't really see, like, where do the illusions come in? Like, oh, she's harmless and whatever. It's like, wait, how'd she end up as a harmless instead? Hold on a second. Like, that doesn't really fit to the abilities and skills to me. Like, like I'll give you a little bit of like playing pranks and illusions with pranks, right? But the Harvester side is still a little lost on me. I'll give you like a 1.2 for that. How does the lore fit in the AK universe? I think the lore fits pretty well into the AK universe. I do think this fits pretty well. I'll give you a 1.7 on lore. And then for character focus, I do agree with Mir in that it does feel like she's kind of just she's not following her own wishes, so to speak, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but I'd like to see a little more on like her overall thoughts instead of like, here's what Teresa thinks and she's gonna see what Teresa does. Like I think you could have expanded a little more on that. I will give you a 1.3 on that end. I did in fact end up giving the same score as Zui, but in a different fashion somehow. So we have an 8.5 plus an 8.5 mirrors the good cop here now. We're 26.7 though. Again, considering this was cooked in an hour and a half, I think you still did fine. Like, I think you did great. Considering how little time you cooked this in.
I think this is more balanced than anything I've ever made.
I shudder to think what Scabby has seen.
Well, it's like my characters are broken, but at the same time, it's just like the risk you have to play it well. It ain't free low.
It ain't free low. All right, 26.7. Let's see. Oh damn, we actually do have a tie. How the fuck did I manage to do that? In that case, I will simply make an edit. We'll have co-placements here. So let me get this set up here at the end here. So that is have 12 and we have two 12th places essentially here then. And there we go. That is your final leaderboard. That is your final score. A big congrats. A very big congrats to Skami for taking this one. I believe Skami's first win of an OC contest. Ambrisk's two-contest reign is now over. Skami has now taken the throne.
Skami, sweet, let's go.
Yippee! A big congrats. And now, big congrats to Skami later. Skami, by the way, let me know what color you would like your OC deity role in Discord to be, and I will make that change. Hex code obviously works best, but just like otherwise I'll just kind of play around with the colors. Just let me know in DMs. And as always, as I like to say, you do get a free redeem of, you can make me do an SSS, an IS3, Annihilation, you know, basically any handhold that I normally wouldn't do, or just any handhold that you want me to do. I'm happy to do that. Again, up to you. Again, like I said, guys, like it's a very low stakes contest. We're here, we're having a good time here. We're not really like, first place gets $500 based on how I do things. So, now without further ado, I don't really have a graphic ready for this. It's just you're gonna have to base this on voice. So, I'll preface this with y'all motherfuckers guess that real quickly. You guys guessed that really quickly based off the hint. I made the hint too easy. But yes, it is in fact mythological beings is the theme for the next contest. Mythological beings. Mythological beings. So to clarify what mythological beings are right here, again, I will post this in Discord later, but mythological beings, to clarify, this would be like classical mythology stuff. Classical mythology, so it'd be like, you know, like if you want to talk like Zeus or like Hydras, Gorgons, or, you know, if you want to talk like Japanese mythology, like, you know, you want to talk like Izanagi, or like, you know, Japanese like yokai that showed up in mythology, or like, you know, Chinese mythology, you know, wherever. We will be including a section that you can send in a link to like what this links to for mythology wise. This folklore count depends on the folklore. If you have questions, you can check with me on that. I will say cryptids do not count. Cryptids will not count. So like Bigfoot is a no. Like the Jersey Devil, like Mothman is a no. But it'll be like cultural mythology, basically. Cultural mythology. You have to be able to link this to why, like where this shows up in mythology. Harpies would be okay, because harpies show up in like Greek mythology. Mythological beings from stuff like D&D count. If you're able to trace that back to a real life mythological thing, then yes. If you're able to trace it back, like I have to be able to know what culture this myth is from, like what culture's myth this is from. That's my biggest requirement here. Again, we'll post this in Discord. We'll answer questions probably when we're more awake. So, but yes, as long as you're able to like link it to a mythological. No, Santa is not a mythological creature. We already had a winter theme, Amberisk, and you won that contest. We already had a winter theme. But anyhow, yeah, again, there's a lot of mythological things. Like, it's a pretty open, is that an actual mythology in the setting? Again, it's a pretty open setting, as long as you're able to trace this back to mythology. As long as you're able to trace, like, I need, like, basically, like, a paper trail of, like, okay, what culture's mythology does this come from? So, yes, you'll have to do a little bit of research for this, but I want to say this is pretty open. Overall, as like a theme, I would say, compared to the winter one. That winter one was relatively restrictive. This one I think is more open. Judges, any thoughts on the mythological being theme? Any thoughts on this?
I can finally recycle that old OC concept I had.
Zui's like, hell
Nice.
Mir, any thoughts on that?
I think
They even
it'll
have
be
a
very
mythological
interesting.
Should be a good time, but this has been the Arknights 5th OC contest. Once again, judges, we have Boop and Mir, and then I'm throwing one in for our emergency backup judge for the last two for Zui as well. Again, big thank you to all the participants. Big thank you to the judges for donating so much of their time. Zui just happened to be here, but thank you, Zui, as well.
I'm always here.
And, oh yeah, to clarify on Lazy Couch question, just while I'm still here, mythological heroes do count. So if you're talking like, you know, Hercules, Perseus, Theseus, as long as they have a place in mythology and you can trace it back to it, then they do count. But again, big thank you to everyone who was involved in the contest. Again, thank you for donating your time. Thank you for, you know, setting in your operators and everything. Like, it's a fun time as always. But we do need some rest. We've been going around for quite a bit. We have been going around for quite a bit. So, yeah, I think that'll do it for us tonight. Anything y'all want to sign off on? Any last words from
Thank
y'all?
you again for inviting me, Wookie.
Yeah, happy to have you on. We had a good time with this one.
Max level your blazers. Do it.
Now.
Zui spreading cat propaganda. I see. Alrighty.
It's okay, minus pot 6.
Huh. TIL. But again, thank you everyone. Thank you. See you guys either on the next stream. I'll post my schedule tomorrow. I guess technically later today. But I'll post my schedule later today. I'm gonna fight everyone for Silex skin. And yeah, I'll open submissions a little bit later, but you guys can, you know, again, here's your theme. You can start cooking. And rough estimate for when the contest will be around probably mid to late April. Will be the next contest. Probably around mid-April is my bet. I think plan for mid-April. Again, we usually have a good like little bit of downtime between contests. So again, have fun, enjoy. I think I'm just gonna tell y'all to scatter tonight. Not really gonna do a raid tonight, so I'm just gonna tell y'all to scatter. We're just gonna end stream here. So again, thank you guys for thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you guys for being part of the contest. Yeah, we're on our 5th one, 6th one. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going.
Hell yeah.